And a mic level on reporter 1 mic.
A few words, yeah?
Check 1, 2, 3. Morning, everybody.
Go ahead. You need at least 30 seconds. Go
Yeah.
ahead, 30 seconds.
At least 30 seconds.
Right, okay. Ask me the question. Ask me your first question.
What do you make of how Sri Lanka bowled yesterday?
Again, please.
Again, yeah, go ahead.
What do you make of how the team bowled yesterday, despite losing Kumaru the first over?
Well, the bowling was adequate. It was consistent.
Colin, not your levels. You are too loud. You're too loud.
on TV?
No, not that one. I think I do know who you're talking about, but no, not that one.
Right, we're standing by.
Coach, could you take one step forward? Lovely. And you're looking at Gerard the international voice.
All right?
Yeah.
Is he loud enough, right?
Take one small step back.
A few words please for level.
Can you hear me? Is that all right?
Yeah.
All good?
Coach, despite finishing day 2 with just 5 wickets, do you think that the bowlers showed tremendous discipline in scoring, in ensuring that the scoring rate didn't get away from them too long? What do you make of how the team went about their performance yesterday?
Yeah, I think we showed great fight yesterday. The pitch seemed to flatten out quite a lot as the day went on. It seems to be a game sort of dictated by session at the moment. We can't seem to be stringing 2 sessions together in a row, and it seems like they've did the same in their bowling innings where we fought back as well. So I'm hoping that we start day 3 with fighting back.
I know losing Kumara would have been really a big blow to the plans that you would have had, but how do you think the bowlers stepped up given that they were set back by his injury?
Yeah, never easy when you lose one of your premier fast bowlers in the first couple of overs. But you know, we've got an experienced bowling group. They've played a lot of first-class cricket. They showed great heart, and they'll continue to do that throughout the Test match.
How important is it to make full use of the new ball in that first hour and try to break this partnership?
New ball seems to have done a little bit. The Duke continues to move all day long, so we'll make sure that we get the ball in the right areas this morning, and hopefully we can make some early inroads.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Coach, despite finishing day 2 with just 5 wickets, do you think that the bowlers showed tremendous discipline in scoring, in ensuring that the scoring rate didn't get away from them too long? What do you make of how the team went about their performance yesterday? In day 2 with just 5 wickets, do you think that the bowlers showed tremendous discipline in scoring, in ensuring that the scoring rate didn't get away from them too long? What do you make of how the team went about their performance yesterday?
Yeah, I think we showed great.
Song check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, song check. Song check, song check. Great, nice, excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just mention a couple deliveries from yesterday that, yeah. Yes, yes. Wonderful conditions out in the middle. The sun is out in all its glory. There's that ever-present breeze. As we get to moving day 3, no team yet in the ascendancy. Things may change after today's play. As for the pitch itself, well, it has held out really, really nicely. There's an uneven covering of grass, and that has played a major role in keeping this pitch together. There are a few footmarks, but nothing really to talk about, negligible really in the scheme of things. There were a few deliveries yesterday from the left-hand orthodox spinner that had some additional bounce, and if he can hit that area sort of consistently enough for the left-handed Amir Jangu, then he might just come into play. But like I said, this pitch is still really good. The pace has dropped, not much movement off the surface. Because of the wind factor, you'll get some swing, but lots of runs still on offer. Sri Lanka will be desperate for an early breakthrough to get into the West Indian batters, the bowlers to come. And for West Indies, they'll be looking to push closer to that score and beyond to set up a nice first innings lead. I think we're in for an intriguing third day's play. All its glory, there's that ever-present breeze. As we get to moving day 3, no team yet in the ascendancy. Things may change after the
After 2 days in the Antigua sunshine, this first test match is finally balanced. Day 1 arguably belonged to Sri Lanka and their captain Dhananjaya de Silva. But on day 2, West Indies middle order fought back, with Amir Django and Roston Chase leading the way. Can the West Indies build a commanding lead on day 3? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to take control? Wait, am I hearing anybody? Nobody is on, nobody is there. Okay, okay, you cue me. You're not gonna say cue? Can we voice the edit, please? We need bubble and we need vision of red. And you'll say cue, right, for me? Yeah. Okay. Hi, Les. Good morning. We're doing this. Yep. Yep, when you're ready. After 2 days in the Antigua sunshine, this first test match is finally balanced. Day 1 arguably belonged to Sri Lanka and their captain, Dhananjaya de Silva. But on day 2, West Indies middle order fought back, with Amir Django and Roston Chase leading the way. Can the West Indies build a commanding lead on day 3? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to take control?
Ready? Yeah. Yep, when you're ready.
After 2 days in the Antigua sunshine, this first test match is finally balanced. Day 1 arguably belonged to Sri Lanka and their captain, Dhananjaya de Silva. But on day 2, West Indies middle order fought back, with Amir Django and Roston Chase leading the way. Can the West Indies build a commanding lead on day 3? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to take control? After 2 days in the Antigua sunshine, this first test match is finally balanced. Day 1 arguably belonged to Sri Lanka and their captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. But on day 2, West Indies middle order fought back, with Amir Django and Roston Chase leading the way. Can the West Indies build a commanding lead on day 3? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to take control?
One of the beautiful beaches here in Antigua, of course, and day 3 loading in this first test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Moving day, plenty of action in store for us. Again, we enjoy the beauty of this country and of this test match. And if you missed the first couple days, this is where the game is nicely poised. The West Indies still trailing by 37 runs. And that pair of Django and Chase still unbeaten with that partnership of 103. Sri Lanka will be thinking about taking a further 5 wickets to bat again. Always a pleasure to be here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's my great pleasure to welcome Jimmy Adams and Stacey Ann Adams as well. Jimmy, I'll start with you. Day 3 is dubbed the move-in day. What's critical for both teams?
Well, both teams want to be ahead of the other at the end of today. It's almost par at the minute, maybe slightly in favour of the West Indies. It is a good batting wicket. They have 2 of the final batsmen in set and looking to move on. Obviously, Sri Lanka wanting to get breakthroughs, but what we usually see on day 3 is one team now beginning to move ahead. So I think that after 90 overs, we will see that here today.
And Stacey Ann, I saw you looking at the pitch. Anything significant that you gleaned from that visit?
Well, I mean, it still looks a very placid surface. I mean, we did note those few patches in between, but there's nothing really demonic about the surface. I think it's still a good batting surface, and West Indies will want to make further inroads today, particularly before lunch.
Well, that was Stacey Ann's assessment of the pitch. Earlier, Samuel Badri was out there working and assessing the nitty-gritty of the conditions. Here he is.
Wonderful conditions out in the middle. The sun is out in all its glory. There's that ever-present breeze. As we get to moving day 3, no team yet in the ascendancy. Things may change after today's play. As for the pitch itself, well, it has held out really, really nicely. There's an uneven covering of grass, and that has played a major role in keeping this pitch together. There are a few footmarks, but nothing really to talk about, negligible really in the scheme of things. There were a few deliveries yesterday from the left-hand orthodox spinner that had some additional bounce, and if he can hit that area sort of consistently enough for the left-handed Amir Django, then he might just come into play. But like I said, this pitch is still really good. The pace has dropped, not much movement off the surface. Because of the wind factor, you'll get some swing, but lots of runs still on offer. Sri Lanka will be desperate for an early breakthrough to get into the West Indian batters, the bowlers to come. And for West Indies, they'll be looking to push closer to that score and beyond to set up a nice first innings lead. I think we're in for an intriguing 3rd day's play.
Thank you very much, Samuel Badri. Jimmy Adams, we saw Samuel highlight a few deliveries off the rough from the spinner, offering variable bounce. Should that be a tactical move by Sri Lanka on day 3?
I don't think, listen, we looked at a couple of deliveries. Let's put it in context. There was 1 or 2 deliveries out of many. One kept low, well collected by the wicketkeeper. One jumped a little bit more than normal. There is rough there to the left-handed batsman, but it's not fantastic. There's nothing much happening there, Darren. What it is still a really good pitch. What they might want to do to Django with the left-arm spinner, if he gets an opportunity today, is maybe ask him to bowl a little bit slower into that rough area. keep men under the bat. They still want to get, they have to get Django out if they're going to make inroads. But maybe then give him a deep cover. So you want a Django, any left-hander, to be driving out of the rough. I think too often yesterday, Django was cutting. So the line might have been good just outside off, but the length needs to be a little bit fuller. But as a batter, nothing really to worry yourself. There is swing, we've seen that all the way through, but it is such a good batting wicket, and I'm still looking forward to batsmen on both teams still looking to cash in.
And staying with that thought, we did assess the lines that Sri Lanka bowled to Amir Django. And Stacey-Ann, I want you to maybe just tell me how this resonates with you, because they were predominantly outside the off stump in terms of lines with their seamers.
Yeah, I think the Sri Lankan seamers, they acknowledge that the surface, you know, it wasn't offering much. So it was about tempting the batters outside the off stump, perhaps just saying to them, hey, will you hit me here? Most of the times the answer was no, because I think Django left really well yesterday. But I think that was the plan from them, just tempt them a bit and then bring it straighter to see if there's any reaction off the surface.
Significantly, majority of his runs coming from deliveries that were wide of that off stump. Jimmy, day 3, a deteriorating pitch. Should those lines get a little bit closer to that off stump or maybe finish on the wicket?
Well, I think the wicket will probably determine that. We haven't seen, Darren, anything keep low. Okay, now usually when that happens, then straight away lines get a little bit straighter. But the key for me is 1, patience. 2, be very clear on what your small margins are. There were times yesterday when I thought they removed the second slip too early for Amir Django, when the lines were consistently outside off, and just play the numbers. It is a patience game sometimes. Sometimes you have to sit, and it could be that if they don't get early breakthroughs, that this Sri Lankan attack might just have to sit, wait, and be as disciplined as they can be.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there from Jimmy Adams, Stacey as well. Let's now shift focus to Roston Chase. We spoke about him not scoring a half century for just about 20 previous innings. He's nicely poised in the 40s. If we look at where the Sri Lankans bowled to him, very similar to what we saw with Amir Django. They were wide outside the off stump, and Roston Chase really handled things nicely, Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, credit to him. He's coming in under a lot of pressure. And I think, yes, he plays within himself. Doesn't really have a big trigger movement across the crease. Just allows the ball to come to him. There were a few deliveries that left him, a few where his hands left him as well. But you feel that sort of steely determination from Roston Chase wanting to get his team to a really good score today.
Well, Roston Chase is 8 away from another half century in Test match cricket. We've been talking about Sri Lanka bowling. Let's now hear from Gerard, who is alongside Sri Lanka's bowling coach, Ryan van der Kerk.
Coach, despite finishing day 2 with just 5 wickets, do you think that the bowlers showed tremendous discipline in scoring, in ensuring that the scoring rate didn't get away from them too long? What do you make of how the team went about their performance yesterday?
Yeah, I think we showed great fight yesterday. The pitch seemed to flatten out quite a lot as the day went on. It seems to be a game sort of dictated by session at the moment. We can't seem to be stringing 2 sessions together in a row, and it seems like they've did the same in their bowling innings where we fought back as well. So I'm hoping that we start day 3 with fighting back.
And losing Kumara would have been really a big blow to the plans that you would have had. But how do you think the bowlers stepped up, given that they were set back by his injury?
Yeah, never easy when you lose one of your premier fast bowlers in the first couple of overs. But you know, we've got an experienced bowling group. They've played a lot of first-class cricket. They showed great heart, and they'll continue to do that throughout the Test match.
How important is it to make full use of the new ball in that first hour and try to break this partnership?
New ball seems to have done a little bit. The Duke continues to move all day long, so we'll make sure that we get the ball in the right areas this morning, and hopefully we can make some early inroads.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Ryan van der Kerk striving for perfection from his bowling unit. He wants them to be superb in all 3 sessions of a Test match day. Jimmy, we spoke about that variable bounce. Just talk to me a little bit about the mindset for a batter going into day 3, when in the previous day he saw those sort of elements from the pitch.
Well, first of all, the positive, right? You have 2 batsmen who are in. They're set, okay? but it is a new day. So the first hour on any day's play, Darren, is critical. And this morning, it is going to be absolutely vital for the West Indian batters at the crease, the captain Ruston Chase, Amir Jangu, to negotiate that first hour. There are no devils in the wicket. They've seen that. They have to be careful and mindful of the Sri Lankans sitting and trying to pull their hands away from them, popping up balls in the air to fielders catching in the ring. But generally, they will know that this is a good surface, but they're not out of the woods yet. They have a fantastic chance to achieve Sri Lanka's total, put some runs on top of it, and see what Sri Lanka like now facing a deficit. So it's all to play for, but this first hour, Darren, is absolutely critical.
Yeah, just staying with that thought from a Sri Lankan perspective, Stacey-Ann, which bowlers should start this first session on day 3 for Sri Lanka?
Well, Asita Fernando, definitely a standout yesterday with the way he troubled the batters. I think him in particular, I mean, Amir Jangu looked particularly uncomfortable to him, and he did say that he was the most challenging bowler to face yesterday, as well as Milan Rathnayaka. We've seen the fire and passion from him. He picked up those 2 wickets also, so those 2, I think, should be starting this morning with the new ball in hand.
Yeah, well, Test cricket requires you to assess the conditions, adapt to how things unfold, and we'll wait and see what transpires. This first session will just set the day up for both sides. We've seen West Indies fast bowlers on show on day 1. One bowler who will be happy with how that innings ended is Jayden Seales. He picked up 1 wicket, and he's poised on 96 wickets. Let's hear from Jayden Seales himself, who we caught up with before this Test match.
I like to train if I'm going into the game, so I'll train with the same intensity that I'll play in the match, or at least try to emulate that same sort of match intensity. Getting a good warm-up done, making sure my body's ready to go, and being able to be on a good line and length or bowling at full intensity from ball 1, because that's what you need to do in a Test match to start. So I try to emulate the same kind of intensity or the same scenario for myself. Yeah, I think it would be a good challenge. They all have good batsmen. They have some experience in the team as well. Guys have played a number of Test matches, done well for their country. So just to go out and do my job for the team, take wickets, make an impact, play aggressive cricket, be a competitor. But yeah, it's a challenge I'm looking forward to. I would love to be up there in West Indies numbers in terms of number 3, number 4, getting the most amount of wickets for West Indies, the most successful bowler. But it's not something that I go to sleep and think about entirely. I just play the game, enjoy every game as it comes by, enjoy every session, because it's a privilege to play for West Indies, so take it step by step. Came in when I was very young, I was 19, didn't have any idea on what it took to be a leader in the West Indies team or how to go about my game as an international player. All of that now kind of coming together. I'm still nowhere near my best or near the finished product, but I'm getting better and I've seen a lot of improvement from then to now. I'm always going to stay devoted to Test cricket. Yes, if the opportunities come to play white ball cricket, I would, but Test cricket is still my first love. And my friend Matthew Fordy always says that when I put on the white clothes, I look at different player, I look at different bowler, which is true. I feel most confident with the red ball in my hand. I feel like I am at my best. I feel like I'm in full control of what I want to do, and I'm untouchable. That's how I feel when I have a red ball in my hand. I'm not saying I'm not going to have bad days. I'm not going to have the games where batsmen get the better of me, but I still believe that I'm at my best with a red ball in my hand.
A very honest interview there by Jayden Seales. Jimmy, isn't it refreshing to hear how he prioritizes red ball cricket?
Well, it's not something that you see a lot of these days. So yes, it is refreshing, but I'll put my coach's hat on, or you know, development hat. What is frighteningly amazing is he's on the cusp of getting to 100 Test wickets in very little time, up there with the best in the world, and he is so young to his craft. He hasn't even started to learn the art of fast bowling, and he's already on the cusp of 100 test wickets. You ask yourself, what if? Where could this end? This could be an amazing journey for Jaden, and it's a process, yes, but it's so refreshing that we think he shows the right attitude, and for me, it's just, will his body hold up? I'm just keeping my fingers crossed for him. Amazing.
Stacey Ann, how you reckon he's journeyed in Test match cricket?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, I just love seeing him bowl. I think whenever he puts on the whites, you see a fired up Jaden Seals, and that's one of the things that's so amazing about him. And importantly, he started his cricketing journey, you can say, and became a standout in Test cricket. And I guess that's why it holds such a special place in his heart. And you see that every time he bowls, he wants to get wickets all the time. You saw that one wicket that he got, how much it meant to him just to close off the innings for West Indies. It's been a spectacular journey, and long may it continue.
Jimmy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Predict the outcome of this first session of day 3.
Oh, listen, West Indies all the way. The 2 batsmen in will be there at lunch, and will already be sort of moving past the Sri Lankan total. Easy one, Darren. That's not a...
Stacey Ann?
I'm sticking with my namesake, Jimmy Adams here. You know, once these 2 batters look set, they look very determined to do well for West Indies, especially Amir Django. So I'm sticking with West Indies.
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Stacey Ann, for your thoughts. We're on the cusp of the start of the first session on day 3. We hope that you're switched on and you're ready for more Test match action, because this game is nicely poised. It's the moving day. Can the West Indies, Roston Chase and Amir Django, push their partnership of 103 further? We'll have to wait and see. Live action coming your way after the break. After 2 days in the Antigua sunshine, this first test match is finally balanced. Day 1 arguably belonged to Sri Lanka and their captain, Dhananjaya de Silva. But on day 2, West Indies middle order fought back, with Amir Django and Roston Chase leading the way. Can the West Indies build a commanding lead on day 3? Or will Sri Lanka strike early to take control?
Hello and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua for day 3 action of this first test. West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Game nicely poised after 2 days. No team really yet grabbing the ascendancy. Sri Lanka got to 308 on the back of Dhananjaya's 120. The West Indies, well, they're just 37 runs away from that first innings total, and they still have 5 wickets intact. Let's find out where one of our colleagues was and what's he been up to.
If day 1 belonged to the resistance of Sri Lanka, day 2 demanded exactly the same effort from West Indies. And the scoreboard may say that they lost wickets regularly, but the story is how they refused to let the game get away from them. Every session, Sri Lanka asked questions, and every session, somebody in maroon had answers. West Indies began the day hoping to produce the kind of recovery Sri Lanka managed 24 hours earlier. Ironically, the visitors were dealt an early setback. Lahiru Kumara was forced from the attack through injury, leaving Sri Lanka effectively 1 frontline bowler short. But instead of retreating, they squeezed even harder. Brandon King looked as though he was beginning to settle. He weathered the early examination, started finding the boundary, and just when it felt like momentum might swing West Indies' way, Sri Lanka found the breakthrough they desperately needed. Sometimes in Test cricket, 1 wicket doesn't just remove a batter, it opens the door. That brought even greater responsibility onto John Campbell. His innings wasn't flashy, it was disciplined. He understood the conditions, trusted his defense, and most importantly, he got West Indies safely to lunch.
In the same scenario, maybe another day, I'd probably give myself a little bit more time. Especially the fact that it was just after the break. Maybe I needed to get back set again, and then I could play those expansive shots.
What stood out wasn't just the wickets, it was how Sri Lanka created them, consistently hitting the right areas, building pressure, forcing mistakes rather than waiting for them. West Indies never felt comfortable. And just before tea, perhaps the moment of the day, Kusal Mendes produced a magnificent catch behind the stumps. One of those moments that changes the emotion of an entire session, not simply because of the wicket, but because it reminded everyone how badly Sri Lanka wanted to stay ahead. Yet just when Sri Lanka threatened to run through the lower middle order, another response arrived, Amir Django. His place in the 11 wasn't even guaranteed until late, but he grabbed the opportunity when it came, remained patient, composed, prepared to bat time. His half-century was built on domination. It was built on trust in his technique and his defense.
Thought this innings was really special, crucial. We were 1-something for 5, so the way he batted along with the skipper took us out of a very troubled spot.
Alongside his captain, he carried West Indies right through to the final ball of the day. Exactly the type of innings teammates remember. 2 days with remarkably similar stories. Sri Lanka absorbed everything West Indies threw at them on day 1. The Windies returning the favor on day 2. Neither side having complete control, but both refusing to give in. Sri Lanka may hold a slight advantage, but if there's anything these 2 days has reminded us about Test cricket, is that things can change within a single session. That's why day 3 is impossible to look away from.
A wonderful narration there from Gerard. It almost sounded like a Netflix documentary. And if you missed the first 2 days of action, that 2.5 minutes or so really brought you up to speed. A wonderful review and some amazing insights of the first 2 days. There, some fans have come in quite early, excited to see what's in store for the West Indies and for the home team. But let's reflect on what happened yesterday. West Indies with all 10 wickets intact, and they were looking quite ominous with Brandon King and John Campbell. Some nice crisp strokes from the right-handed Jamaican, and John Campbell, the southpaw, getting in on the action as well. A wonderful platform they laid until that happened just after the drinks interval, a lapse in concentration and costing him his wicket. That was a shot of pure class from Campbell. Kavem Hodge, the final over before lunch, capitalized on a loose delivery. West Indies just losing 1 wicket in the entirety of the first session. Kavem Hodge with a cut that went for 4, and then John Campbell, a real lapse in concentration, a brain fade, and gifting his wicket away, fielders in the deep. Only he knows what he was trying. Kavem Hodge might feel that he was a little bit unlucky. Deflection back onto the stump. And it was a period where the West Indies really needed some consolidation. The 2 Trinidadian middle order batters coming off stellar first-class seasons tried to give them some bit of momentum and ascendancy. There was an appeal that was given on field but had to be overturned based on height, and the silver survived. He was hoping that that opportunity now he can cash in, but he too with a loose stroke and another very soft dismissal. Amir Jangu continued his sublime form until Justin Graves was caught to an absolute beauty by Kushal Mendes, a one-handed stunner. Ruston Chase joined post-tee. There was some excitement there from the bowler, not from the umpire. And that review showed a bit of inside edge. West Indies did what they wanted to do in this session. They remain unscathed. Amir Jangu getting to a maiden test half-century along the way. Rich reward for diligence, persistence, and patience. And due applause from his teammates as well. And no second slip, goes for 4. Ruston Chase and Jangu with a 100-run partnership. And they'll be looking to build on that. Mali Richards has slotted alongside me. Mali, as we get set for day 3 action, we call it the moving day because no one yet taking control of the game. How do you project what might happen today? Good morning.
Morning, Samuel. Good morning to our viewers in the Caribbean and around the globe. I thought it was an engrossing day of Test cricket. We spoke about the ebbs and flows of this format, and that was on show yesterday. The West Indies came out, they made a solid reply to the Sri Lanka first innings, but then post-lunch, the cluster of wickets that fell, and it fell upon the skipper and the not too experienced, just playing his second test match, Amir Jangu, really came through under pressure. This 103-run partnership. For me, Samuel, let's just forge the West Indies just a little bit ahead. I know you said things are even. I agree to an extent, but that partnership, and if it can continue to build, if they can get it up to 200, 200 plus, West Indies could end with a lead of 150, 180. I think they would say it's a job well done.
Yeah, that's the caveat. Can they continue? And a lot of suppositions in there. Sri Lanka will have other ideas. Remember, 5 wickets down, 1 wicket gets them into the bowlers. So they yet might be thinking that they can etch out or eke out some sort of a lead. Jangu, what an innings it has been. Only his 3rd innings in this format. And he's been a pillar of concentration. And an important innings as well for Ruston Chase. He's been under the microscope with the bat ever since he's been recalled to the test team and as test captain. So he'll need to convert this start. Asita Fernando will be the first examiner from Sri Lanka. That ball just 4 overs old, so still relatively new. So expect some movement. 2 slips and a gully in weight. They still have protection on the boundary through that backward point region. And we're all set for first ball, day 3. Most vulnerable Mali at the start of a day's play, start of an innings, or the resumption after an interval. So a tricky little period here.
As you said, Samuel, you know this very well. It's a new day. You've got to assess again. Django and Chase, they played quite beautifully yesterday, but slightly different conditions here. They've got to get themselves acclimatized to the pace and bounce of this pitch once again. And as you said, it's a vulnerable period, especially with Fernando, who I think has been fantastic. With new ball in hand, he's been a constant threat. And with this breeze, still a strong breeze here on day 3. 2 slips and a gully. If he can find the right areas to rust and chase, it could prove to be quite a difficult proposition, Sammy.
Yeah, captains are often judged by the runs they score when the team is under pressure. And Ruston Chase has found himself in that very position, very situation, team under pressure. And so far, he's been able to eke out a useful partnership with Django. But can they now convert this start into something decisive? And that's what Floyd Reefer has spoken about, the batting coach. And that's what Amir Django himself said at the close of play yesterday. Now, we've seen this quite a lot, that little bit of away movement. Knowing exactly where your off stump is crucial as a batter.
And they've started with a deep point to rust and chase here, the Sri Lankans. For me, I'd either look to get another slip in or maybe pack that offside fielder, close catcher in. We've seen just a few just bounce a little bit. Quite a few deliveries have gone in the air in that region. It's been a good start, though. He's on the money. Ruston Chase, especially early in his innings, doesn't have the biggest stride, does he? So Asitha, he's putting pressure on that front foot defense. 2 slips and a gully. We saw one go through that 3rd slip or 2nd slip region yesterday. They would absolutely rue if that was to happen this morning, the Sri Lankans. They've got to stay hunting wickets as well.
He likes to field bat on ball. Yeah, a lot of credit has to be given to the Sri Lankan bowlers as well, Mali. 1 man down, and they've worked dutifully. Manage that additional workload. Yeah, uppish, but away for 4. That's the area that he's looking for Ruston Chase to play. He has protection, but a little bit wide enough for a boundary. Moves to 46. First runs of day 3, 275 for 5. Ruston Chase registering his highest test score against Sri Lanka. Moving closer to that half-century mark. Last ball of the previous over, some width and wide of the fielder as well. Ratnayaka, good economy, a couple wickets, 19 overs. Put in a good stint yesterday.
I thought he was very good yesterday, Milan Ratnayaka. Played that role for his skipper. Very economical, but also posed a wicket-taking threat as well at times, especially when he was brought in from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, the bowling coach mentioned before the start of play about their experience in first-class cricket and understanding their roles. If you notice, the West Indian batters, they are wearing that black armband, and it's to pay tribute to former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago batsman Charlie Davis, who sadly passed away yesterday. Charlie Davis represented West Indies in 15 test matches between 1968 and 1973, so condolences to his family as we pay tribute to him and his contribution to Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies cricket. That's the area he'll be looking to hit consistently. Good decision making again from Django.
Decisiveness. It's been a hallmark of this Django innings. He's been decisive in everything he's done, even when he's left. He's been assured of where that off stump is. What I like about him, he's got the intangibles that maybe you don't see. He's got something a bit different about him, that determination to really go out and fight hard for his team. He's a very talented player as well. His footwork has been decisive, whether he's been on the front foot or back. He's shown that conviction, and for someone who isn't very experienced at this level, you can tell he's got that hunger. You look in his eyes, he's got that hunger to go out and really score big. Picked up a massive double century in the regional 4-day championships just recently, so he's in good form.
Made over, so it remains 275 for 5. Saturday morning, I'm sure Mali had his early morning swim in one of the 365 beaches that Antigua and Barbuda boasts of. Wonderful flora and fauna here as well. Natural beauty. Down the leg side, there is a little bit of uncertainty there. Might just result in a couple direct hit, ricocheting. They got 3. This is good running from the West Indies. Good awareness. It's given us leg buys, so no runs to chase.
Yeah, Sri Lankans would be a little disappointed with that. What should have been really just one run, or even none if it was taken cleanly by Mendes, turned into 3. And this lead now into the 20s. In fact, they lead by 30, Sri Lanka. Can't afford to be giving away easy runs. They've got to be very disciplined. We saw that throughout yesterday.
You're not middling that one, Django. But having looked at Amir Django in first-class cricket and seen him come through the system, Mali, what has always been evident is his ability to spend time out in the middle, scoring a double century this season. And he's done it before as well. So he's shown that penchant and appetite for big scores, and that's what you want to see from your young and upcoming batters. And the level of maturity that he's demonstrated yesterday is quite compelling and really commendable from the young man. And he deserves all the plaudits. He will now want to ensure that this innings is a defining one for him. Remember that he only came into this playing 11 because of Shea Hope's unfortunate injury. But now he's making a case for himself because remember, folks, he also is a wicket keeper by trade. We saw Joshua De Silva's travails in the first innings. I'm not writing anyone off just yet, Marley, Richards, and viewers. It's just a first test and a return for Joshua De Silva, and he too had a stellar first-class season. But this little competition is quite healthy from a West Indian perspective.
Yeah, this innings has posed some interesting questions moving forward for the West Indies in terms of their combinations. Still a lot to play for in this game. Long way to go yet. But following Django's career, Samuel, nothing has come easily for him. He had to find first-class opportunities outside of Trinidad and Tobago, as we see Joshua De Silva there in the background. Maybe still ruining that stroke he played yesterday. But opportunities were hard to come by in terms of first-class cricket. He had to leave Trinidad and Tobago, found a home in the Leeward Islands. Amir Django. Good delivery and well played, solid defense on show once again. And we know it's never easy leaving home. Yes, we're the West Indies, but there are numerous islands, different cultures, go about things in different ways. He was based in St. Kitts, and it took him a while to really feel at home here in the Leewards, but he performed creditably and then earned himself an opportunity back at home. So he's always had to fight hard for his opportunities, and here he is once again so far.
Yeah, let's not forget he also scored 100 on one-day international debut, 278 for 5. They're still trailed by 30 runs, the West Indies, looking to get to that and then beyond. A wonderful day here in Antigua again. Quite blessed to have bright sunshine. Weather forecast suggests that the day will be much of the same. Will it be more of the same for the West Indians?
This partnership 110 at the moment. Moving down the leg side. No interest from the umpire. You will have that customary little chat. He's just waiting the umpire to see if they are going to review before he makes his decision whether there's bat or not. What's he thinking? Timer? Timer's gone, and now the umpire will signal. Good equilibrium as well.
Synchronicity, as they'd say. This one, once again, targeting the stumps. Something we saw from Asita Fernando in the previous over as well to Roston Chase. Just starting to target that front pad a little bit. That one is a little outside edge, a thin edge on that one. Inside edge, sorry. On that. Just taking it down the leg side. Seems to be a plan here from the Sri Lankans where they're looking to drag Roston Chase across the stumps. They'll leave a few wide outside that off stump, trying to tempt him into that loose stroke. We saw that outside edge in the previous over, well, in the first over of the day. I think they're trying to drag him across and then come with that straighter one. Hopefully trap him in front.
What a delivery. Beaten all ends up, but too good to get the outside edge.
And as you can see in the previous shot, the shirt fluttering away from Roston Chase. This breeze from east to west, he's anticipating that ball coming in. It's angling in. So he's going to be forced into playing more often than not. Good delivery. Outer half. They'll be happy with that. Played with soft hands. Didn't really travel in the air too long. It's a good area, this. Stringing some good deliveries together, the Sri Lankans. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. And this ball is still very new indeed. This is the opportunity for the Sri Lankans. They've got to take this one, remove a West Indian batter, and they're in amongst it.
And there he goes again, targeting that front part, but Roston Chase gets a bat on it. Gets 3, so he moves to 49. He's managed to get quite a lot of bat on it. Sometimes you can get yourself in problems. Just look at that front foot. But he's open enough to get access to the ball.
He's best served to present a full face, as full a face as possible on those deliveries, Sammy. Sri Lankans have sent something. They're targeting that area.
Should be a leg bite to end the over. Getting a workout, 284 for 5. Masterful Dhananjaya De Silva with 120, really holding that innings together to get them over that 300-run mark. The West Indian captain
is trying to replicate that along with Amir Django. Their partnership now stretching to 116. It's been a watchful start though, as you'd expect. Understanding the situation. Neither team releasing anything or gifting anything away. Amir Django hasn't added to his overnight tally just yet. So very cautious, and rightly so.
Exactly what the Sri Lankans would have wanted, though. Not to leak too many early here this morning. Haven't created too many chances so far. But they've been economical. Django's faced 13 deliveries so far, still yet to add to his overnight tally.
Yeah, this 6-wicket partnership, as you can see there, is the highest for West Indies against Sri Lanka. Previous highest was 115, Shane Dorich and Jason Holder at Bridgetown in 2018. Really good test from Asita.
Yeah, it's that consistency that we've seen throughout the test match so far from him in particular. Especially with the new ball in hand. As we said, he's not express pace. He's not someone that's going to really scare you or be too hostile, but he is very skillful indeed. And in these conditions, especially with a new ball in hand, he poses a constant threat with that consistency. And he's just building some pressure here on Django.
Should get a couple.
Was this scoring at West Indies women's game? On what else? Women at stake is the semi-final spot, right? West Indies.
Let's also pay attention to the Women's T20 World Cup, Malian viewers. West Indies women with a semi-final berth up for grabs, currently playing against Ireland. So we want to wish the West Indian women's team all the best in that all-important fixture. A win for the West Indies women will put them through. 72 for 4 at the moment in the 13th over. Lots of action taking place. The focus, though, is on this one. Django into the 80s. Just a couple from that over, 286 for 5. Relatively cool out in the middle at the moment with that wind factor.
does provide some respite for the players. Many of the venues here in the West Indies, they have that open eastern side to allow the free flow of wind. Both east and west here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We have that. Ratnayaka continues. Chase on 49. They're complaining a little bit maybe about the drone.
3 good deliveries, and the 4th delivery, I thought he just lost his patience a little bit. He was hanging those balls outside the off stump, forcing Django into leaving. And he decided to go a bit straight. He was clipped away for a couple, giving Django his first runs of the morning. Just releasing the pressure slightly. And as we said, it's a patience game. I heard Jimmy saying it this morning, especially this format of the game. It's a team that can really hold its composure and stay patient. Keep doing the good things over and over here. Force the West Indies in this situation to go a bit harder than they would like to. Maybe being hypercritical, but in the grand scheme of things, the pressure was just released with that little clip.
It's about reading the game situation, understanding that now, for now, the Sri Lankans might be on top with the ball, still relatively new, start of a new day. You want to get yourself in. And then when you realize that you're in and they might be a little bit wary, the ball not doing as much, and you can pounce, you pounce then. And then if things change as the day goes by, then you understand what's needed at that particular time. That's the beauty of this format. And that's the one that just goes into the right-hander, but ill-lined.
Yeah, you can't afford to start that delivery too straight to the right-handed Chase with this breeze. It's a strong breeze, stiff breeze, east to west. Left to right. Across your screen here, coming across Roston Chase. Have a look at that shirt blowing in the wind.
Still something for the bowlers.
Yeah, he's just got that ability at times to just get that ball to hold its line. More into the pitch, that one, more back of a length. It's Roston Chase getting a bit square there, playing on the move, but he survives nonetheless. Hunting a welcome half century here in this format. It's been a while for Roston Chase.
Probing. Maiden over 286 for 5.
$15 runs scored so far in this first session on day 3. West Indies 22 runs adrift. Well negotiated by Amir Django. That's been the hallmark of his innings. His precision with leaving the ball outside the off stump. his patience to allow bowlers to bowl at him and for him to control where he scores. Once more, starting day 3 with great organization of the mind, and his application superb to look at. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Good morning. I'm sure this will please you.
Morning, Darren. Morning to viewers from wherever you are in the world watching this absorbing contest at the minute. Second new ball. Sri Lanka's best bowler by a long way, Asita, in a contest with Amir Jangu. Full toss not put away, but it's been an absorbing contest. The second new ball started yesterday evening. Jangu and his captain negotiated it very well to go into the close of play. Both of them not out starting over this morning. And it's been a war of attrition, really. Very disciplined start from the Sri Lankan fast bowlers, Asita and Milan Ratnayaka. Wicket's still a good one for batting.
We've spoken a lot. Tactic is the right one. Looking at Jangu and what he did yesterday and the bowlers and their strategy towards him, they were generally wide outside the off stump. That is where he scored majority of his runs. I just wonder if that line has to change. Maybe more deliveries finishing on the stumps on day 3. We did see some variable bounce yesterday. This wicket will surely deteriorate further. And I just feel there is an opportunity for the Sri Lankan bowlers to just reverse their plans. Bowl majority of the deliveries coming into both Jangu and Chase and use the one going away as the surprise element.
It's definitely something to be considered, but every so often you get deliveries like that one that I think would encourage the bowlers to keep plugging away on that 5th stump line with the 2 slips and the gully catching behind. Excellent delivery once again from Asit, who has been the standout bowler for the Sri Lankans. On a very, very placid pitch, he has consistently done 2 things. He's asked questions, tempting, looking for that outside edge, but at the same time giving absolutely nothing away. He's been miserly in his approach, and that is based on just putting really, really good strings together, ball after ball. Single to finish, 91 overs completed. The West Indies 287 for 5.
West Indies trailing by 21 runs. Yet another series between these 2 decorated test-playing nations, West Indies and Sri Lanka. And I'm sure that many following this series might be surprised with the naming of the trophy, Jimmy and viewers. Sobers to Sarah. I know many West Indians will remember Sir Gary Sobers and his heroics in Test match cricket, but they might be unfamiliar with Michael Tissera.
Yeah, one of the founding fathers of Sri Lankan cricket in the era before they were playing Test cricket. And he actually started in an era when everything they played was unofficial, quote unquote.
Yes, yes, yes.
Another single to Django. Yes, Tissera. And let me make it clear that I've done my research. I'm not that old. Both distinguished gentlemen, Tissera and Sobers, well before my time. But he was a batsman who had a couple of unofficial hundreds against both India and Pakistan. And it's interesting, the Sobers connection. Gary Sobers actually had a huge influence on Sri Lankan cricket back in the days when they were called Ceylon. Did a lot of coaching there back in the day and left a huge impression and a lasting legacy that stays up to this day. But two gentlemen who obviously contributed greatly to both cricket fraternities, West Indies and Sri Lanka, and now the legacy lives on through the naming of this trophy for the ongoing contest.
Both players, of course, immortalized in this trophy. That's four. And that's a significant half century for Roston Chase, his 12th in Test match cricket, his first in the last 21 Test innings, first against Sri Lanka, and his first as the West Indies Test captain. Well played.
He deserves the plaudits, Roston Chase, at a time when his team needed an innings from the captain. Soft hands, good delivery, but guiding it safely down to third man, and his team will be very, very grateful for this contribution, taking them ever so close, much needed milestone.
Drives handsomely through extra cover, strong enough to go into the boundary line, so consecutive boundaries, and Roston Chase grows in confidence.
Excellent shot through the offside. Had to reach for it a little bit, but he bent that front knee, bringing him closer to the line of the ball, and ended up placing it very, very well between extra cover mid-off. So consecutive boundaries for Roston Chase and important runs for the West Indies.
Lead by Sri Lanka, just 12. End of the over, 296 for 5.
As we take another look at Roston Chase now, freeing his arms, almost a shot of relief, having waited so long for a Test 50. We haven't seen Roston Chase playing too many expansive drives up to that point, and it might just be a sign of things to come. Critical partnership this in the context of the game, certainly from a West Indian perspective. Partnership now worth 128 between Chase and Django. Django obviously at this point would have his eyes on what could be a first Test century here in Antigua. There's still a lot of work to be done by both batsmen if they're to get themselves into a position of a lead and pressure on Sri Lanka batting second.
Yeah, I just looked at Amir Django and the way he went about scoring runs yesterday evening. He finished on 78. 40 of his 78 runs came off singles, and majority of those runs coming in that extra cover region. Again, an indication of his proficiency driving the ball. We haven't seen that from all batters in this test match, many of them vulnerable with the drive. It's been an issue across both teams. Kusal Mendes was guilty of driving one and losing his wicket. Again, it was a full length, maybe too wide on that occasion. Then Brandon King hitting on the up. And the last wicket to fall, Joshua De Silva chasing a wide delivery. So good lengths being driven. And also that wide line, maybe something that Joshua De Silva would reflect on and try to eliminate in his second dig in this test match.
I think I'd contextualize all of that by saying that you're batting on a wicket that you know is a good wicket. You're going to get drives on this wicket. I think one of the key issues for all of those dismissals is how long are you prepared to wait until you get the ball in the right area. I know it's a word that many people don't like to hear, but there's a certain amount of discipline that is required by any successful top order player. Kusal would look back on that and say, I didn't have to go at that. And both King and De Silva would be saying, listen, I was out there long enough to know what a good driving link should be. And I think they let themselves down on the decision-making side, not so much from a technical point of view.
Yeah, I concur. Clearly a misjudgment on length. High risk in terms of stroke play so early in your innings. That's a real beauty about test match cricket and red ball cricket. There are fielders in attacking positions, so your margin for error is very narrow.
Oh, come on, man.
297 for 5. Runs away from leveling Sri Lanka's first innings score. "13 overs old, this second new ball.
Test match 50 for Ruston Chase, much needed. As many deliveries as he had to defend, he was always looking to score. Ruston Chase had his fair share of good fortune, but very quick on anything that served up by way of width or length, and a really relieved West Indies captain at the minute. He needed that innings.
Another good judgment by Amir Django.
Just looking at the carry on some of these deliveries, and I think based on the point you made earlier, Darren, about more trying a straighter line, I think that kind of carry really encourages bowlers to keep it fifth stump. It's very difficult for a fast bowler to see that kind of carry and then be encouraged to bowl straighter, as much as it might be something that could work. Really good bowling this from Milan Ratnaika. He's started the day from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and he has not put a foot wrong so far this morning. Even the drives from Ruston Chase are good deliveries. He's encouraging Ruston to get his hands away from him. Yes, he might go for a boundary, but the line and the lengths, especially to Django, have been really tight this morning.
That's on the leg side. Should be a couple byes, just one. I always felt when playing red ball cricket, especially at the start of a day's play, if you're the bowling team, it gives you more latitude to be attacking. You can also deploy that approach at the start of every session in the day's play too. Hence I'm preferring being a little more attacking tactically from Sri Lanka as against playing the patience game and waiting for the batter to make an error. Ball him! Did it? Did it play the bat? Happened so quickly. But there was a sound. And Dhananjaya de Silva. We just have a discussion. Another beautiful delivery from Ratnaike. 298 for 5.
And at this point in time, go to Mr. Charles to rally in your Windies merchandise that includes travel polos, new T20 kits with training shirts, along with hats and caps. Visit the stadium gift shop just outside of the main entrance to the South Stand. They take card and cash.
Last ball of the previous over was a real threat. Scramble seam, ball coming in off the inside edge.
Confirmation there that it took a healthy inside edge onto Ruston Chase's pad. Muted appeal in the end, started off vociferously and then died away very quietly. Rajita, having replaced Asit at the Sir Andy Roberts end, wasn't at his best yesterday. Rajita, if I'm comparing, I would have said he turned out to be the weak link in the Sri Lankan bowling effort. Abundance of energy very early in the morning here in Antigua. Milan Ratnaika. But the bowling coach, Ryan van Niekerk, spoke to Sri Lanka being unable to put sessions together. And if I'm being hypercritical, I think Rajita was really the one responsible for that not happening. And he'll be very keen this morning to get off to a good start. He's been handed the baton in a very good place from Asita, who's delivered his customary tight overs at the top, set the tone, And it is now for Rajita to take that baton and continue building pressure here in Antigua.
New brains trust for Sri Lanka. Gary Kirsten, head coach. Didn't mention the bowling coach, Ryan van der Kirk. There's also a fielding coach from South Africa, Jordan Gregory, who's also part of that Sri Lankan setup on this tour. I'm sure trying to impart their own coaching philosophies with this Sri Lankan group. And it takes time, most definitely. Just one off the over, 299 for 5.
Direct your attention to the side screen on the east side. QR code. Scan the QR code and you deposit a cricket tribute, or you can post a bit and have it posted.
84 to Amir Django, Roston Chase on 57. Partnership of 131. West Indies just 9 adrift from Sri Lanka's total. Beautiful stroke. Didn't have to run. He just leant on it and offered sufficient power to get 4. 300 comes up 2.
What a way to bring up the West Indies 300. Amir Django, very compact. It was just a punch right under his eyes. No great flourish, but the timing was perfect. Just a little bit too full in length, and he's been there long enough, Amir Django. His 8th boundary.
Keep your eyes on his head, his hands, and that front leg. Doesn't overstride into the ball. He allows the ball to come on to him. Just gets that energy going in the right direction. The line too straight, so he covers it sufficiently to beat that fielder in mid-off.
And the reply from Milan is to immediately come from around the wicket. So changing his angle to Amir Django, coming into the left-hander. It's just such a good batting wicket here, Darren. We know first session into day 3, and we really haven't seen anything from the surface that would suggest that anytime soon batting conditions are going to change.
I like this move by Ratnaike. He's changed the angle. He's now planting a seed in Django's mind that there's a higher probability of the ball coming into him as against going away. So there'll be a greater tendency for Django to play at deliveries. He's reverted to over now.
Amir Django's driving throughout this game has been superb. Textbook stuff. Stays side on, waits, and then waits some more, and keeps hitting the ball right under his head. Something that you could put in a coaching manual for young players.
Nice glove work. Kusal Mendes diving away to his right. 303 for 5. Flags fluttering, evidence of the strong wind that blows across this venue. Aids fast bowling, the ability to swing the ball. As a batter too, you can use the wind to your advantage. Hit with the wind to get maximum distance.
Wicketkeeper Kusal Mendes again showing a level of mobility and agility and an excellent right hand. That right hand responsible for a beautiful catch to dismiss Justin Greaves just before tea on day 2.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you look at the Sri Lankan fast bowlers, and when they've tried to bring the ball into batters, their lines just gotten a little too straight. Maybe that is something that Ryan van der Kerk will need to speak to them as a collective on. Because if you're trying to surprise the batter with that delivery that comes in, you probably want to stay close to the same line that you're bowling when you're taking the ball away. So the batter don't have any sort of telegraph notice that you're changing the direction of the ball that you're bowling.
I agree with you, Darren. And it's interesting watching Rajitha. It's 3 deliveries now in this over where they're dot balls, but they haven't really necessitated Ruston Chase having to think too hard about leaving. So there's no real mental energy expended by the batsman in negotiating those 3 deliveries, as opposed to Asith in the spell previously. Again, a dot ball, but no real thought needed by Ruston Chase. Asith, on the other hand, almost every single delivery, he's forcing you to make a decision and to make a decision very late. That in turn wears you down as a batter, builds pressure, and sometimes induces a mistake. And that is where Rajitha, that would be for me his next level, to get to that point where more deliveries are forcing a decision, a late decision, and building pressure.
Yeah, very easy for Ruston Chase to consolidate his position, to settle into his innings on day 3.
The other thing from a batting perspective, deliveries like that offer you so much information risk-free without you having to pay for them. You're picking up bounce, pace, swing, the light, the conditions, the wind, all for nothing. You haven't been engaged at all, but you've been given that information for free.
That's a better line. So maiden over. Score remains on 303 for 5. And we will have drinks after the first hour on day 3.
After 97 overs, we are taking the Sunday drinks break. The West Indies 303 for 5, trailing Sri Lanka by just 5 runs, with Django not out on 88 and Roston Chase not out on 57.
The West Indies have done an excellent job of denying Sri Lanka an early strike this morning. The first hour, no doubt, belonging to West Indies. Yeah, 2 half centuries of significance. Amir Django and Chase leading the way. West Indies trailing just by 5 runs. Yeah, so we've seen some solid defense from West Indies this morning. And here's another man who has built his career on patience, just letting the bowlers make the mistakes. Shivnarine Chandapal had some wonderful innings for West Indies throughout his career. The Sri Lankan searching for an answer. Mali Richards alongside me.
Yeah, great to see those pictures there. The great Shivnarine Chandapal, affectionately known as Tiger. And he was a fighter, wasn't he? And that's something we've seen from Amir Django in this innings. He was absolutely superb. He showed a compact defense, sound technique. He's been assured in everything he's done, whether it's been defense or attack. And he's looking for a maiden test 100 here in just his 2nd test. Fans enjoying the Django innings so far. He was quick on anything short as well, but this has been a hallmark of his play. His front foot play has been superb. He's been still at the crease. He's left well outside the off stump, but that has been the shot of the day so far. Down the ground, full face, on show. Amir Django, 88 not out and counting. He's faced 216 deliveries, but you also Got to take into account the innings played by the West Indies skipper, Ruston Chase. Came in under a bit of pressure, but managed to pick up his 12th half century at this level. That one squirted away off the outside edge. He had a bit of luck early in his innings, but towards the back end of that first hour of play, it started to look a lot more assured, especially off the front foot, through his favorite area, the offside. We're back now after the drinks break, and it's going to be spin, Stacey, and Sonal Dinosha introduced into the attack. Both 24 overs. I thought he was quite good in the context of things with Sri Lanka. One bowler down. He was probably brought into the attack a little bit earlier than expected, but he played a good role in terms of that economy rate, picked up the 1 wicket. And he allowed Captain Dhananjaya De Silva to rotate his bowlers from the other end. You start from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end now.
Yeah, Ahmed Jangu will settle in nicely to the spinners. He's done such a wonderful job of letting the bowlers bowl to him. Hasn't been chasing deliveries wide outside the off stump.
It's been chases at times, just chased a few outside that off stump. He's had a little flirt at times, but this is a vulnerable period. After a break, they've got to get themselves in again, the West Indies batters.
I think they've done a good job of getting themselves set, seeing off that new ball threat early. Asita Fernando, we've acknowledged that he has been one of the best bowlers for Sri Lanka. Yeah, wonderful pictures, Mali, your beautiful island. Nice, bright seas.
It's looking quite calm out there on the seas, and there's an element of calm when Amir Jangu is on strike. He's really quieted the opposition so far, 89 of 218. He hasn't gone too hard this morning. The Sri Lankans still have an element of control here. In effect, West Indies are none for 5, still trailing by 3. So they want to get past that Sri Lankan first innings total.
Yeah, top shot from Amir Jangu. His good form continues. Driving excellence from him.
And with that 4, the West Indies now go past Sri Lanka. They lead by 1. Once again on the front foot. Not really overstriding, but the weight transferred quite well. That head position, superb, right on top of that delivery. And at this level, you expect those to be put away. Found the gap superbly, Amir Jangu. Into the 90s now, Stace. He's looking very good indeed.
Oh, there's an edge. Flying past the outstretched arms of the skipper in slip. A diving effort on the boundary. We'll wait to see if it was saved, but a chance, you'll say. Tough one, though. Gonna have a boundary check.
Stop. Middle.
So the umpires were happy that that was 3 runs. West Indies in the lead by 4. Amir Django 196. Yeah, just yesterday, you look at how he's managed his innings today, and I think quite erudite from Amir Django. Yes, this is the potential chance. A bit late on it, Dhananjaya, but just to highlight, yeah, close. Very good effort as well from Patham Nasanka and the boundary. Yeah, but just thinking back to yesterday and the 2 mistakes that Amir Django made, and just showing knowledge of what the Sri Lankans are trying to do. Yeah, not buying into how they tried to dismiss him this morning. If you look back yesterday, the 2 mistakes that he made, edging that one, yes, that one went over the slip cordon, but you can see that he was not in control. Deliveries outside the off stump, and there, the edge, inducing him into it again outside the off stump, where a third slip would have been. Today, they bowl a number of deliveries outside the off stump. And he didn't chase any of them. One, that's because the ball was a lot newer, and the understanding of how they were trying to get him out. So again, just applying that knowledge from yesterday, Amir Django, and ensuring that he stays today now 196. You note that when he started his innings, because of the number of leaves, took him a while before he got his first run. Just such good understanding of what the bowlers are trying to do out there.
Stacey, if you look back to those loose strokes, if you want to say, from Amir Django yesterday, if you check the length of those deliveries, the ball was maybe on the way up, not quite there for the drive. When he's driven well, he's gotten to the pitch of those deliveries. Have a look here. Just on the way up, outside edge taken. Once again, not quite there. It looks drivable, but it's not quite there for the drive.
There's a chance. It's flicked away. This could be it for Amir Django. It's getting close to the boundary. And what a celebration for him. He has done it. What a moment for the young man. A composed and mature innings. A display of remarkable sagacity and control. From all he promised to full reward. That is the significant innings for Amir Django.
Well, it was 100 on ODI debut against Bangladesh back in 2024. And here he is in his 2nd test match, Amir Django, here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's been a welcome venue for him. He scored a lot of runs here indeed. And here he is in his 2nd test match, bringing up his maiden 100 under pressure. We spoke about maybe not expecting to get this opportunity coming into this match, maybe the day before, but here he is out in the middle and he's taking it with both hands. Partnership 148 now between this pair.
An over that he'll remember for a long time comes to an end. 316, West Indies leading by 8. 5 wickets down. Yeah, big 100 there for Amir Django. He'll want to convert that into a big one. Only the 2nd 100 for West Indies at home in the last 4 years. So 100 of significance for more than one reason. Ruston Chase, so important now. Still a lot of work to be done. West Indies, yeah, Amir Django just flicking that one a bit uppishly past the field at mid-wicket, but no chance for him. Love the celebration, fist pump in the air, the acknowledgement from everyone. So much passion. Shamar Joseph, he celebrated as if it was his 100. Now he's trying to be expansive, using his feet.
150 partnership up there for Amir Django, but jubilation on the face of the young Trinidadian. Have a look at that. Backroom staff, Shea Hope as well there amongst it. Giving him his congratulations. What an innings it's been. And based on what we've seen since he's gotten to 100, he's probably going to look to start opening up here, Amir Django.
Yeah, a bit of width offered. There's protection there. Yeah, as I mentioned, yes, 150 runs partnership. Still a lot of work to be done. Can't give away the good start. Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Kimar Roach, Jaden Seals, they can swing a bat. But the composure is still needed from West Indies.
Once again, good footwork from Django, accessing the offside. Good running as well. 2 runs. But that assured footwork on a show. You were saying previously, Stacey, and it would be a shame to throw away all the hard work. They've worked so hard to forge themselves this position, forge themselves ahead in this test match. It's just got to lock in once again, Amir Django.
Yeah, what will eventually start happening in Sri Lanka? They started with certain plans to him. Notice that they kept pushing it outside the off stump, but eventually they had to change. They started bringing it closer to him, and then scoring became easier. $100 overs gone, 322 for 5.
Tell me what I'm doing.
322 for 5. West Indies with a lead. Every run now will keep pressure on Sri Lanka. Lead of 14 runs. Sailing that Antiguan flag proudly. Kids having fun as well. Mali. This one is hit aerially, but enough to get to the rope as well. So you mentioned him beginning to be expansive. That one, errant in line and capitalized as well, Django.
Yeah, he's starting to open up a little bit here. Still got to pick his moments, Amir Django. He's gone down the hill with the breeze. So good option, really. Wasn't quite there, but just went with the natural angle. And Rajita, he's been under a bit of pressure. It's been the one bowler that maybe hasn't provided that element of consistency. He's conceded 86 so far. A lot was expected from him, considering his previous history here in the West Indies. But Amir Django, what 100 it's been. A maiden test 100 here in the first test. He's taken his opportunity. It's been compact. How many times have you heard that word? Compactness on that straight drive. It's been decisive. His heart would have been in his mouth for a split second on that one, but didn't quite go near the Sri Lankan fielder or a hand. 108 and counting. It's been 50 runs in extras as well, so the Sri Lankans have been a little ill-disciplined in that area. It'll be, what, the third top score of the innings? Chase 60 off 104, and it seems like Chase hasn't faced a delivery for a little while. He's been starved of the strikes, this.
Yeah, and that's okay, you know, it's a partnership for a reason, and Amir Django has found his range so far in this morning session. Yeah, half century of extras. A lot of that owing to the buys and mainly because of the inconsistency and bounce that we've seen on the surface. A number of deliveries rolled through and past Kusal Mendes on the way. 25 buys you see there.
Yeah, but that's something I think they'll be a little accustomed to growing up in subcontinent conditions, low, slower pitches, variable bounce. It's a good outfield here. I don't think he has too much of an excuse to not get his body behind those deliveries. Once again, targeting the stumps, Ruston Chase. That one probably hitting the toe of the bat. A picturesque sight indeed here in the Leeward Islands, Antigua in particular. The land of 365 beaches. I'm not sure, have you been to any yet, Stacey Ann?
Well, I've been here watching some really good test cricket. I can't beat the entertainment here just yet, but I rely on you, Mali, local boy, to take me to some of your beaches here. Lots to choose from. Such beautiful scenes. Some tourists enjoying themselves there.
Tell you what, though, the sargassum around your side, where you're staying, the eastern side of the island, has been particularly bad this year. So it's really affected the beaches on the eastern side of the island. So if you are going to check a few out, best served to check the south, the northwest as well. Some beautiful beaches on that side. But it's the end of that Rajita over. It's 328 for 5.
Sri Lankan bowlers toiling hard on a placid surface here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Standout bowlers Asitha, Fernando and Milan Rakanayaka, Danusha contributed as well, and of course Kumara, who had to go off after bowling just one over. Kusal Mendes, physiotherapist, just having a check of his leg. And we're hoping that he's okay. They've already been marred by injury so far in this match, Sri Lanka. Won't want to add another one. Huge moment for Amir Django, getting his maiden century. Is always a good feeling to get your first, and one that he'll remember for years to come. He was looking eagerly, ensuring that the ball got to the boundary. Breathing a sigh of relief as well. He got there in the end. Just to think back that he may not have been playing this test match had it not been for an injury. Talk about grabbing your opportunities, Mali.
taking them with both hands, as you said previously. But that's something that we've seen from him. He's had to fight for every opportunity. Started at the first class level. He bided his time. He was brought into the one-day setup, got an opportunity, scored a century on debut, and you can tell with the celebration there, the congratulations from the backroom staff, just how happy they are for him. Someone that puts in a lot of work, Amir Django, especially on the technical side of the game, but the mental side seems to be where it needs to be for this format. Seems to be able to adjust to the situation very well. Quite adept at doing so.
We mentioned Sri Lanka, of course, searching for that breakthrough on this surface. Obviously came into this display with set plans.
Oh!
And that one keeping a bit low, but alert to it. Amir Django. You heard their bowling coach talk about them just stringing together a lot of good deliveries more often and winning more moments. He thought that they had one moment where they won yesterday. And then wasn't able to win other moments. It's key for Sri Lanka to stay on top. Not to stay on top rather, but to find a way to break through in this partnership.
Yeah, they've got to stay motivated. You know, it's hot conditions here. Very testing stuff indeed, but they've got to stay motivated, as possible. This game's still in the balance. The West Indies haven't gotten away. Only lead by 22. So effectively 22 for 5. Sri Lanka, no one wicket here will get them amongst the bowlers. But what we've seen from the West Indian bowlers with bat in hand in recent times has been quite encouraging. You think Alzari, Joseph, Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach in particular, proving to be quite a difficult batsman to dislodge. 330 for 5.
Yeah, 330 for 5 West Indies. Sri Lanka searching for an answer. Yeah, change of bowling. Asitha Fernando back, replacing Rajitha.
Changing bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end, returning bowler Asitha Fernando.
Still the most economical bowler, Asitha Fernando.
These are the tight margins that the Sri Lankan bowlers have faced when bowling to Roston Chase. Just outside that off stump, you see that line there outside the off stump. Anything outside that he leaves, but anything just inside, he's forced into playing. The blue deliveries on the right of screen there. Forcing Roston Chase into maybe playing at something that he wouldn't really be playing at normally. Tight, tight lines indeed. from the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, Seta Fernando in particular as well, executing that plan, and that's something that the coaches have spoken about from Sri Lanka. Just staying in with it for a longer period of time and try to induce that mistake, knowing that it's a good surface. Close, but not close enough to get that wicket. A few edges as well that flew through the slip cordon, and you also think about the field setting with that plan. See a few balls go through that slip cordon close to that third slip region, but they've persisted with just 2 slips, Sri Lanka, even when the ball was newer this morning.
Oh yeah, and we see Asitha being brought back into the attack at this stage. What, some 30 minutes or so before lunch, because the Sri Lankans need a wicket. It's getting to that period now where they need to break this partnership, and he's been the most likely option for them in this test match so far. It's bowled predominantly from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's gotten that swing, maybe not the penetration at this stage, but still very economical. That's good running, good batting that from Jangu. Not quite out the middle, but one nonetheless. Seems like he's going to need a bit of a bat change there. That one maybe hitting quite low on the toe of the bat area.
Yeah, that's also been a highlight of this partnership, the running between the wickets. We've seen very often balls going out to the boundary. Even when it's close to a fielder, they're thinking 3 runs and they're getting it. It speaks to the fitness culture as well in this team, batting for such long periods of time and still managing to turn 2s into 3s when it's on offer.
Very good shot there, just picked out the fielder at extra cover. Ruston Chase. And you can tell the fielder's in a bit of trouble. That was hit with immense power. Got to him very quickly indeed. Looks like the substitute fielder in Surya Bandara there. As we see Jamel Warrican bringing out a change in bat for Amir Jangu.
He's holding his wrist. You can imagine you came on as a substitute fielder. Surya Bandara replacing Kumara. He's been hit really hard. Seems to hit him on his wrist. He's in some pain. Physiotherapist has been quite busy this morning.
It's quite close in that extra cover position as well. Surya Bandara. Pasindu.
Yeah, Amir Jangu, the face of discernment, patience, and capitalizing when he gets his chance. Yeah, beautiful vertical bat from him. Shots really all around the ground, but his driving has been brilliant. Amir Jangu, well-deserved century. Big celebrations, bigger smiles from him.
And just looking at that celebration there, I hope Jamal Warrican brought out another stick of gum for Amir Jangu. Seemed to have lost it when he was celebrating, and we know how important chewing gum could be to certain batters in terms of their concentration levels.
Didn't want to say it, Mali. Good spot though. In the heat of the celebration, just losing his gum. Wouldn't mind that too much. Still batting well. Getting some treatment to his bat, treatment to the substitute fielder, now to the bat, Amir Jangu. Yeah, another substitute fielder on. Lahiru Udara. Haven't seen much of that. There is an appeal as well. Yeah, seem interested. Don't think the umpire is, but we just might well see some more short stuff from Sri Lanka.
Good delivery to end, taking chase but bit by surprise. West Indies lead by 24. 3-3-2 for 5.
Oh!
Dinusha to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Electing now to go around the wicket to the left-handed Django. Half a peel on that last delivery from Asita. Might just have clipped the helmet. Yes, confirmation from technology that it did indeed touch the helmet, and that was the reason for the sound and the muted appeal from Sri Lanka. Both these batsmen achieving milestones and starting to look to be a little bit more expansive, as you would expect, confidence growing. Chase. Defending to cover to end the 104th over. The West Indies now 3-3-3 for 5. Asita to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Amir Django.
Okay.
2 is the call, settling for 1. It's been a session of personal achievements, Sammy. Both these batters getting to well-deserved landmarks here at Sir Vivian Richard Stadium on what is turning out to be, on day 3, an even better wicket for batting.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. Absolutely. Batted the entirety of session 3 yesterday, and so far today unscathed. A remarkable partnership, 166 at the moment. Amir Django and his record, Jimmy, he has 2 first-class centuries. Before today, of course, 2 first-class centuries, and both of them, he's converted the century into a double century. So every time he's gone past 100 in red ball cricket, he's made it count quite significantly. And that's what you want from young players coming through. Daddy centuries, big hundreds, and not just settle for getting past the triple figure. Keeping a close eye on proceedings, and as have the 2 batters out in the middle, very watchful, and they found ways to score. So it'll be interesting to see how Django goes and how he concentrates for even much longer periods of time. But the ability to do it before, that experience of having converted a century into a double century, and he will learn a lot about himself at this level in this format. Yes, he scored a century in international cricket before, on debut in one-day internationals, as you've heard before. But to come in test match cricket and to do it in your 3rd innings, only your 3rd innings, he'll learn a lot about himself. He'll get confidence, and he'll feel a certain sense of belonging at this level. You heard Mali Richards speak earlier about his journey, having to leave the first-class setup in Trinidad and Tobago to go to the Leeward Islands. Made a base here before returning, and he's done everything to get himself here. And it's really nice to see him being rewarded. Well defended again. You and I were just talking off air about what this innings means for West Indies in terms of selection. They have now found themselves in something of a dilemma. Once Shea Hope is deemed fit to slot back into this playing 11, what do they do with this Django's century? A lot of scrutiny, as I mentioned earlier, will be placed on Joshua De Silva, but it's a good headache for that man's centre of screen when you have performing players to choose from. That's what you want as a selector. That's the type of headache you want. Dying on the way through to the wicketkeeper. 334 for 5. Yeah, this partnership with 166. Floyd Reefer mentioned getting a few 50-run partnerships and then a 100-run partnership. This is a massive one, looking to extend it even further.
Come on, come on. Oh!
Beaten on the outside edge. From around the wicket, that angle across him. So a different method of operation here for Dinusha.
Just looking at a stat that came through, Jimmy. No West Indies player has ever scored hundreds in both tests and ODIs as early in their international careers as Amir Django. Third test innings, 100. First ODI innings, 100. Remarkable stuff from someone who has journeyed through our first-class system for such a long time. Deliberate, quite deliberate from Django. Knew that there are vacant areas out there. It will dribble towards the boundary just now.
This is batsmanship of the highest order from Amir Django, coming down the wicket, electing to go aerial, knowing that it wasn't turning back into him, so actually going with the angle, getting enough time to get underneath it, loft it over cover with enough legs to get to the boundary. It's interesting you speak about his approach. He plays one-day cricket very well. He's had success in one-day cricket, so we know that he has shots. He can play shots. But he's been very, very selective. That's been one of the highlights of this innings so far. Watchful, yes, but very selective in where he's looking to score his runs. And he seems to be somebody who measures risk very well.
All great tenets for test match batsmanship. You can hear that disappointment from him finding the fielder. 338 for 5. Sort of a symmetry in that wickets column. 10, then 5, then none on day 3 so far. Early days yet. Run rate though has dropped from day 1 quite significantly. West Indies looking to set up this test match. If they can get a lead upwards of 100, close to 150, push that barrier. Elegant, really gorgeous from Ruston Chase. The timing, the placement. Top stuff.
Well, this is one out of the coaching manual. Good stride forward, hands through the ball, waited long enough. And just waiting a fraction of a second, getting it perfectly placed between cover and mid-off. And what a difference a half century can make for an individual. Ruston Chase now beginning to blossom. Some beautiful drives through the offside. Now on 66. Pressure on the Sri Lankans. I have a theory, Samuel, that...
One of your many theories.
One of my many theories, correct. You don't really forget stuff. Stuff can get hidden for a while because of different issues, sometimes mental, sometimes technical. But Ruston Chase has 5 test hundreds, which he scored in the first half of his career, which we've brought up on screen prior. And he, unlike Django, is not in uncharted territory. He has trodden this path before. On 5 occasions, he has been in this situation. And without wanting to preempt, just with the point you made a while ago about Django's journey, a little bit different for Ruston. It's been a while, but he has been here before. He knows how to convert. He knows how to do it at the highest level. And I'd be very surprised if there isn't that little man on his shoulder just reminding him that we've been here before, we can do this, and we have perfect conditions here in Antigua in this test match. And I think at some point he will have to start really making sure that that little man doesn't get too loud on his shoulder. A leg side field now being set for Django. 2 men at mid-wicket. So maybe, as Darren Ganga alluded to earlier, a shift in approach in line to Amir Django. Maybe they've seen enough of his drives through the offside and might think that as well as limiting his run scoring, it opens up the opportunity for a catch and a possible dismissal.
Yeah, from a Sri Lankan perspective, they will be looking to take time out of this game as well. So they don't want West Indies to score freely. So trying to stem the flow of runs while still trying to get wickets. That's what they'll be thinking. That's lofted, quite deliberate again from Django. Couple bounces for 4. So he is now countering their plan with a plan of his own.
Deliberately done, Amir Django. Kept a straight bat face through that shot. You see the look of disappointment on Asid's face, easily clearing the man at mid-on in the ring. And enough on it to bounce a couple times. So both players now beginning to open up, both beginning to be a bit more expansive. And both of them putting more pressure now on Sri Lanka. The lead now 39. And another change in plan. One of the men on the onside, the mid-wicket, coming back to gully. So just the one mid-wicket. A slip on a gully catching behind. Asita responds with a tight fifth stump line to finish the 107th over. It is 3:47 for 5.
Happy birthday. Today, Saturday, 27th. Greetings to you, blessings to you, and hopefully you have a very good day today. Happy birthday, Miss Olive.
50 extras from Sri Lanka. West Indies going past 100 overs in their first innings. Another one of the things that they've spoken about previously. On the cusp of 350. I haven't seen that too regularly from them. Amir Django, though, sterling innings. And Captain Ruston Chase under tremendous pressure as well, registering a half-century. Both looking to add to their tally. West Indian bowlers had the entirety of day 2 to rest. We've had this session so far. No doubt they'll be looking for an additional session or 2, because it's not going to be easy work to dislodge Sri Lanka a second time on the surface. So every bit of a lead counts for the West Indies to give themselves enough of a cushion if they are to press for a victory in this first test. Yeah, full toss and duly dispatched by Ruston Chase. So important to still look to score and not just be defensive. 350 comes up for the West Indies.
Rank bad ball from Dinusha. Low full toss, gratefully accepted by Ruston Chase. Still had the presence of mind to keep his shape through the shot and went for placement over power, getting it to the left of the man at mid-on. But you can sense the momentum changing here, Sammy. If you think in the first hour of play, 32 runs scored, and Sri Lanka really keeping things tight, keeping a lid on things. But the second hour with 2 batsmen in, good wicket, things, the momentum now has certainly shifted towards the West Indies. Call of 2. And these 2 batsmen are really looking as if they're intent on cashing in on really good batting conditions. Chase moving into his 70s now on 73.
Just about thing that Sri Lanka really looked bereft of options, wicket-taking options, given the limitations that they had, and also in quite docile conditions. Ruston Chase knows that we're minutes away, literally, from the luncheon interval. We'll certainly have 1 over after this one, at most. Kushal Mendes just having a little laugh with him.
Tie your shoelace, Ruston. Tie those laces, Ruston.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes. It's too many minutes to tie laces for. Yeah, the umpire wants to get things underway. They know exactly what's happening as well. He hasn't seen the funny side of things. Yeah, a quick glance at the watch. We will have 1 more, I think.
Over ball.
Let's have a look at the umpires to make sure. 353 for 5. Can he get to the stump before the clock ticks over? I think he can, and so we'll have a final over before the interval.
Coming to Windies.
Coming Mendes for the first time in this test match. The ambidextrous Kamindu Mendes, right hand off spin is what he's opting for. Final over of session 1, day 3. He has protection there, so it would just be a single. But 2 successive sessions, Jimmy. Yesterday, that final session. Today, the full session. These 2 have been unbeaten.
Assuming a wicketless over here from Kamindu. It's been an excellent display from Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, and his young charge, Amir Django.
Oh!
Wicket falling just on the cusp of tea yesterday, giving Sri Lanka that hope of getting into the West Indies tail.
Oh!
And since then, it's been about these 2. both of them have been so watchful for different reasons. I think Amir Django by nature is very watchful in terms of how he approaches batting. But his captain Ruston Chase, without a test half century for so long, really took absolutely no risk whatsoever. Bit of turn. Kamindo asking the question, and I don't think he enjoyed the answer from the wicketkeeper, who, as many wicketkeepers do, tend to get a little bit excited when they catch something close to the edge of the bat.
Yeah, some excitement here. It was a good delivery, some drift in, and just enough turn to beat the outside edge. You're thinking about survival, Amir Django. And watches that last one carefully. And that brings the end of session 1 on day 3. West Indies 356 for 5. This partnership 188. And the West Indies with a 48-run lead. Yeah, there is a little daylight between bat and ball. He can smile now. So for the second session in succession, Sri Lanka not able to take a wicket. West Indies will find themselves in a very good position, strong position now, looking to press on. A lot of plaudits for that man on screen though. A maiden test century for Amir Django, 123 of 257 deliveries, lots of concentration and focus. Ruston Chase, a first half century for him in 21 innings, 172 balls faced as well. And the partnership though, something to rave on about. From a West Indian standpoint, 188 it currently stands, and looking to build a couple half-century partnerships in there as well. Django has been the common denominator in a couple of them. The bowlers for Sri Lanka, though, they've been toiling dutifully in the absence of Kumara. A couple wickets for Asita, a couple for Ratnayaka, and one for Dhanusha. Nothing else from anyone. It's been a difficult day for bowling, difficult conditions for the bowlers, but this is where we stand as we look to head into session 2 on day 3. Sri Lanka 308, West Indies 356 for 5. An overall lead at the moment by 48 runs. Still 5 wickets intact. Django 123 not out. What a start to his test career. Let's hear a little bit from him, Gerardage pitch side.
Amir, congratulations firstly on your maiden test century. Just describe the emotions on reaching 3 figures.
Yeah, I'll just say alhamdulillah, or first I think words can't really describe it. Second international century, but yeah, it's truly a special one.
And you and skipper Ruston Chase have put on a match-changing partnership. What has made it so successful this far?
Yeah, I think it's all about staying in the moment. Ruston is doing well, keeping me grounded there as well. Just helping to dig in and go as deep as possible into the partnership and carry on the lead.
Yeah, we've seen that since you've got the hard work done and got the Windies ahead, that you've changed gears a bit. Is that going to be the focus going forward?
To be honest, I'm seeing the ball pretty well, so once it's in my area, I'll be trying to score. Try to keep pushing on the lead as deep as possible, but at the same time, I think me and Ruston have a good partnership, so really want to take it deep.
Thanks, Amir. Well played so far.
Thank you.
Appetite for a big score. Really wonderful to see from the 28-year-old Amir Django. Lots more to be done after lunch though, and he deserves all of the plaudits. 85 runs being scored in that 25 overs. We'll take a short break and we'll dissect the morning's play after that. Do stay with us.
If day one belonged to the resistance of Sri Lanka, day two demanded exactly the same effort from West Indies. And the scoreboard may say that they lost wickets regularly, but the story is how they refused to let the game get away from them. Every session, Sri Lanka asked questions, and every session, somebody in maroon had answers. West Indies began the day hoping to produce the kind of recovery Sri Lanka managed 24 hours earlier. Ironically, the visitors were dealt an early setback. Lahiru Kumara was forced from the attack through injury, leaving Sri Lanka effectively one frontline bowler short. But instead of retreating, they squeezed even harder. Brandon King looked as though he was beginning to settle. He weathered the early examination, started finding the boundary, and just when it felt like momentum might swing West Indies' way, Sri Lanka found the breakthrough they desperately needed. Sometimes in Test cricket, one wicket doesn't just remove a batter, it opens the door. That brought even greater responsibility onto John Campbell. His innings wasn't flashy, it was disciplined. He understood the conditions, trusted his defense, and most importantly, he got West Indies safely to lunch.
In the same scenario, maybe another day, I'd probably give myself a little bit more time. Especially the fact that it was just after the break. Maybe I needed to get back set again, and then I could play those expansive shots.
What stood out wasn't just the wickets, it was how Sri Lanka created them, consistently hitting the right areas, building pressure, forcing mistakes rather than waiting for them. West Indies never felt comfortable. And just before tea, perhaps the moment of the day, Kusal Mendes produced a magnificent catch behind the stumps, one of those moments that changes the emotion of an entire session, not simply because of the wicket, but because it reminded everyone how badly Sri Lanka wanted to stay ahead. Yet just when Sri Lanka threatened to run through the lower middle order, another response arrived, Amir Jangu. His place in the 11 wasn't even guaranteed until late, but he grabbed the opportunity when it came, remained patient, composed, prepared to bat time. His half century was built on domination. It was built on trust in his technique and his defense.
Thought this innings was really special, crucial. We were 1-something for 5, so the way he batted with it, along with the skipper, took us out of a very troubled spot.
Alongside his captain, he carried West Indies right through to the final ball of the day, exactly the type of innings teammates remember. 2 days with remarkably similar stories. Sri Lanka absorbed everything West Indies threw at them on day one. The Windies returning the favor on day two. Neither side having complete control, but both refusing to give in. Sri Lanka may hold a slight advantage, but if there's anything these 2 days has reminded us about Test cricket, is that things can change within a single session. That's why day 3 is impossible to look away from.
The morning session on day 3 conquered by the West Indian pair of Amir Jangu and Roston Chase. Their partnership extending from 103 to 188, and a session which produced 85 runs in 25 overs, and the Sri Lankans wicketless. So back-to-back wins in sessions for the West Indies. Landmarks along the way. Amir Jangu picking up his maiden Test century, and Roston Chase, after a long time, getting to half century in Test match cricket. And the West Indies, they lead by 48 runs at the stroke of lunch on day 3. It was a delight to watch, and many West Indian fans would have been pleased with what they saw in the partnership, the stroke play, the discipline in how they left the ball early in the session and then dominated the session move towards lunch. Brilliant to watch. That was the moment that Jangu will savor for a long, long time. His maiden Test match century. He becomes one of the youngest players, if not youngest player, to achieve an ODI century on debut and a Test century so early in his career. He was brilliant off the seamers and off the spinners.
and he worked his way to 123 in this session, and Roston Chase as well, finishing the session on 74. So all positive for the West Indies. Confirmation that this partnership that has given them slight dominance in this test match. They sit on 356 for 5. There is Amir Django, 123 off 257, and Roston Chase, 74 from 172 balls. The Sri Lankans will have a lot to think about because they've not picked up a wicket in 2 sessions. Maybe they'll have to review their tactics. Assista with 2 wickets, Milan 2 wickets as well, and Dinusha with that solitary wicket. So what that means, the West Indies, they lead by 48 runs, and they have a chance to reflect on this morning session on day 3. Talking about reflection, I'm joined by my colleagues, Stacey Ann Adams and Mali Richards. First, let's congratulate Amir Django on his maiden Test match century. Mali, I'll come to you first. How would you describe that effort?
Well, I thought it was a brilliant effort. Came in under a bit of pressure, Amir Django, but it was that decisiveness that was the hallmark of that innings. He was so assured off the front foot, off the back foot, whether the ball was short or full. He made his decision, and he was very positive when doing so. After picking up 100, he just opened up a little bit, maybe just recognizing that the West Indies need to push forward here and forge a formidable lead. But he's done all the hard work, and I'm actually looking forward to see how he gets on post-lunch.
Yeah, I did mention, Stacey Ann, that no West Indian batter has scored an ODI century on debut and a Test century so early in their career. Is that a sign of better things to come?
Yeah, you'll certainly hope so. I mean, someone with his determination, you think to the fact that he hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities for West Indies, but when he gets that, he cashes in. And again, his judgment has been exceptional throughout this Test match, and you're hoping for that to continue and for him to build on that.
I guess more problems for Darren Sammy for that second Test match should Shea Hope become fit. That will be a conundrum for the West Indies brains trust. I'm sure they will be happy with what they saw from Roston Chase. That innings, getting to a half century, sitting on 74, and possibly another Test match century. Welcome signs for the West Indies, Captain?
Yeah, a timely reminder of just what a player Roston Chase is with the bat. We spoke about his first 29 tests, just how successful he was. Picked up 5 Test hundreds. But since then, he's just really almost gone into his shell. He's really improved as a white ball cricketer. But in this format, he's just struggled. But here was a timely reminder of the class of Roston Chase.
Stacey Ann, how do you rate that innings from Roston Chase?
Yeah, right up there. Of course, he'll want to convert that into the big 100, but he's shown such good support to Amir Django, and that's one of the good things. He came out there, and I'm sure West Indies has a brand of cricket that they want to play. And as the skipper, he recognized that Amir Django is a set batter and just took a page from what he's doing out there, and now he's reaping the rewards.
I'll remind our viewers that there were many firsts in him going past 50 because it was his first Test half century as captain, first Test half century against Sri Lanka, and just staying with that balance in his role as captain and as a batter, Mali, that is something that most captains, they yearn for.
Well, yes, and this is his 9th Test match as skipper, DG, so he's looking for his first Test win as well. And if he can get 100 here, he's played a great supporting role, but if he can get 100 alongside Amir Django, I can see the West Indies forging a lead, maybe 200, 250 plus, and that would really put the Sri Lankans under some pressure.
Yeah, well, the West Indies will be hoping to swell their lead against Sri Lanka and possibly take firm control of this Test match. We're in the land of greats. Mali Richards, we're in the land of former West Indian players. One such player, Sir Richard Richardson, he's decorated, he's revered in this part of the world. We had a chance to catch up with him a little bit earlier.
But I just do it, you know. They call me the Renaissance man, so, so I got to live up to the reputation. as a West Indian, music is very much part of our DNA. You know, so we grew up listening to calypso, reggae, and music in general. You know, when we play cricket, there's always music. You know, it helps keep us going. You know, I used to train a lot to music, and so music is just, you know, soul. You know, and so, you know, it's just an expression as well. And you know, any opportunity to express how we feel, we're out there. You know? All my life, I've been investing and focusing on the development of young people, because they're the ones for the future, so we have to look after them. I still think that Test cricket is the real thing. I think that every youngster, male or female, should aspire to play Test cricket, because that's how you develop overall. That's how you develop all your talents. Some people would differ, but I think if you have a solid Test or 4-day background, it will help you in all other parts. It's been a pleasure, man. Take care.
He's a wonderful gentleman, Sir Richie Richardson. What a contributor to West Indian cricket. Of course, knighted, known as Sir Richie Richardson, the former West Indies captain, and very prolific with the bat. You can see an average of 40 plus, 16 test match centuries. And I did mention earlier that we're in the land of the greats, and Mali Richards, son of Sir Vivian Richards. Just take us down memory lane from that first test match player for Antigua and Barbuda. Was it Sir Andy Roberts?
Yeah, it was Sir Andy Roberts, hailing from the village of Erlings here in Antigua. That's on the south side, the southernmost part of the island. Yeah, he was the one that opened the door for everyone, that made it possible. A young cricketer from these parts who maybe would find opportunities hard to come by, especially in those times. He was the one that really broke the door down. And first it was Sir Andy, and then it was Dad, Sir Viv Richards, and then the floodgates opened. You got Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Winston Benjamin, Kenny Benjamin. The conveyor belt was just in flow since.
My time, Ridley Jacobs, Dave Joseph, a couple of those players from Antigua and Barbuda. And not to give away Sir Curtly's secret, he's in the UK and he twins with Sir Richie Richardson. And they're into their music, I must say. They were part of that band called Dread and the Ballhead. Now it's named Spirited.
The Spirited Band, yeah.
I'll bring Stacey Ann in here. You have a favorite from this country that played Test cricket?
I mean, I'm going to go with two. I mean, batting, bowling. I mean, Sir Vivian Richards, I'm standing right here on his turf. It's hard to go past the explosiveness and the confidence that he had with a batting hand. And then Sir Curtly Ambrose, I mean, I just love seeing him string together deliveries and just running up to both batters in their face and just being that commanding presence. Brilliant.
Well, we miss Sir Curtly in the commentary box if he's hearing us.
Legend.
Hope you're well. Shifting back to the cricket, Sri Lanka will be discussing this session as they prepare for that post-lunch session on day 3. One of the things that stood out in their bowling effort, it's the extras. 50 extras so far in this innings. I think unmatched in their history in Test match cricket. What would that feeling coach and Gary Kirsten be saying to the bowlers and the wicketkeeper?
Well, I think it'd just be keeping your standards as high as possible, especially here on a pretty good outfield. There's no real reason as to why the wicketkeeper wouldn't be getting his body behind those deliveries, or at least keeping them in front of him. So going forward, keeping that professionalism high. I think another thing is keeping the energy high as well. They've gone long periods without a wicket. It's the longest period in this Test match to go wicketless. So they've got to keep the energy, the encouragement, but also I think what's plaguing the Sri Lankans here, being down that one bowler, Lahira Kumara. They've done well to get it to this stage, but at times when they needed that extra pace just to maybe trouble these West Indian batters, he hasn't been available.
59 overs without a wicket. That's the data that they will try to rectify. Stacey Ann, to be fair,
to Kusal Mendes behind the stumps. Many of those deliveries that he couldn't get hold of were wayward deliveries, balls swinging down the leg side, going very wide off stump.
Yeah, that's true, and I already highlighted that there was some with some uneven bungs, but a lot of those that he couldn't get close to. Sometimes I think to myself, so harsh on the keeper to call that buys. I mean, a few of the bowlers just spraying it down the leg side, even to the offside. Really tough for the keeper, but it goes to his name, unfortunately.
Right, just looking at the conditions, the penultimate ball of that over before lunch. Mali, the ball spun, beat the outside edge. Is this a sign of things to come in this post-lunch session, and should the Sri Lankans exploit elements like this?
Well, looking at the pitch, especially when facing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, there is a bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump. There is a bit here as well from the other end, but it's a bit full. The ones to the left-hander in a good area, and you saw there Django on the front foot, big stride, not quite getting to the pitch. So that's the area the Sri Lankans will have to hone in on.
Sisian, I must compliment you and Jimmy Adams. Your predictions were great for that first session on day 3. Tell me quickly, what is going to happen in this post-lunch session?
Don't call me the oracle just yet. I think West Indies, they're looking to just keep pressing on that accelerator, get that scoring rate up. It might present some opportunities for wickets for Sri Lanka, yet to be seen, but still a very good surface to bat on. So West Indies, I'm predicting that they get a lead of 120 by tea.
Well, let's see if Stacey Ann will be right again.
The
Mali
oracle.
Richards, Stacey Ann Adams, thank you so much for your insights. We're getting set for another session on day 3. The West Indies will be hoping to dominate with the bat and swell that lead. For now, we're going to take a little break. We'll leave you with some highlights of that classic between West Indies and Sri Lanka back in 2018.
Welcome to the highlights of day 3 of this first test between the Windies and Sri Lanka in the Cricket West Indies International Home Series 2018. So Sri Lanka 383 runs behind coming into day 3.
The most experienced, most productive batsman on this Sri Lankan team, 10 test centuries to his name.
Here's the first ball. Roshan Silva. Nice start. A long half volley will release the pressure.
Wonderful timing. First delivery. Good positive intent. Got him. You spoke about his talent. Well, well, well. Wicket number 4.
Just the third over.
He attacks the stumps. I spoke about in 2010, getting 10 wickets in the 3 test series. Was there half opportunity? It was uppish, but away from the fielder. He will get a boundary, but a streaky one.
He's looked very competent, Dinesh Chandimal. Very pleasant. Very, very pleasant.
More runs, would be leg buys. Just doesn't matter.
Goes over the top. Allows him a bit of space outside the off stump. Another very good looking shot. I think the key was he allowed the ball to come to him. Beautiful, beautiful. Using the pace. Once again, just waited. Oh, taken, taken. That is a big wicket. And Dinesh Chandimal will be kicking himself. Well, that is the end of the over. And yes, that concludes the work of the first session.
Closer underneath the eye. And more timing, you would say.
Yeah, absolutely right, Russell. Belatedly Now, they will go upstairs for this.
Keep putting the large screen out, please. Run out, please. Out.
Oh dear, oh dear. How casual was Dickwell in his running.
Oh, it's another very aggressive delivery. That's a good one. Just went across the left-hander. Now this should be taken quite easily. Short delivery. Rangana Herat looking to play his shots.
The bowler certainly has a lot more energy, a lot more strength, and therefore gets the bouncer to climb up quite nicely. Simple catch to that fielder at square leg, the substitute fielder, and Cummins gets his first wicket. It's 148 for 7. Herat has gone for 5.
Little bush fire. And this is a powerful shot.
Out. Has to be out. Yes, finger goes up. Excellent work from Bishu and a short leg. He plays this shot with some ability. Gone this time. Too quickly on to him from Miguel Cummins. And a simple catch for Bishu.
No ball and good shot.
Another short ball. Dorich spins, turns, bubbles, catches. 3 wickets for Miguel Cummins. Foot behind the line, we think.
A clinical performance with the ball. Very clinical indeed.
So Sri Lanka trailing by 229 runs, and the Windies choosing not to enforce the follow-on.
4 after first ball. Devon Smith, that'll make him feel real good. Ran himself out in the first innings. Here's an opportunity to put it right.
Talk about aggression.
4 runs with that leg gully in position and the steep in swing.
Very nice. This will feel good. Well, he was bowled, but it's off a no ball. Got him. Consecutive deliveries. Well, this is disappointing on the part of Devon Smith. Karen Powell, new batsman. Sounded nice off the bat. Will have the legs to go into the boundary. Good first shot by Karen Powell.
Oh, that's taken. That is taken. Sri Lanka needed that wicket. Shai Hope is the new batsman. Sri Lanka just striking. Oh, what a shot that is. Pitched up, threw mid off.
Glorious from Powell, very elegant. An easy ball from Lahiru Kumara. Well played by Kieran Powell. Again. Edge and brilliant Lahiru Kumara.
But this wicket belongs to Kusal Mendes. It's flying. A catch like that, you want to see it again and again and again.
Roston Chase replaces his fellow Barbadian Shai Hope. Balance, perfect execution, an example to behold.
Lofted shot. Brings up his 50. What an innings. Real class on display from the young man.
Gets it behind point. These are useful runs.
It's got him. They went up because it clipped the pad, but it's gone on to hit the stump. So Herat
He's picked up Roston Chase for the second time in the test match. Well, Dowrich, the hero of the first innings. That is a poor delivery. That's what I'm talking about. Just looking to spin it back a bit. Single off the last ball. It's 131 for 4. And yes, indeed, that is the end of the entertainment for the day.
So the Windies ahead by 360 runs after 3 days play in this first test match.
So this is the story so far as we get started for the second session of day 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. The West Indies, in replying to Sri Lanka's 308, are now well poised at 356 for 5. Built around a century from this man, Amir Django, his first century in Test cricket. And he has enjoyed the conditions here in Antigua. A good wicket, a depleted Sri Lanka attack, missing one of their senior fast bowlers, and he has made hay. Scenes of celebration when he got to his 100. 226 balls it took him as we get ready for play in session 2. Umpires making their way to the wicket. State of the game, the West Indies leading by 48 runs. Sri Lanka earlier being dismissed in 71 overs for 308, built around a century from their captain Dhananjaya De Silva. 2 umpires, umpires Raza and Shafadullah, getting bails and stumps ready. Ruston Chase, the West Indies captain, desperate for runs, having not had a half century in over 20 innings. And the partnership now between these two worth 188. They've kept Sri Lanka at bay for 2 sessions now without a wicket, and they'll be looking to continue that process of not now building a partnership but extending it and taking it hopefully past the 200 mark. Sri Lanka's bowlers have their work cut out for them. I'm joined here in the commentary box by my namesake, Stacey Adams. Stacey, your take on what you think the Sri Lankans are going to have to be focusing on come this session, this important second session?
Hello to you, Jimmy, and hello everyone. Well, it's as simple as picking up wickets. That's definitely the main focus now. Breaking this partnership first of all, and then trying to get into the bowlers with hope that West Indies don't hurt them too much with that lead. So 1 ball, maybe 1 out of few that spun a bit. So might see more spinning action from them this post-lunch session.
It's looking as if the left arm spin of Dinusha, Sonal Dinusha, will kick things off here. 30 overs from him already in this innings. He's approaching the 100 mark himself, 1 for 96. And that wicket of John Campbell seems so long ago. Wicketless for 2 sessions, Sri Lanka. And the West Indies desperate to get a first test win for the captain, Ruston Chase. Will be looking to extend this lead, currently at 48.
Wide. No warning.
Wide signaled by umpire Raza.
Yeah, it's interesting that that has been called a wide most times. Well, in test matches, deliveries in that corridor usually isn't called a wide. Some grace to the bowler, but perhaps the umpires may be thinking it's a deliberate ploy and deciding to call it a wide. I've seen that happen one time a few years ago in a test match where the bowler was consistently bowling wide, well, in that channel, and the umpires then decided it was a deliberate ploy and decided to call it wide.
Just away, just away.
Interestingly, we heard the comment from a Sri Lankan fielder, why wasn't there a warning? Umpire Raza deciding not to warn, but to right away signal negative bowling. Ruston Chase gets his post-lunch session underway. But this really points, I think, to the mindset of Sri Lanka right now. They're really in a defensive mode, electing now not to use a slip to Amir Jangu. On the offside, there's a deep backward point on the boundary, deep cover on the boundary, mid-off. Orthodox, short mid-wicket, a regular mid-wicket. A man just around the corner at a short, fine leg, and then deep long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Electing to go over the wicket now to Django.
Whoa!
Yeah, sure, Django and Chase won't mind this too much. They're looking for 2. Yeah, the fielder gets to it quite quickly. Yeah, well, again, as you rightly said, it speaks to their defensive mindset, especially that forced ball, perhaps looking to try and starve West Indies of accelerating too quickly. And with the field is set as well, the acknowledgement from them that West Indies will be trying to push on.
Whoa!
Sri Lanka not wanting the West Indies to score too quickly. There's still a lot of time left in this test match. We're exactly or almost halfway through.
Whoa!
And a good delivery to end the first over after lunch. It's 110 overs completed, 360 for 5. So the lead now 52 by the West Indies, 360 for 5. And having bowled 1 over before the lunch break, Kamindo Mendes will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Did manage to get 1 to spin past the outside edge of Amir Django. Getting a little bit of purchase. Last delivery, that from Dinusha. But no terrors for the batsmen. Currently, it's a really flat pitch. It's good for batting, and these two are really cashing in, building what could be a match-defining partnership. Chase would be desperate to add another 100 to his 5 that he's already scored in Test cricket. It's interesting how both of them have opened up visibly since achieving milestones. Django since he got his 100, Chase since he got his 50. It's been a while for Ruston Chase.
Yeah, and it's not just because of reaching that milestone. It's also another milestone in sight, trying to get this first win under this new regime for West Indies. And the only way to do that is by getting as many runs as quickly as possible. Now that they're in the driver's seat, West Indies pile on the runs, get as many as they can, really. And, you know, they're thinking bowl once. But it's such a good surface. You're playing Test cricket 2 more days after this. A win is what they're thinking. How do they get that? Yeah, placid enough surface. The bowlers haven't been incisive enough to cause any sort of issues to the West Indian batters, so they see it as an opportunity to pile on and pile on quickly.
Kasurame, Kasurame.
So interesting decision from Sri Lanka to start with spin at both ends. 111 overs completed. It's 365 for 5.
Pala.
57 the lead by the West Indies. Django to face Dinusha, bowling over the wicket. Amir Django enjoying the luxury now of having no fielder in and around the bat. Faced that delivery, there was no slip catching. There was nobody close to the bat. So he, in a sense, has earned that right to play defensive strokes without having to worry about anything happening. Ruston Chase, not so. They have a slip in place for him. And a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket. And that brings up the 200 partnership between these two players of 372 deliveries. Take a bow, Chase. Take a bow, Amir Django. It's been a good display of batting at a time when West Indies were desperate for a partnership, and both of them have responded positively. Still work to be done, still a lead to extend, but a part of that job certainly has been well completed.
Yeah, no doubt a great show of resolve. 200 runs, splendid stuff from these two. Both of them were under a bit of pressure, had to rebuild.
Oh!
Yeah, they have done so significantly for West Indies.
Interesting that they went double spin at the start of this session. I think it's the first time in this game, this innings by Sri Lanka, that we've seen that they've usually started with seam and spin. And I'm wondering if workloads are beginning to catch up with the seamers, bearing in mind that they've actually been one seamer short, Kumara having left the field early in the innings, and the seam workload having to be shared by one bowler less. 112 overs completed, 368 for 5. The lead now 200. So, my bad, the partnership 200. The lead 60. How the West Indies would love to have a lead of 200.
Oh!
Kamindo Mendes continuing from Sir Andy Roberts' end. Yes, Stacey, we were discussing this decision by Sri Lanka to start the session with two spinners. It's the first time we've seen that in this innings so far. Is that something that you think has been forced because the bowlers just don't have it in them physically, or do you think that there is something tactical behind it?
Yeah, it could be a bit of both. I don't want to say that they don't have it in them to continue.
Oh, yes,
They're here to do a job, but the skipper no doubt will be thinking about workload management. Added to that, he has seen 2 injuries so far in this match. Kumara and then Surya Bandara, substitute fielder, going down. You don't want to put too much pressure on your fast bowlers. They have another innings to bowl, and then there's another test match. So a lot to think about for him. Additionally, I think perhaps with the 2 spinners in operation, there was a little bit of encouragement for Sri Lanka just before that luncheon interval. That ball, a little bit of purchase off the surface. We'll dissect that a little bit more. Yeah, so there you go. A little bit of something for the spinners there. Haven't seen a lot of that, Jimmy. Basically just that one. But anything that they can sniff at, they'll take it, Sri Lanka. 371 for 5.
So the graphic showing that all-important figure 0, as in no wickets since start of play this morning. It's been all about this partnership. And Stacey, I know that delivery is going to get you angry. Tell me why.
I don't want to say angry. The green monsters are going to come out, Jimmy. But I'm just looking at the field setting, and I think sometimes with the way the surface is, and the little bit that you've seen is not a lot. But sometimes you have to fake it until you make it, Jimmy. Create that illusion that there's something happening out there, and that can only be done by field setting. Now, if one is edge, there's no one there to take that catch. So I'm just saying, yes, you have the field spread with the fielders in the deep. Perhaps just put 1 or 2 more men around the bat. And then you also add in the fact that West Indies, they're just restarting after lunch. We haven't seen any sort of expansive shots from them so far.
Stacey, I agree with you 100%. We come back to the numbers. The numbers tell a story. Generally, test cricket, time cricket, over many, many years. Wickets fall just before, just after an interval. 2 batsmen coming out wanting to literally restart the innings. Now we see a slip in place for Dinusha. So somebody's listening to you. Down the wicket. Lofting it, will it go all the way? And 6 signaled. So intent from Amir Jangu, keen to use his feet, and maximum from him, putting pressure back on Sri Lanka. They'll have to find this ball, but more for Sri Lanka to think about.
Yeah, nice combination of elegance and power from Amir Jangu. And you might think to yourself, perhaps that delivery before that just had a little bit doing. He's now thinking to himself, let me get out to the spin. And then the deep fielders might come into play, but really good connection and execution from him.
So the immediate response from Sri Lanka was to drop the mid-off to long-off. And they really are in almost a state of confusion, especially when bowling to the left-handed Jangu. A more orthodox field placing for Chase. Slip in place, short extra cover. And he pushes to long on to finish the 114th over. It's 381 for 5. So the West Indies lead now marching towards three figures. They lead by 73. Good fielding. Ruston Chase into the 80s now, 83 from his 189 deliveries faced. 5 test hundreds previous to this, Ruston Chase. And in the process, putting together the highest partnership for any wicket versus Sri Lanka in Test cricket. So rewriting record books as they go along, these two. Slip in place now for the off spin of Kamindu Mendes to Amir Django.
Ball in, Minda. Top ball in, Mende.
Even with the lead as it is, Stacey, I do agree with you that you have to leave wicket-taking options open. You can't remove all of them because ultimately you need wickets. Without wickets, the lead will continue to grow. And what you don't want is to be in a situation where these two can risk-free go about the business, because you have to anticipate at this level they will really start tying that noose around your neck half hour by half hour.
Ball in.
Yeah, and the Sri Lankans must be asking themselves, the two bowlers in operation now, what role do we want them to be playing? Do we need them to be restricting runs or taking wickets?
Yeah.
That ball to finish, keeper like that, 383 for 5.
Light clouds over this country of Antigua. Beautiful weather here as the Nusha continues with a slip in place and 2 men at mid-wicket, one very straight, one orthodox. Nobody catching in the ring on the offside. So any shot like that will be a single for the taking.
No, keep the ball up near the circle, please. How is that?
Django's driving through the offside has been a real highlight of his innings to date.
Oh yes! Oh yes! Niyamai Suramya! Niyamai Suramya!
Just get the feeling that Sri Lanka are just waiting. They're sitting, they're hoping, they're waiting for a mistake from one of Chase or Django. Seems to be a bit of light rain in the air in the vicinity of the stadium.
Come on, Kalum.
Well, Jimmy, you've been asking for rain. I mean, hopefully it's doesn't come and spoil a party, all blame will be all blame will be on you, Jimmy.
I'm glad I'm not sitting with Mali. I've given Mali so much pressure about rain here in Antigua and the lack of it. Attempted sweep shot to end the 116th over. It's 385 for 5.
Yeah, not a good scorecard. I certainly didn't want to see that. But as a cricket fan, you must feel good for... Yeah, you must feel good for Ireland winning their first T20 match, albeit it was against the West Indies.
Lead going to 78 now. Attempted cut shot from the West Indies captain. Definitely not a good day, Stacey, for our women's team, losing to Ireland in the Women's World Cup. So they now have to wait on other results to see if they have qualified for the next stage of the tournament.
A little bit happening there. Kusal Mendes likes what he's seeing from Kamindu Mendes. But yeah, a big match coming up shortly. New Zealand versus England. They'll be firmly back in England there. Once England wins that game, then West Indies will be through.
Teasing deliveries from Kamindu Mendes. Not afraid to put a lot of loop on it. Sri Lanka just looking a little bit short of ideas at the minute. Again, I'm very surprised that we haven't seen any of the pacers just after lunch going double spin, but neither spinner really looking to trouble either of these two batsmen right now. Really the stage being set by the West Indies for a decent lead, a lead that will go hopefully for them into 3 figures. It's now 79. Ruston Chase inching towards what could be his 6th Test century. And there's a little bit of drizzle, a bit of light rain in the air here in Antigua. We see it affecting the state of the ball.
Oh!
A slider to finish the 117th. It's 387 for 5.
All of a sudden here, just a bit of moisture in the air around the island of Antigua, but luckily it's just gone past us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies lead by 79. Left arm spinner, Dinusha to continue. Spin on at both ends. West Indies needing to win this match today versus Ireland to confirm their place in the semi-finals at the Women's World Cup 2026. They went under by 6 wickets to the Irish. So they'll need England to beat New Zealand a bit later for the West Indies to take their place in the semi-finals. Their first 3 matches on the bounce, so they gave themselves as good an opportunity as any. The Windies girls been very proud of the performances we've seen from them so far in this tournament. But now it's all about the action here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, day 3 of this Gilbert Sobers Tissera Test Series. And the West Indies have done a creditable job to forge ahead in this context, this partnership. 221 and counting. Highest partnership for any wicket versus Sri Lanka in Test cricket. Jangu is approaching 150. Joined by former West Indian spinner in Samuel Badri. What have you made about this batting performance from the West Indies? The Sri Lankans going long periods without taking a wicket here.
Hello Mali, hello everyone. We've raved about it, haven't we? And deservedly so. Quick single, comfortably taken. You can't praise Amir Jangu enough for what we've seen from him. I mentioned earlier that he has 2 first-class centuries, and both of them he pushed on to get double centuries. So he knows about occupying the crease, and he knows about converting when he's gone past 100. And we're seeing that he's just recalibrated and reset himself and sort of started over. And Ruston Chase, what an important test match innings for him as captain.
As we were saying during the interval show, it's been a timely reminder of just what Ruston Chase can do with the bat. The end of that Dinusha over. Windies lead by 82. It's 390 for 5. The ambidextrous Kamindu Mendes to continue. We haven't seen any left arm orthodox from him just yet. Thing for the off spinners here today. He hasn't bowled that much in Test cricket, has he? Heard a lot about him, especially in the limited overs format, T20 in particular. Once again, no real assistance for the Sri Lankan spinners here on day 3. And Samuel, being a former spinner as well, leg spin your suit, especially in conditions such as this, not too much assistance for you. What are some of the things the Sri Lankan spinners can look to do to at least put these West Indian batters under a bit of pressure?
Yeah, patience, that's the key. Not leaking any runs given the situation of the game. I'd still like to see someone close by. They do have a short extra cover catching, but maybe someone with the helmet. I know that runs is what they're concerned about and not leaking too many. But 1 wicket from here and then they're into the bowler. So you think more positively than defensively. And I think that's where they've fallen short, the Sri Lankans, in this bowling effort. Yes, they're a man down, a main man down, but they seem bereft of ideas to take wickets. Having said that, the pitch hasn't offered much for any bowling type, and a lot of credit to the West Indian batters, but virtually unperturbed for the entirety of the day so far. It's not to say that chances have gone down. They haven't even been created.
That's what I meant.
And that's a worry, a real worry for Sri Lanka. 393 for 5.
Sri Lanka is just allowing the game to meander a bit here. From my perspective in the commentary box, they've got to still be looking for wickets. Keep an eye on that West Indian run rate. It's 3.3 at the moment. It hasn't really threatened to get any higher. They've just stayed in their bubble, knocked it around. The odd boundary here and there. They've just kept things ticking over. Low risk scoring more often than not. Good delivery, but another run. Every run here crucial to the West Indies and Ruston Chase. They've set themselves up perfectly at this stage. 86 in the lead. They've set themselves up perfectly from a leadership perspective, Ruston Chase, to hopefully pick up his first win. Still a lot of time left in this game here.
Oh, yes, boy.
Yeah, the last ball, the previous ball, is something that I was alluding to. As it stands, they're just waiting for something to happen. A little bit of turn perhaps here. No one catching close by. And what they're really doing here now, they're essentially waiting for a mistake. And these two batters, so far, they've concentrated well. They haven't shown any sign of giving their wickets away. And maybe Dhananjaya De Silva would think about having a back pad just to pose a different question.
Oh, yes.
But for now, it's all too easy for the West Indians.
Couldn't agree with you more, Sammy. You're just trying to get these West Indian batters out of their comfort zone. Amir Jangu very comfortable just lunging onto that front foot. But there, that's been something he's shown throughout the innings. Just picking the length quickly. Just using the depth of the crease, going back, knocking that into the offside for one. But yeah, things have been just a little too comfortable for the West Indies from a Sri Lankan perspective. As you were saying, having a close catcher in for the odd delivery that just does something a bit more than expected. Run to end from Dinusha. That Dinusha over. 397 for 5. Based on the sea in on your screen there, it's smooth sailing, calm seas. And it's the skipper Rustin Chase alongside his young charge in Amir Jangu. Just leading the West Indies into a position of safety here.
Oh yes, Windies.
What the West Indies would want, Samuel, from my perspective, is just to make this batting innings count. Got a 89-run lead, 90 with that single. They want to build this lead up as much as possible to really look to apply some pressure back onto the Sri Lankan batters. Still very good conditions here. We did anticipate day 2, day 3 will be the best conditions for batting.
Yeah, it won't be easy for the West Indies second time around to get the 10 Sri Lankan wickets. But they're setting themselves up nicely with this lead that they have. Many West Indian fans and Sri Lankan fans will remember that famous series, Mali, 2001, when Brian Lara amassed some 688 runs across those 3 test matches. Scoring a double century and a century 221 and 130 in the same test match. But yet still Sri Lanka won all 3 convincingly. Muralitharan, the chief destroyer. It's going down memory lane as we see the 400 come up for the West Indies. What a series that was. Masterful batting from the West Indian icon. Jangu now getting closer to another milestone, so to Rustin Chase. So it's been all dominance since that post-tea session yesterday for the West Indies. Looking to get through another session unscathed.
And if you're a West Indian cricket fan, you take a lot of encouragement from what you've seen from the West Indies with bat in hand. Almost seems like a long time in which they would have batted this well to forge themselves into this position, at least in recent history. If you have a look at that, the scoring rate has stayed steady throughout. The last one was the quickest of the 4, though. 153 balls for 100 runs. Just there. Just reaching slightly outside edge taken. It will beat the fielder into the boundary for 4. So insult to injury. Edge taken. No one in that position. And 4 or more to the total. The lead now 237. Chase approaching 6th Test 100. It's 405 for 5.
Yeah, the beautiful aquamarine waters of Antigua. I'm just hearing in my ear a few of our colleagues wanting to be there at the moment. Quite inviting, isn't it? Some of the Sri Lankans might prefer to be there as well.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, the highest score for Amir Jangu, we've mentioned it before, only Brian Lara now has a higher score against Sri Lanka in the West Indies. So he's notching up milestones after milestones.
150 to Amir Jangu. What an innings it's been. You just mentioned Brian Lara's score, but this being the first innings, his first innings versus Sri Lanka, it's the highest score by a West Indian playing their first test innings versus this great test nation in Sri Lanka. As you see, groundsmen, everyone around the ground taking great appreciation in what they've seen from this Trinidadian left-hander. 150 from 293 deliveries. Roston Chase as well. He's approaching his milestone. Turn there, but have a look at the speed. Just slightly slower. 81.9 Ks. Just tossed up slightly. And a bit of assistance. So is that the speed for Dinusha? One's just a little flatter.
Yeah, that's the consideration, isn't it? When you're selecting your playing 11, you're trying to find that right equilibrium. As we see Amir Django notching up another milestone, well appreciated by his teammates. Good friends on and off the field with Roston Chase as well. 2 is the call. Gets 2, moves to 98. Now Roston Chase. 408 for 5.
This West Indies lead is now ballooned to 3 figures, 100 exactly the lead. Roston Chase will hope in the not too distant future that he could bring up his milestone. What an innings it's been from him under immense pressure. We spoke at length about the West Indian batters and their averages in test matches in their careers and in recent history. We've got a bowling change. Milan Rathnayaka back into the attack. So opting for a bit of pace back on the ball here, the Sri Lankans. Starts with a slip and a gully. Short catcher, an extra cover, regulation cover and mid-off. He's got deep point as well on the offside. Just got the 3 fielders on the leg side to the left-handed Django, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Anticipation. Looks like the Makajumbis and the flagman are anticipating a milestone here. Roston Chase just 2 away from what would be a very splendid century indeed. Rathnayaka operating from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It'll be interesting to see if there's any assistance for him through the air. I thought yesterday he bowled one particular spell from that end where he was threatening, consistent in the right areas, but at times just didn't have the right field set. Here he is again, just the 1 slip. In fact, 1.5. It's gone to second.
Rambo, Django, Django, better than commando. Hey, pick up yourself.
Pushing, he'll be pushing. Should get back for 2, and he does. Roston Chase, look at the smile on his face. To great applause around the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Have a look at the Makajumbis, the Turner clan. The West Indian fans showing great appreciation for what's been a superb innings from the West Indies skipper. his 6th Test 100. The first 100 by a West Indian skipper in 3 years, Samuel Badri. 25 matches it's been since a West Indian skipper has reached 3 figures. Congratulations to Roston Chase. Well played, young man.
Resilient, remarkable, and resolute Roston. Perhaps the most important of those centuries that he's made under pressure. Lots of questions asked, and sincerity of applause from his teammates. Both batters now registering decisive landmarks. What a knock it's been. A captain under pressure. And these are the types of knocks that you are remembered for. Can they now convert that into a match-winning position? Everyone seems to be pleased by this effort. And Roston himself seemed to be saying that the job isn't over. Understanding the situation of the game. Brilliant from Roston.
Just the 3rd West Indian captain to score a Test 100 versus Sri Lanka, joining Brian Lara and former Test captain, well, recent Test captain in Craig Brathwaite. And I think a hallmark of just how well Roston Chase would have played in this innings and just what it would have meant to him and the team with the application that he's shown. It's the slowest of his 6 Test 100s, Sammy. That tells you he really wanted to put in a performance for his team. He absorbed pressure. And he's reaping the rewards of putting in all that hard work. This one slapped. Rathnayaka had to take evasive action. So Amir Jangu looking to be expansive, a bit more expansive now. Not quite out the middle of the bat, but good power nonetheless. 4 to end, 4:16 for 5. Yeah, 101 of 218 deliveries, Roston Chase. You used the word there, Samuel Badri, resolute. It's been absolutely relentless, Roston Chase. Have a look at this though. Power from Amir Jangu, evasive action by Rathnayaka. Luckily, he did stick the hand up. We've seen occasions where those have stuck. But luckily for Amir Jangu, doesn't do so, and he picked up 4, so 155. I think he'll be eyeing a double century as well. You spoke about him getting a double in the recently concluded 4-day championship. Once he gets to 3 figures, he tends to go big. It's there again. Bit of extra bounce. Ball in the air in that silly mid-on region. No close catches for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and he's been bowling well. He's got really good control. So how are you going to get this wicket? What's the plan? And that's what I'm struggling to figure out at the moment from Sri Lanka. Unless it's hoping for Jangu to run down the track and take on one of the fielders in the deep against the wind. Hasn't shown that he wants to do that. 250 partnership recorded now by these two. Absolutely brilliant. Jangu and Chase. Overall lead now by 110.
It's the highest partnership for any wicket in West Indies Sri Lanka Test matches. So history being made here today at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just there again, not quite as assured on that front foot. And yet still the Sri Lankans not choosing to employ any close catches. As you were saying, just hoping for a mistake from one of these West Indian batters. But those mistakes have been few and far between. It's overly defensive as he goes through the offside again. There's Django. 3 boundary riders on the offside. So the wheels are almost beginning to fall off. As you said, Samuel, the first time in this match, the Sri Lankans at a loss in terms of where to go next.
Oh, yes.
Four singles from the over so far. 1 for 129. Sonal Dinusha.
Oh!
Arm ball. Not sure it was picked, but it was kept out by Ruston Chase. For 20 for 5. Windies lead by 112. Wicketless for the Sri Lankans here on day 3. Asita, the pick of the bowlers so far with his 2 for 44. Milan with 2 as well. So now he's done an admirable job in terms of just trying to hold this, keep this Sri Lankan bowling lineup together with 1 bowler down. So it's cut away hard. The backward point comes into the action. I think Amir Django as well. Every time the ball finds the middle of his bat, it makes a great sound. Crisp sound. Crisp timer of the ball. Not the biggest guy, but he does pack a punch, doesn't he? Rathnayaka over the wicket. Still just the 1 slip and a gully.
Wary legs out there from the Sri Lankans. West Indies are really battering them into submission. And it's a good period of rest for the West Indian speedsters. Not something that they're used to. But it means that they will be quite fresh whenever that next opportunity comes to bowl. Jaden Seals and company. So grind them out as long as you can. Still 2 days left in this test match. So a long time remaining. See if they can push this lead beyond 200. And then give those fast bowlers a run at them. And keep mentioning, though, that it's not going to be easy second time around, given the conditions that we're seeing. 2-time champions are here as well.
Bit of extra bounce every now and again, especially for Milan Rathnayaka. It's just a bit of extra bounce on available to the seam bowlers. At times they've targeted the front pads of Ruston Chase. Have a look at that. It's hit quite high up on the inner thigh of his back leg. Backward point with some work to do. Looks like Rajita coming around to do the fielding. 2 easy runs to chase. Goes to 105. And you mentioned how much time remaining in this game, Sammy B. I think a lot of what Sri Lanka did on day 1, the rate at which they scored, scoring 300 runs on day 1, above 4 scoring rate as well. Gone a long way to give us the opportunity to have a result in this match. Beauty! Was he dropped? I think he was. Was there an inside edge on that one? Kaushal Mendes, he was superb behind the stumps for long periods of this match. But I think there was a bit of an inside edge on that one. We'll see on the replay soon. But the end of that over, Chase survives. 4-2-3 for 5. We'll have a drink.
Answer a few trivia questions, see how much that you have in cricket, and post a picture that could be posted on the site. So once again, scan that QR code, join the conversation, and have some fun during this Dasani drinks break.
Red letter day for West Indies with the bat. 423 for 5. This partnership 255, now the highest in test matches here at North Sound in Antigua. Brilliant innings from Amir Django. Maiden test match century. Skipper as well getting one. And problems for Sri Lanka because they haven't picked up a wicket now for 2.5 sessions. 2 wickets for Fernando, 2 for Ratnaike, 1 for Dinusha. And if you missed it, well, there were special moments in this post-lunch session. Roston Chase eyeing up a 6th test match century. Well, he made that a reality. Great application and dexterity in his approach. And the West Indies skipper persevered and achieved his goal of another test match century. Well played. So the West Indies, they lead by 115 runs. They will push this position into one that is more commanding, surely, with 5 wickets in hand.
Well, there was a moment just before the drinks break. Roston Chase just playing at this one. There was a sound. Kushal Mendes diving away to his left. An ultra edge suggesting that there was no bat on that one. Ball just clipping the back leg, so would not have mattered for Sri Lanka had Mendes pouched this delivery. And from an LBW perspective, no real threat there too for Roston Chase. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Good afternoon, Jimmy. All West Indians will be smiling with this position by the West Indies.
100%. I think there was a collective sigh around the region when Roston got to that 100. It's been a long time for him. He's been through his struggles, and the whole region would be so happy for the West Indies captain achieving his 6th Test 100. And indeed happy for this young man, Jangu, getting to his first and still looking hungry for more. Dinusha continuing now with an extra cover in place. Under slip. So where previously he had 2 fielders at mid-wicket, he's brought one over into extra cover. Still bowling that off-stump line. Trying to attack the rough. Occasionally, as he has done on that occasion, falling short, and Jangu quick on the cut. So important that, irrespective of the state of the game, that they don't allow the West Indian batsmen to consistently be getting risk-free runs without a chance of a dismissal. You bring your extra cover over, it is a catching position, might force an error.
Just a single there for Roston Chase. Yeah, you mentioned it, Jimmy Adams. Teammates of Roston Chase, so pleased for him. They would know the pressure that he was under prior to the start of this innings, prior to the start of this test match too. Even Darren Sammy would feel the relief. I want to take this little phase, Jimmy, alongside you to talk a little more about strategy from a bowling point of view, because I've been watching this session unfold. Very similar to what you just mentioned. Sri Lanka bereft of ideas and wicket-taking ideas or approaches to get wickets.
Yes, I just think as a general rule of thumb, you always have to be looking for wickets. Without wickets, you're nowhere in the game. The question is, what are you prepared to give up to get those wickets? And without being disrespectful to either batsman, you're not bowling to a Brian Lara or Viv Richards. They're not tearing you apart. So to just back off completely, I think has been the wrong approach as we come to the end of the 126th over. A lot of overs, 426 for 5.
Very active VC Bird International Airport behind that hill in Antigua. Amir Django 160. Highest score for West Indian in test matches at this venue. So there is another landmark achieved by Amir Django. I want to stay with that trend of discussing approaches that Sri Lanka could possibly utilize. If you look at what their seamers have done so far, very few finishing the ball on the stumps. S1 is session 1, S2 session 2. 5%, not more than 8% of deliveries hitting the stumps across the board for all Sri Lankan seamers. Edged. He went hard at it. And it flies over the slip cordon. So 4 more for Amir Django and more frustration for the Sri Lankans.
Well, you almost think that anything that this young batsman attempts is going to go in his favor at the minute. The proverbial kitchen sink being thrown at that delivery wide from Milan Ratnaika. And the result, 4 more to Django.
And that delivery quite symbolic to the point I'm going to make. That was a wide off-stump line delivery. Once more, not finishing on the stumps. Django advances. And the reason why I made reference to that graphic is you want to bring all modes of dismissals into play. If you're in that wicket-taking mood as a bowling unit. Session 3, 6.8% of deliveries finishing on the stumps. So I'd like to see the Sri Lankan bowlers bring the stumps more into play. Search for LBW, search for bold. There's still that chance of getting the outside edge. Batter hitting the ball in the air, being dismissed, caught. And yes, set straighter fields. Put pressure on this batting pair. You mentioned that extra cover region open for a long time for Amir Django to pick up an easy single. That is really playing or pandering to the batters, as against trying to get the remaining wickets to give yourself a chance of batting second time around and going ahead in this test match.
Well, I'd add to that and say that if you're going to hold a 5th stump line, then have 2 slips all the way through.
The chances are you're only going to dismiss that batter via court.
Right.
The other thing as a captain, when you're faced with a situation like this, a batting pair with a partnership of 265, you have to think on your feet. You have to be versatile with your field placing. Try to plug the areas where the batters are scoring easily. And for me, looking at Django, square of the wicket offside, there's an easy single that he uses to rotate strike. That hasn't been plugged throughout the course of his innings. Make Django do something differently. Maybe open the blade a little bit more, go a little bit harder to the delivery to hit it in front of that square position. Lovely straight drive from Ruston Chase. 433 for 5. Session 2 quite productive for the West Indies in terms of run rate. Over 4, maybe for the first time in a session in this innings. The overall run rate for the innings, 3.4. Right, let's appreciate this field. There is a slip, there's a short mid-wicket, there is a cover point. 3 sweepers offside, 3 leg side. Again, it's a wide line. So you're really waiting for something to happen. You're waiting for Django to make a mistake. Last ball of the last over. That was a delivery that was over pitch. Straighter line delivery. Ross Chase unlucky.
Yeah, interesting field this with the man at shot on the offside who's square of the wicket, almost there for a cut. So it really begs the question, what is it that you're asking the young spinner to do? I look at it differently. There is a little bit of rough there. I'd be asking him to the left-hander, flight it into the rough, get him driving. It's a matter of degrees. Yes, you might not get him out, but what will give you the best chance of getting a wicket here in these conditions? Ruston Chase looking as if he was thinking about going down. He shimmied, but I do think he managed to keep that back leg of his behind the line.
TV umpire to director, we have a umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Best side on view, please. Foot's grounded. Thank you. Yes. Ready to make my decision.
Not out. Chaffadilla just making sure Ross Chase back leg was grounded before the bails were dislodged. Out comes the reverse sweep. He's proficient in that stroke. We've seen it a lot of times from Ross Chase in white ball cricket. And you can see the timing of the use of that stroke. Very smart from Ross Chase after he's gone past 3 figures. Been there for a while. .435 for 5. Hills here in Antigua. Quite undulating in this part of the island. Edged and put down. Camindo Mendes in that 1.5 slip position. Had to dive to his right and couldn't hold on. More frustration for the Sri Lankans.
Well, to compound everything that has just happened, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, no ball on top of everything else. So a bit of cricket indiscipline all around. Bowler overstepping, batsman playing the wrong shot, fielder adding icing to it by putting down what should have been a fairly straightforward chance. Big appeal. Umpire Shafadullah deciding no going down. Wicketkeeper Kusal Mendez not adding his support. A lot happening here at the minute, Darren.
And significantly straighter lines. Not wide outside the off stump, just on and above the off stump. This one probably just going down. That delivery coming into Roston Chase as against going away. But you can understand why it was given not out. And the review wasn't taken by Sri Lanka. Outside edge, wide and going further. Allows Roston Chase to throw his bat at it. And that's 4 more. Not in full control, but effective.
Well, he's earned the right, Roston Chase. He's been there long enough, knows he's probably going to get enough bat on it. Only the 2 men catching. So Sri Lanka hemorrhaging runs at the minute. Lead growing by the minute. Lead of 132 now. West Indies. There's your straighter line. I can't help but think, Darren, that maybe Sri Lanka missed a trick. Looking at a play and a miss from Roston Chase. That would have missed everything. I just think that coming into this session, they should have started with one of their seamers. I don't know if there's something physical in the matter with Asith, but when they went double spin, I think they missed a trick there. I think Asith and Milan, who's bowling now, have shown enough that unless something was physically wrong, they were your pressure bowlers and have been right throughout this innings. Edge, and once again, between first and third slip, the slips have been staggered, and it's all happening in this over from Ratnaika.
Fernando, the fielder, was a fair bit away from that gully position. He had to take the dive out with his outstretched arm. Just couldn't get there. But you can say that was a chance created.
Yeah, coming back to my point, this pressure an hour and a half ago might have made a difference.
There is that easy single. Dead point for Amir Jangu. The other point I'd like to make from a captain's point of view, Dhananjaya De Silva should know which bowlers are his attacking options. And that should dictate more attacking fields. What we haven't seen is that distinction between bowlers who are more defensive in nature and those that are more attacking in nature. Field has remained the same despite the differentiation in the type of bowler in the Sri Lankan lineup. So I'd like to see a few more fielders in that catch-in region or slip cordon when Ratnaika is bowling. 4:47 for 5. Lead now 139. Jango 172. Will be harboring thoughts of a double 100 in Test match cricket. Ross and Chase 114. This partnership now 279. Danusha will continue to the right-handed chase. Comes the reverse. And it's in the gap and it's properly timed, so that's 4. Low risk from Chase, well executed. 450 comes up for the West Indies.
Ross and Chase putting pressure back on Danusha. It ended up being a low full toss, but he was down into the shot very early. And it's a shot he plays very well, usually in the white ball version. But very well played, easily getting to the left of the man at backward point. And now Sri Lanka's response is to remove the slip, put him square on the offside and put the backward point further round. So everything being done from a defensive point of view by Sri Lanka.
Straight and goes all the way. Chase middling this one, was flighted slightly and he had the reach to execute well.
Excellent positioning from Ross and Chase, really giving Sri Lanka no food for thought. Consecutive boundaries, 1-4, 1-6, and now even a more defensive approach, asking the left-handed Danusha to bowl over the wicket. On the offside, there'll only be 3 on the offside, long off, deep cover, deep backward point. Leg side, a man 45, square leg short, mid-wicket short, and the other 3 circling deep square, deep mid, and long on.
.150, the lead now. This is now West Indies' highest 6-wicket partnership in Test cricket. Record taken away from Brian Lara and Ridley Jacobs when they added 282. That was against England, right here in St. John's, Antigua in 2004. I'll say this, when Amir Jango is on strike, if you're thinking about getting his wicket, there's an approach that can be used where you bowl without the deep point, you ask your left-arm spinner to entice him to cut off the stump, to drive off the stump, and you set an appropriate field, showing him that gap behind point. You saw from that last stroke from Ross and Chase that went for 6, prompted Dhananjaya De Silva to change the field to more leg side bias one. .12 from the over, 4:59 for 5. Another commanding day for the West Indies with the bat. This partnership, 9 runs away from 300. Ratnayake to continue. Still 2 slips in that region, and there are a few gaps between them. Easy single from Amir Django.
You know, we spoke yesterday and this morning about how critical that first hour this morning would have been. And I'm looking back here where that first hour, it was only 32 runs scored by the West Indies. But critically, no wickets fell, partnership blossomed. And if you think that at lunch the score was 356 for 5, and now at 460, this really is what, for me, Test match cricket batting is about. There are times when you have to hold. There are times when you have to consolidate, knowing that further down the road, things will get easier. And things have gotten easier for the West Indies as the day has progressed. I have Darren Ganga beside me getting very angry. A man who has captained many different teams and was really adept at making run scoring difficult for opposition players. I can attest to that personally. And he's not happy with some of the easy singles that are on offer here at the minute.
You're right, Jimmy. We can only speak from the sidelines. I'd really like to see another fielder in that slip cordon, especially when Milan Ratnaike is operating. He's probably their best attacking bowler on show in this Test match, so give him more of a chance to get a wicket, to break this partnership. Don't let his efforts go in vain. It's a Roston chase. I don't think there's need for a deep square leg, especially when Milan is operating, because it doesn't often go short and the surface is so placid that going short wouldn't give you value as a fast bowler. So it's worthwhile investing in another fielder catching. One thing I'd like to see when bowling to Amir Django is that man standing dead point, just cutting that single that releases him as a batter and allows him to rotate strike with ease. Make him do something differently.
Playing a miss. I don't want people to think that we have a contract on consensus here, Darren, but I do think when we look at surfaces like this where opportunities are at a premium to get wickets, you have to sometimes play the numbers. And if you're going to ask bowlers to bowl a line, a nice tight line, you can't have a bowler like Milan bowling well, bowl his best delivery, a defensive shot that goes square for an easy single. Going back for 2, and good running again from this pair. 131 overs now completed. It's 463 for 5.
Soy yo.
Chase and Amir Django. out there for 81 overs. Sri Lanka searching for a way to dismiss them. I say searching. Say searching, but the field setting doesn't imply that. Lots of fielders scattered around, especially on the boundary. It's a bit amorphous out there at the moment. As if the skipper is scratching his head as to answers. These two have been that good. Samuel Badri alongside me. Hello to you, Samuel.
Whoa. Hello, Stacey. Hello, everyone. Another couple at least here for Ruston Chase. Yeah, we've spoken at length ad nauseum today about this partnership and how well the West Indians have done with the bat. It's been an area of real weakness for them in this format for some time, and it's refreshing to see, especially for someone like Amir Jangu. Yeah, finding ways to score. He senses an opportunity here, Ruston Chase, to get even further ahead. 158 they lead by. He knows how difficult it will be to get wickets in the second innings, and so will want to give his bowlers enough time, enough of a lead, as well as enough time to get 10 wickets. That's what they should be thinking about, having found themselves in a real position of dominance. How can they win the test match now?
Call is for 2. Even with tired legs out there, they've batted so long, and they'll get back there quite easily to bring up a 300-run partnership between these two. A massive effort from them, lifting the team from 168 for 5.
Yeah, continue to topple records and to break milestones. Jangu mentioned that he and Chase are good friends off the field as well, so it helps in this partnership when you're batting with your good mate. 300, that partnership now, remarkable.
Looking to sweep some interest there, but not from the umpire. 468. They have 468 for 5. The first 300 runs partnership for the 6th wicket in Test cricket for West Indies. These two, you saw the look on their face when they went off. A look of determination and a look of they have unfinished business, Jangu and Chase. They're making every use of opportunities presented to them to score. Now it's about grinding down the opposition. Asita Fernando back into the attack. Safe to say he has been the most accurate Sri Lankan bowler. Also quite miserly in his returns. 8 maidens also.
Miles away, and I was waving to you. Know who you're waving to? He said, "What I did with you on Simone?" He said, "I know it's you." I said,
Yeah, asking for 2 once more, but it's not on this time. But with their arguably perhaps their best seamer coming back into the attack, you look at that slip cord and searching for wickets, you'll say it's a bit slim, Samuel.
I don't think that they're searching for a wicket. They're just trying to take time out of the game now. They know that they're on the back foot, and run scoring is their main consideration at the moment. So they still have 2 catchers in that slip position. You look at the field, it's more defensive. It's more of them trying to get the West Indies to score slowly and to take time out of the contest, but still so much time left in the game. I'm not sure that's the right approach. They have to remember that 1 wicket here brings the bowlers into focus. The bowlers from the West Indies, that is. But this partnership, it's been masterful, real classy, a lot of responsibility and maturity. A player in only his 2nd test match, a captain who has been under pressure for a long time, registering such milestones and landmarks along the way and really blossoming beautifully.
To the leg side this time, just helping it on its way. Runs continue to leak for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and this is the worry. So even if they are defensive, which they are, lots of boundary riders, the West Indians are still scoring. This is errant in line and neatly worked away by Amir Jangu. So he's moving on quite nicely. The West Indians are moving along quite nicely. What's the plan? Is it that he wants to be defensive, maybe bowl a wide line? Or is he trying to get a wicket? Right now, I can't really answer that question.
Yeah, and that's been it since the start of this session. Unsure Sri Lanka as to what approach they should take, really. I think we're all in agreement that they should be looking to find a wicket. You're looking to find a wicket because then you're into the bowlers. It gives you a chance to just restrict West Indies from getting a big lead. However, a lot of what has happened out there doesn't really seem to scream searching for a wicket.
Yeah, let's also remember that they're one of the main strike bowlers down Sri Lanka. Only 1 over they were able to extract from Lahiru Kumara. So for the entirety of this innings, he has been unavailable. And that really augments their travails.
Yeah, certainly. And you look at the workload of Sonal Denusha so far, 42 overs. He has bowled the most. Not sure if he would have bowled that many if Kumara was available. It shows that they've been trying to just spread the workload around the bowlers that they have available to them. Yeah, good single taken. 475 for 5. Denusha to continue. Getting in an awkward position. Chase. A lot of work for a single in the end.
They're looking to score now, looking to push things along the West Indies. Sensible about it as well. Cameraman perched in an advantageous position.
We're going to give himself room this time, so certainly looking to pile on the runs, West Indies. And it's not just about physical fatigue, it's also mental fatigue, I beg your pardon, that will come into play in this game. Swan big, it's in the air though. There's a fielder there. Oh, just goes over. He stayed in with it for a long time, but it was helped by the win in the end.
Yeah, once it gets to that height, the wind is always going to take it over the boundary. Patum Nisanka thought he was in with a shot for the majority while that ball was in the air, majority of time that ball was in the air. But just at the last moment, just there, it sailed over. So just enough from Chase, the wind assisting quite significantly. Plays a little reverse now to get another single. So the scoring rate has increased considerably in the last few moments. Just enough to go over.
Oh! Over ball.
Yeah. 484 for 5.
Acknowledging and wishing Miss Esther from Cricket West Indies a lovely happy birthday from all the Cricket West Indies staff to you. Please enjoy your meal once again. Happy birthday, Esther.
Yeah, Ruston Chase, highest test score for him in this match. Number of achievements in this match so far. Ruston Chase adding to the list.
Yeah, similar trend in this test match to the first one in the series in 2021 when Sri Lanka last came here. Both test matches played at this venue. This test match and the other one will also be played right here. And both of those test matches last time around ended up in draws. Sri Lanka were bowled out for 169 in the first innings of the first test in 2021 and then came back and scored 476 in the second innings. Patum Nisanka registering a century on test match debut. So they've been in this position before. Back then West Indies had a lead of over 100 going into the second innings. Niroshan Dikwala contributed 96 as well in that second innings. So it's not altogether unfamiliar territory. They'll be thinking about their second turn at the crease and what they'll need to do, looking at what these two have done, the Sri Lankan batters.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned it's not just about the physical side of things, it's the mental fatigue as well that can come into play. Yes, West Indies are on top of things. A big lead ahead possibly. But so important for Sri Lanka to look at the surface and just play within themselves when they get a chance to bat. Still very windy here at North Sound. Yeah, fuller length, Yorker type delivery from Asita. And importantly as well, it's within the line of the stumps.
Yeah, some bat involved here. Certainly saved Ruston Chase. Big heart from Asita. Every time he's been given the ball, he's tried to produce something. A couple wickets for him now into his 27th over.
Full face of the bat that time, 486 for 5. Session thoroughly dominated by the West Indian batters, Ruston Chase and Amir Jangu, scoring at a good rate also, over 4 runs per over in this session so far on day 3. Sri Lankan flag being flown high. Still good to see support here for the Sri Lankans as well. We had some over in Jamaica for the white ball leg of things. It's good to see some of the fans making their way over here also.
Yeah, just a few minutes again before the tea interval, and these folks, West Indian supporters amongst them, will be very pleased with what they've seen from the bat of their captain and Amir Jangu. And what a way to spend your Saturday afternoon if you're close by to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Come and join us for some test match cricket. Ruston Chase wants to. Another session, Stacey, another session where they've remained unscathed yesterday evening, this morning, and now after lunch. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, still a few more balls to go in this session as well. But West Indies, the way Django and Chase have just stayed in there, any threat that was presented to them, they ensured that it remained dormant. And any opportunity to score as well, importantly, and now they are looking to manufacture opportunities to score as well. In terms of where you think they're looking to get to before possibly a declaration or before even, you know, they have been expansive. What do you think they have in mind in that back room? What do you think Ruston Chase is thinking as a total in mind before he can say, here you go, over to you, Sri Lanka, we'll have a go at you?
Yeah, still a lot of time left in the day. They won't want to do too much batting in the fourth innings on this surface. So as many as they can get first time up, 182 at the moment. Can they get that up to 250 and beyond? I don't think declaration will be anywhere close to their minds just yet. Where the Sri Lankans down, take this innings as deep as you possibly can. Yes, sometimes we think that we forget that Test match cricket is for 5 days. We're still only into the third day. So lots of batting left.
Yeah, and ideally, you want to bat once if you can in a Test match. So you're right, Samuel. Getting as near much as possible. Ruston Chase and Django just having a word. We're approaching that tea break. I just push that fielder back, allowing an easy single. We've seen that a lot from Sri Lanka today. Now 7 men really close on the boundary. 6 directly on that boundary line, and that 7th one who's now walking in.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, both teams, as we see, they are 2 overs behind, seem to be wanting the clock to run down. Sri Lanka delaying, West Indies delaying. Perhaps might as well call tea at the end of this over.
False in the wilderness, come on!
There you see Ruston Chase now, just trying to wind down a few more seconds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dinusha himself aborts his run and starts again, just to ensure that there isn't any further action. Don't think there would be. So it just might be the final delivery before tea on day 3.
Yeah, just walking a single, Chase and Django.
Time for tea, boys.
Yeah, and that'll be tea. They did enough, these two, as well as the Sri Lankans, to ensure that it was the last over before that tea interval. West Indies winning another session in this match, taking their lead up to a healthy 184. Ruston Chase and Amir Django unbeaten. Well, they'll feel happy, these two. Big partnership with them, and just still look as if they have enough in the tank to keep going for West Indies. Amir Django and Ruston Chase looking to continue to break records here at North Sound. highly impressive from both of them. Rescued West Indies from 168 for 5. It's taking them to a very good total so far, 492 for 5. Massive partnership of 324. So as things stands here, Django and Chase standing between Sri Lanka and getting to the tail of the West Indies. And I say tail, I'll say that lightly. I think a lot of these guys will think they have batting pedigree. Big hundreds from Django and Chase, 492 for 5. And yeah, right there. Partnerships along the way. Starts from the openers, Campbell Hodge, Django Joshua. But Django and Chase, the highlight of West Indies innings, 324 runs partnership. Sri Lanka, they toiled hard on a placid surface. Asita Fernando, their standout bowler, and economy below 2. Of course, they lost Kumara yesterday, but the others, hard work for them. So, Sri Lanka bowled out for 308, West Indies in reply 492 for 5, with a lead of 184. So at this time, we'll have an interview awaiting for you with Gerard Seeley.
Coach, how much does this Chase Django partnership reflect all of the work that they've done over the past couple of months?
It's great to see the guys putting in all the work, and then you see rewards from it. Over the last few weeks, Django has been putting in a lot of work. Actually, the last few months, he's been doing a lot with his batting, Rawson as well. So it's good to see that the guys come together and put it on a very good partnership. In the dressing room this morning, we spoke about the first hour of the game. It was important for us to get through that new ball and then obviously build partnerships throughout the day.
How important is it to stay ruthless heading into the final session and keep Sri Lanka in the field as long as possible?
It's important. The pitch is a good pitch. The pitch is fairly flat, so it's important to get as a big lead as possible going into day 4. Day 5 pitch in the Caribbean, kind of play some tricks. So it's important for us to keep piling on the runs.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we'll see how they go about the business later on.
So Floyd Reef are very proud of what he's seen so far. 2 wicketless sessions from West Indies off the back of yesterday and today. 27 overs, 136, no wickets there. At this point, we'll take a quick break.
These are just the underlays for everyone to know what there is, but we don't run them straight away. Come in and have a chat with the guys first. Yeah, Django Chase, and then maybe those 2 edges in that one over if you want them. Bear with me.
A very, very special day of Test match cricket for the West Indies. The West Indies batting with authority at the moment, 492 for 5. And that partnership with Roston Chase and Amir Django has produced 324 runs so far. And it has put the West Indies in a commanding position with a lead of 184. The highlights, so good to watch, and more so for Amir Django, who brought up his maiden Test match century. And what he showed is that ability to score runs all around, through backward point, through the onside, through the offside, and he peppered the Sri Lankans with his audacious cover drives in that extra cover region. Got to his 150th run and celebrated, and he looked purposeful beyond that, maybe eyeing up a maiden double century in Test match cricket. Roston Chase too played his part, brought up his 6th Test match century, had to wait a long time to get back to 3 figures in this format of the game, and he did so alongside Amir Django and batting his team into a very, very commanding position. When they achieved their landmarks, they went on to play some aggressive strokes and take control of the situation. The Sri Lankans, they were frustrated with the manner in which the West Indian pair went about scoring runs, a few chances going a-begging. The ill-disciplined bowling, popping its head at times. That chance went down and it was a no ball. But the Sri Lankans will have a lot to think about during the tea interval to try and find a way to claw themselves back into this Test match. Enterprise from Roston Chase on that occasion with the reverse sweep. And the Sri Lankan bowlers had no answers for the West Indian pair. Credit must be given to Milan and Fernando. They persevered, but they just didn't create any sort of wicket-taking opportunities to break this partnership. Sri Lanka under pressure. And we're back in the sunshine here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium during the tea interval. I'm joined by Samuel Badri and Jimmy Adams. Samuel, I'll come to you first. Let's talk about Amir Django and that knock. How did you see it?
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Darren. Hello, viewers. He continues to show that grit and that determination, registering a maiden century, but he's not satisfied with just getting triple figures. He's shown that tendency before when he crossed the triple figure mark previously twice in first-class cricket. He's gone on to score double centuries. So it speaks to someone who has that hunger, that desire, and when you put into context the fact that coming into this game, he wasn't sure that he was going to be part of the playing 11. In fact, were it not for the injury of Shea Hope, he would not have featured. So talk about grabbing an opportunity with both hands. He's done that immaculately so far, and he's looking to convert now to a double 100. That will be special.
Jimmy, were you impressed with his run-scoring ability all around the ground?
Listen, he scored on both sides of the wicket with a fair degree of fluency. He's been so compact right the way through. The occasional flash outside the off stump, you expect that having faced so many deliveries. But what has impressed me is just the desire and the obvious hunger he has for a huge score, and he's on his way now potentially to something special.
Yeah, he's looking at scoring a double century in Test match cricket. Not many batters in this format of the game have reached that sort of landmark, as we appreciate what he's done in that innings so far. His strong area definitely through the offside, but an indication as to where he has scored his runs in this innings shows great ability. He is not deficient in any one area, very organized in how he went about laying a foundation and then expressing himself as the innings progress. With Roston Chase, We spoke extensively about the pressure he was under coming into this game, not only as captain, but as a batter carrying that individual role. Does this put him in a position that he can now get more enterprising going into this third and final session, Jimmy?
Listen, he's opened up ever since he got to 50. He opened up. He started to expand his game. The drive started happening. He was cover driving beautifully once he got to 50. He hasn't looked back. Yes, he's up his risk level a little bit, but all of them have paid off. But the main thing for me is the impact this will have on his leadership. There's nothing better for a team, Darren, than a captain who is in form and playing well. And that one box being ticked could impact the entire team a lot differently than what has happened previously. So good for him, but good for the team as well.
Yeah, congratulations in order to Roston Chase for that innings. That he sorely needed as captain and as a batter in this test match format. Let's shift focus now and talk about Sri Lanka and their bowling. Samuel Badri, what should Dhananjaya De Silva be thinking about for this third and final session on day 3?
Well, thinking about getting wickets and finding a plan, a strategy, a method in which to do that. They haven't been able to do that since that second session yesterday. So 3 sessions now in succession where they failed to pick up a wicket, and they haven't even created opportunities. Maybe just that one with that no ball, but outside of that, and that's the worrying thing for me. And in addition to that, that last session was the most productive in terms of runs being scored. So they're not getting wickets, and they're also hemorrhaging runs. Yeah. Going forward, they need to either make a determination as to they're not going to allow West Indies to score, or if they must score on one side of the wicket, in the absence of taking wickets. Take time out of the game as much as possible. But for me, I still want to see them attacking a little bit more, factor in that the bowlers are to come next. So get a wicket early as possible in that next session, find a way, and then get into the bowlers. Easier said than done in these conditions, though. They're one bowler down. Let's always remember that.
Yeah. Jimmy, just quickly, your thoughts on what should be the plan for Sri Lanka with the ball?
They have to try and get wickets, Darren. Sitting and waiting right now is not working. 130 odd runs in the last session. That approach didn't work, right? Find a way to, yes, score on one side, but leave even a small opportunity for the chance of a wicket.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Samuel. Well, what Dhananjaya De Silva will have to come up with its clear plans for the third and final session, because right now this batting pair, they look very ominous. More action coming to you from this test match on day 3 after the break.
We're back here in the lovely island of Antigua. Day 3. Action in this Go Sobers Tissera Trophy between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. 2 sessions down, 1 to go here on day 3. West Indies lead by 184. Amir Jangu approaching a maiden test double. And Ruston Chase, his highest test score. Leading from the front as skipper. Sri Lankans really toiling here on day 3. Probably be looking forward to putting their feet up after the test. But still a long way to go here. First match of the series. 324 run partnership for the 6th wicket between Amir Jangu and Ruston Chase. 17 fours and 1 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the players and officials back to the field.
Timely return to form for the West Indies skipper. 144 not out, just 6 away from bringing up a real milestone here. It's been a day of milestones as I'm joined by Stacey and Adams for this first half hour after tea.
Hello to you, Mali. Hello to all the viewers. Kasoon Rajitha back into the attack. Hasn't been the most consistent of the bowlers for Sri Lanka. He needs to put his hand up in this session and present himself as the man to break this partnership. Much needed from a Sri Lankan perspective.
Just having a look at him walking back to his bowling mark, he's looking very tight indeed. Seems to be toiling a little bit physically. Sweet timing from Ruston Chase, but the Sri Lankans are in defense mode. Got a couple fielders on the offside on the boundary to the right-handed Chase. Jangu comes on to strike now. And as we were saying, Stacey, and it's been a real toil here on day 3. If you're a West Indian cricket fan, you'll be encouraged by what you've seen. It's been a long time since the West Indies would have posted such an imposing total. That single takes them to 494, just 6 away from reaching 500 here. The last time the West Indies would have scored 500 was 12 years ago, Stacey Ann. Happened in December 2013. West Indies made 507 versus New Zealand at Dunedin. It's been a day of records. Just looking at the approach of Ruston Chase here. He's come back in and he's looked to dig in once again. And that's something that's been quite evident in this partnership. The way both batters have just picked their moments just prior to the tea interval. They maybe just look to accelerate a little bit, but here looking to acclimatize themselves once again.
It was a sweet drive. It with real power from Ruston Chase. Fielders, well, they're just looking at his hand. I can recall earlier in the match, Sunal Dinusha at that time, Surya Bandara actually had to go off in a similar fashion, diving, looking at his hand. Surya Bandara, just some damage to his wrist.
Open spaces on the onside. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. 1 to finish. Windies lead by 188, 496 for 5.
Asia! Asia! Mau makan apa?
188 this lead now and growing. West Indies have done very well to forge themselves into this position. Django 189 not, and Chase also approaching 150. His highest first-class score, his highest score in red ball cricket, be it tests or first-class cricket. It'll be Sonal Danusha with his left arm spin as he's toiled away.
Oh!
Keeping a bit low again, but you were talking about West Indies. Basically, their approach after a break might see, yeah, just keeping a bit low. Seeing that really in periods yesterday, but quick single on, looks to be safe. Yeah, still good running between those two, between the wickets. But yeah, your point of how they approach play after a break. Yeah, they wanted two from the get-go, and their Django had to hustle in the end, but managed to get there safely. And I noticed that especially in the early mornings yesterday as well, whenever there's a break, they would just gather themselves, get accustomed to what conditions are doing once more. Might see a bit of a difference now because they're really well set. They have a lead. They probably have target in mind. Just want to bat as much as possible, get as much runs as possible as they spare. But it's something to note, you know, as young cricketers or anyone that's watching the game. We saw a number of wickets fell. I think Brandon King fell just after that drinks break yesterday. I think someone fell on the back of lunch also. So just after a break where you need to get just after a break where you need to get restarted, get your legs pumping, get back to thinking, get your mental strength working as well. It's so important that, you know, you get that. After a break, restart is important. And with that single as well, West Indies, 500 runs coming up. You just mentioned that 99 tests, a very long wait to get to 500, 12 years of wait. These two continue to do it quite easily.
It just illustrates the struggles the West Indian batters have had over the past 10, 15, 20 years. The fantastic thing about sport, international sport, is every new game is a new opportunity. We spoke at length about the averages, just how poor the West Indies have been with the bat recently. But in this match, they've almost exceeded expectations. Another single to the total, 502 for 5. Back just 2 overs in this, the third and final session here on day 3. The second session yielding the most runs for the West Indies. The session in which Sri Lanka has toiled the most in this inning so far.
Yeah, 500 runs on the board. These two have done a lot of the heavy lifting, but you still look back earlier and you highlight that partnership between Campbell and King, that opening pair that really saw off any threat that the new ball had to offer. Campbell and Hodge as well, another partnership. And then the Silva and Django 50 runs partnership. So yes, this partnership has blossomed significantly. And I know some of the guys in the dressing room perhaps kicking themselves, saying an opportunity missed, but still credit to the effort that, you know, that they put in at the top, managing to string together some partnerships, not allowing quick wickets to fall successively, and then the position that they're in. So still somewhat of a team effort, you'll say, given what has happened. Django highlighted that yesterday, that Campbell and King, they managed to see off the new ball and then told him that he'll be able to cash in at the back end, and he is doing that.
Ruston Chase one away from a milestone 150 here. With an extra bounce. Every now and again, there's still something. This pitch just reminds us that if you do put in the effort, there is a little bit available to you. And also, just to follow on your point of the West Indies, this being a team effort with the bat, not only with the partnership with the runs, but the time the balls face between the pairs. 150 up for Ruston Chase. A real captain's knock, Darren Sammy. Over the moon. Ruston Chase a bit reserved with his celebrations. He knows the job isn't done yet. And he's had that demeanor throughout his innings. Ultra determined, and he's reaped the rewards.
A man on a mission, Ruston Chase. 150 to him. His first 150 score in first-class cricket as well. Shamar Joseph, I just love how he celebrates these centuries as well and landmarks for his teammates.
Once again, just easy, too easy for the West Indian batters from a Sri Lanka perspective. 506. No, in fact, there's one delivery remaining in this over. Ruston Chase leading from the front. Yet to pick up a win as West Indies skipper in this, his 9th test match. But he's given his team as good an opportunity as any. Slightly labored look on the face of Rajita. Tired body indeed. One bowler down. And you can't stress enough just how much that effect of losing Lahiru Kumar has had on this Sri Lankan bowling lineup. The end of that Rajita over, 506 for 5.
Canso yo.
Still no close catches in. Every now and again, Danusha, there's a bit of rough outside that left-hander's off stump, but the Sri Lankans almost seem resigned to their fate at this stage. This lead, 198.
And to your point of losing Kumara very early yesterday, it is indeed a disadvantage for Sri Lanka, but a massive advantage to the West Indians. Certainly bowling plans would have changed for Sri Lanka, the way they have utilized their seamers. And Danusha, he's bowled a lot of the overs, and West Indies, they've managed to take 172 runs off him as well. And it's comfort to Django. I think he enjoys playing the slower bowlers a lot more also. But it speaks to the importance of just playing to the situation. We speak about situational awareness. They're looking for two, get it easily. And part of that yesterday is realizing that Sri Lanka, they have lost a bowler. So eventually, these other bowlers, they're going to get tired. They're going to change their plans as well, Sri Lanka. So an opportunity for the batters to just stay and make the most of it. Django and Chase doing that quite well.
Those 2 runs there pushed that lead past 200. In fact, 201 to be exact. 202. Those. And Django's just 1 away from a double century as well. It's been a day of records, hasn't it, Stacey? And I can't keep up. The amount of records have been tumbling here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Bye-bye.
You mentioned very good player of spin. Amir Django opted to bring long off up to mid-off. Still no close catches, no slip. Nice, solid forward defensive to end. 5-10 for 5. Have a look at that partnership. 342 and counting. It's been a long time since the West Indies would have batted a full day without losing a wicket. Still some way to go yet here. Just as I say that, a threatening delivery from Rajita. Still a little bit in this wicket, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of shape away as well from Chase. The over before, we saw a little bit of bounce also. It hasn't been extravagant, but just enough life in the surface. At times, it's largely quite flat, but still some encouragement there. Sprays it down the leg side. A lot of work for Kusal Mendes. Does well in the end. Has also been a large contributor to the extras by the Sri Lankans. Eyes on it all the way into the glove from Kusal Mendes.
Rajita finds something here. Can he find something here for his team? Now and again, even with the spinner Danusha on from the Sakirti Ambrosian bowling to the left-handed Django, you spoke at length about that rough outside the left-hander's off stump. There's an area as well that's a bit damaged on a good length. And for me, they've just conceded a few too many. They haven't really forced Django to change his mode of play. They've allowed this game to meander. Edge over the top once again, so chance created but not quite going to hand. 4 more.
It was good about that shot. Might say that it lacked some control because it was hit in the slip region. And I think just opening the bat face at the last moment to ensure that he got it over the slip cordon. I've seen a lot of shots played in that region. Number of runs scored there. Been quite a productive area for both teams, really. And just having the presence of mind that it's leaving you, it's going to the slip cordon. Just open up the bat face and get it over the fielders.
Was that up with quite a good lead. Nice tight lines here from Rajita. That stroke on the previous delivery, Stacey Ann, very reminiscent from what we saw from the Sri Lankans in their first innings. Dhananjaya, De Silva in particular. Anything just short and wide, no real effort to keep it down. Just went hard at it. Dhananjaya, De Silva, both skippers in this match bringing up centuries as well. So the captains have put in their performances. They've been led from the front. Comfortable leave in the end. At least that's what Roston would say. 5-14 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cricket West Indies extends a warm welcome to Antonio, President of the Antigua and Barbuda Arm Wrestling Association. As well as the 2026 North American champion. He's here with a team of 11 young Antigua wrestlers. That team is the first Caribbean island to be added into the World Arm Wrestling Federation. So, if you want to challenge your hand wrestling skills and see how strong you are, head over to Ozo to test your arm wrestling team.
Double century. No, double century for Amir Django. The day just keeps getting better for this young man. Have a look at him. Over the moon with this performance. Everyone around the ground on their feet. Standing ovation for the Trinidadian left-hander. Look at the emotion on the face of Amir Django as he goes down and kisses that turf. A bit similar to what we've seen from a pretty famous left-hander in the past, Shivnaran Chandapal. Used to get down and kiss the turf upon reaching his landmarks. Well played to the young man.
I can understand why he kissed the turf. I mean, I think he'll really enjoy Antigua. But a landmark moment in Amir Django's career. What basically was a valuable contribution has now turned into a career-defining moment, notching up a double century. Amir Django in his second test match. Acknowledgement from the backroom staff. He's looking to come down the track. Luckily, I think it hit his pad, or else it could have been stumped for him.
Well, look at that. Austin Chase congratulating his young charge, Amir Django. A lot of history being made here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this test match. Amir Django becoming the first player in first-class history to convert his first 300s into double centuries. What a record that is. Let's hope from a West Indian perspective he continues in the same vein.
Tremendous concentration from him. A temperament that seems to suggest he Yeah, temperament that seems to suggest once he gets an opportunity and a lot of things are in his favor, he is going to convert a double century coming into this test match in his first-class season. So certainly has a knack of putting on the big scores. Amir Django, 517 for 5.
As we see the cannons there at Fort James here in Antigua. Those cannons are part of colonial history, Stacey Ann. Fort James. They used to defend at that fort when the English used to defend against the French and the Spanish. Those cannons are still standing, but how well has Amir Django defended not only his stumps, but West Indian pride as well on show. It's been a real standout performance from him. That defense has been a hallmark of this innings. Very solid. When he's defended, he's presented a full face more often than not. And he's shown that conviction once again. This lead 210. And this partnership now balloons to 350.
And 350, the highlight of the terrific concentration that these two have shown at the crease.
Evasive action for Amir Django now, as that one's punched past him by Roston Chase. Rajita, you can see the toil on his face now, quite labored in getting back to his bowling mark into what, his 26th over. Kamara's been a huge miss, massive miss in these conditions. Just needed maybe that extra pace to provide that penetration that you would like. He's the X factor, that bowler that provides that point of difference, as you'd say, for this Sri Lankan lineup.
200, 300.
Used to be spin. They used to really base their bowling lineups around spin, mystery spinners. You think of Matthias Muralitharan, Rangana Herath. Good delivery, good delivery. Going past the outside edge.
Yeah, they do have some good pacers. Sri Lanka, I mentioned Kumara, gets up to 140. Vishwa, Fernando as well, left-hander, not in this attack. Yeah, but he's been bowling that probing line to both Chase in the over prior and now to Amir Django. Question is, can he consistently stay there?
That's the point, Stacey Ann. He just hasn't done it consistently enough in this inning so far. 519 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, just for communication, with the partnership between Amir Django and Roston Chase passing 350 runs, this is not only the third partnership for the West Indies that has crossed the 351 mark.
Chase and Django continuing to make these Sri Lankan bowlers toil in this Antiguan sun. This partnership of 351 is now the third highest partnership for any wicket in all of Test cricket. Another record goes Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, they are doing a good job of breaking records, aren't they? When you have a stand as big as this one, expect a few records to be broken.
To be fair, Stacey-Ann, if you think back, Antigua has actually become a bit synonymous with cricketing records being broken here. Think back to Brian Lara breaking the highest individual test score twice here in Antigua. $7.5 first and then 400 second time up.
And I'll add that highest test chase came here as well, West Indies also. And the thing to note there, folks, is that the records that we've speaking of, I don't know if Mali has any bowling records that's been broken here, but you notice that it's been batting records. It speaks to the conditions here. And it's on display here with this massive record partnership stand between Django and Chase.
Just seeing the graphic there, 354 runs, 6-wicket partnership. If you were to add the 99 scored between Dhananjaya and Dinusha, sorry. It's a lot of runs being scored for the 6th wicket in this test match. Something about 6th wicket partnerships here in this test. Just one delivery remaining, another milking type over this for the West Indies. Picking up 5 runs, haven't really had to take any risks. All very easy from their perspective. The end of the 144th over of this innings, 5:25 for 5. Day one proving to be the most fruitful for runs, 308 runs scored, but 10 wickets lost by the Sri Lankans. Managed to pick up 5 wickets for the majority of 2 days here. Still some way to go. And this day 3, he's gone high with the wind. Not quite out the middle, but it sails a long way over that mid-wicket boundary. So 6 more to Amir Django.
Yeah, terrific strike from him. Picked the length very early. Picked the length very early, got in position quickly. Just a bit too short to start. Just slammed it. in that square leg region, and along with the wind also. Big blow there from Amir Jangu. I think the frightening thing for the Sri Lankans would be that he doesn't look tired. It looks as if he still has a lot in the tank, Amir Jangu, batting for 355 balls. Enjoying every bit of what he's doing out there.
Let's have a look at the moisture that's being released out of that helmet. He's been perspiring throughout. It's hot here in the middle. Maybe just starting to suffer with a little bit of cramp as well. For the reverse, over the top, insult to injury. 4 more, 10 runs in 2 deliveries. Jangu on the charge.
West Indies on the charge as well, perhaps. Jangu just showing his range now. Has some white ball pedigree also. And just switching. Vacant space in that area. I mentioned that he's not tired at all. It speaks to his clarity of thought, Amir Jangu.
Sage point indeed. He's been very decisive in everything that he's done. You see the clouds in the horizon. Just there once again, easy single. 12 runs from this over so far.
Yeah, like what I like about this shot too. Yes, you might think there's an element of risk involved in it, but it's calculated. It's assessing the field and just knowing what the ball is going to deliver next because of the previous delivery that was a bit short. Quite prescient from him, just predicting what the length and line may have been.
Whoa!
Yeah, and just having the postural stability just to ensure that it got it over the fielders as well.
Commander!
The 12 runs coming from this over so far, and not a lot of risk from the West Indians.
Go! Over!
The end of that over, it's 5-3-8 for 5. Amir Jangu, prolific through the offside and down the ground. Finesse and power on shore. Advance, use his feet quite a few occasions. It's that footwork that's also been a standout. Off the front foot and back. He kisses the badge, bringing up the highest score so far, 217 not out. The highest score versus Sri Lanka in the West Indies. He beats Brian Lara's 209 in St. Lucia in 2013. Amir Jangu. So once again, another record tumbles. For me, this isn't where the Sri Lankans have just let themselves down. They haven't tried to pick up wickets, from my opinion. gone a bit too defensive too early.
Ball in, ball in, ball in.
Even at times when there is a bit of assistance for the bowlers, the field isn't set adequately, Stace.
Yeah, you think about them starting a new session, the batters having to restart as well. Just not enough pressure applied in those periods. Allowing them to get free runs like that, not enough men around the bat. Just to appear as if you're applying some pressure, appear as if there's some sort of pressure out there. It's just been too easy. I think back to when Ruston Chase was approaching 100 and Django was approaching 150, and the ease with which they got those runs as well. I think that Ruston Chase hadn't scored 100 for a very long time. Yes, he has that determination about him. Yeah, no one overthrow. So more untidy work from Sri Lanka. I really thought that was a moment for them to try and apply some pressure on him, bring the field up, and perhaps force him to try and go over it. Instead, he was just able to chip away to 100.
So what he's done, he's just played the percentages. He's just gone with the natural angle. There have been times where these Sri Lankans could have, especially in this situation, maybe just opened up that offside field, maybe try and make Django hit against that spin, possibly open himself up, bring the stumps into play. It's there. No real pressure being applied, just going with the natural shape, especially from over the wicket.
You have been 15 now. You know you have been 15 now.
Particularly, it seems like they've tapped out.
Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka.
Just hoping for a wicket at this stage.
Yeah, vigor has been missing from the Sri Lankans.
This lead 236 now. It's 5-4-4 for 5.
Another session of nothingness so far for Sri Lanka. Another session of dominance by the West Indies. All too easy for these two. The value of spending time out in the middle. They've earned this. And some might view this as easy runs, as free runs, but it has been earned by virtue of batting for a long time out there and getting themselves in this very strong position. And if you want to get these types of runs, there's a method to doing it. Amir Django, 219. Already had the highest score by West Indians against Sri Lanka here in the West Indies, and very close to surpassing that against Sri Lanka anywhere. There is protection there, but he can't hold that back in. Moves past his highest first-class score, Amir Django. 549 the total now.
He's been very, very severe on anything loose, Django. This occasion, a low full toss from Camindo Mendes, shimming down the wicket and slapping it into that wide mid-on, straight mid-wicket region. But he's never really lost that element of watchfulness as the West Indies now pass another milestone, 550 here last session of day 3. He's never left that air of watchfulness that really underpins his approach to batting, Amir Django. Not that anybody else or any of the other batsmen are not looking at the ball, not watching the ball, but he does have an air of real watchfulness about his approach to batting and demonstrating that he has a liking, a penchant for big scores, not content just to score small hundreds, which is a very good sign for a player young to international cricket.
.551 for 5. Records continue to tumble in this test match for the West Indies from a batting perspective. Partnership 383, Django 224, Chase 166. Innings has soared tremendously for the West Indians.
Oh!
Beaten. Not often we've seen that today. Ball hitting the rough and going straight on.
Bowling, so yeah.
And the next one into the rough and rolling along the ground.
Yeah, those footmarks a little bit too wide to really worry the left-hander, but you know, just scooting along the surface.
What do you think will be the approach from the West Indies getting into this last session here, Sammy? Do you think, how many overs do you think they would want to give themselves to get 10 wickets? Bowling to Sri Lanka a second time, given the nature of this wicket.
Yeah, it's a pretty docile wicket, isn't it? There's one school of thought that suggests that maybe they can bowl a few overs late this evening to try to grab a wicket or two. Still 2 days left in the test match though, so it's a lot of time to get this lead up as close as possible to perhaps 300, but once 5-5, 4 for 5.
Coolidge, not too far from here, where the airport is located. The other venue that is utilized very close to the airport. And then this one. Yeah, so I guess to answer your question, Jimmy, they have to weigh up whether they want to bowl this evening a few overs, or if they want to score a few more runs and take their batting innings into the fourth day. And by doing so, it reduces the likelihood, the possibility of them having to bat a fourth time if they can get close to 300, 325, 350, and then try to dislodge Sri Lanka below that, or to bowl 5-6 overs this evening and get a wicket. Which way they lean, time will tell. I prefer, my preference, my personal preference, that is, given what we've seen from this surface, is to batter into the fourth day. I know you may feel differently. Still have 25 overs remaining after this one, so still a lot of play today. Just a single. Cricket West Indies had an initiative here in Antigua to bring young children to the facility. Primary schools on the first day, secondary schools on the second day, having lots of fun, trying to imitate what they've seen out in the middle. Some good confident strokes and smiles along the way. Keep the elbow straight, young man. Wonderful to see the youngsters having fun at the cricket, and the demographic that we've seen here at the stadium. What would be your preference though, Jimmy? Bowl a spell tonight?
It's an interesting one, because if you do bowl tonight, you're asking, I always tend to sort of look through a batting lens, in the sense that you'd be asking batters to bat tired and to start over twice, to start their innings twice, to start an innings tonight and then start again tomorrow morning, which is one consideration. Versus if we bat into tomorrow, then any batter who gets in basically has the whole of the day to go through it and set the foundation for an innings. The reason why I would lean towards trying to get wickets tonight is the West Indies are still going to bat. It's not a last innings chase per se. So if things didn't go according to plan, it's not game over. The West Indies will still bat last and determine what happens thereafter. But wickets being at a premium on this surface, it's what would the fast bowlers find best? What situation, not just the conditions. We know the conditions, the surface will be fairly good, but what situation will probably help them the most, give them an edge? And I just think a new ball in an evening after they've spent so many sessions in the dirt, you're bowling to two tired openers and a number 3, hopefully, could be a difference between them getting a good night's sleep and coming next day.
Ready? Go!
It's a tussle. So far, the West Indians are winning. Sri Lanka looking to hold firm. Yeah, Ruston Chase and Florifa might be thinking about maybe burning them for another half a session tomorrow to add to that wariness. But they have to get themselves in that position first to have that decision to make. And these two continue to do that. 5-5, 7 for 5. Right, another challenger who wants it. $50 overs for Dinusha. We'll add to that now.
Bowling.
There is that temptation for Ruston Chase to go leg side with the wind. There's protection there though. Ready, steady, go!
Come on, Omarion!
Western is lead, continuing to climb, now stands at 250.
Of the 251 lead for the West Indies.
Partnership of 390. Pair of them have put together, facing 601 deliveries between them. A superb effort, even in batting friendly conditions.
Putting your pride to the test there, Jimmy. Losing on live television.
Go ahead, say again, say it again. Go.
Let's try the non-dominant hand now.
Go.
Two run around the wicket. You don't see that too often from bowlers these days. Yeah, too easy that time. Two is the call. Very good running once again. Yeah, the records continue to tumble for Amir Jangu. Just gone past Gordon Greenidge. His highest test score of 226. Jangu stands at 227. He's got a few more in his side. Skal Hooper has a highest score in test match cricket of 233. So that's within his range at the moment. And remember, it's his maiden test ton. Only his second test match, only his third innings. Long one comes in a bit. Tossed up. Just a single though. 562 for 5.
Over ball.
customary chat between overs from Django and Chase. One of the things that has stood out for me, Jimmy, is how often they've communicated mid-wicket, not only during the over break, but oftentimes during the over as well, each coming down to reinforce the plans with the other when they sense that something might be going awry. And sometimes, as you would know, when you have that mid-wicket chat, you're not even talking about the cricket. It's just to get that mental break and to recalibrate.
Well, I do think there has been a situation recently with Django opting to come down the wicket injudiciously to the left-arm spinner, missing the ball completely, and right away Ruston Chase having a wander down the wicket and probably just reminding him that there is still work to be done. We're not really where we want to be, and the responsibility is up to both himself as captain and Django, having done all the hard work, not to leave it to anyone else. So the communication, I think, is good, but listening to Django is built on a good, strong, positive relationship between both of them. He swings high, he swings hard, and another maximum for Amir Django. 6 more. Bringing this partnership to 400 runs, just short of a length. And Django swiveling and deliberately hitting up. And if there was a hint of a miscue, the breeze would have more than compensated, clearing the ropes easily.
Yeah, this time he would be taken. Leading edge, Kushal Mendes completes the catch. Finally, a wicket for Sri Lanka. It's been a long toil, but what a knock by the West Indian southpaw, Amir Django. Maiden test ton, and he's converted that to a test double ton. And they want to check the no ball. They've committed that indiscretion previously. How close is it? Is there something behind the line? Close call. You can hear the woos and ahs from the spectators, but it's been deemed to be a legal delivery, and so it's the end of Amir Django, looking to repeat from previously. The leading edge, a little bit of uncertainty, but the catch completed in the end quite comfortably by Kushal Mendes, and finally success for Sri Lanka. A wonderful knock. Teammates on their feet applauding. A remarkable effort from Amir Django. 233 is where his innings will end. 5, 6, 9 for 6. Memorable. That will stay with Amir Django for a long, long time. First test ton, make that a test double century. Entertained those who are here. Alzari Joseph, hometown hero, makes his way out to the middle. Test best of 86. What's his plan of attack? off the mark straight away. Streaky, fortuitous, but he'll take it.
Frustration, absolute frustration for Milan. Excellent first delivery to Alzarri Joseph, committing him to a half-forward defensive prod. Thick outside edge, flying through the third slip region. Sri Lanka now attempting to close that gap, bringing in a second slip. An orthodox first and second slip along with the gully. It's just been a little bit more reactive from Sri Lanka today than proactive, one imagines. And here we see the end of a wonderful innings from Amir Jangu, attempting once again to hoist it onto the leg side, leading edge that went straight up. Kusal Mendes gratefully accepting the catch. But a magnificent innings, a magnificent first Test 100 converted to a Test double 100, and rightly getting the plaudits from the rest of his team. What an accomplishment. Kudos from his fellow teammates. Just a little bit too straight, Ratnaik on that occasion, finishing the over with another boundary to fine leg. 578 for 6 now.
Analysis from Jangu's innings. Expensive last over. Did bring the wicket. Last ball off it though. Tucked away by Ruston Chase for another boundary. Right, are they going to be a little bit more attacking to the new batter, Alzarri Joseph? There is a leg slip, a regulation slip on mid-on. Some boundary riders. And just toss it up. Dinosha, that would be the message to him. Right, another change in field. The deep backward square comes up. The long off comes in up 3/4 of the way. Connection. Really good sound off the bat from Alzarri Joseph all the way for 6. Clear intent shown.
Well, he was invited to attack with the mid-off and mid-on coming in, trying to save one. Alzarri Joseph replying with clear intent. If you show it to me, I'm going to be looking for maximums. So what will Sri Lanka do now with these two men? They've opted to use them 3/4 of the way back. And I don't think that that will prevent Alzarri Joseph from repeating if it is hung.
Oh, yes. Oh.
No real degree of turn, even though the ball is being flighted generously by Dinusha. It's not really gripping, turning. Alzarri Joseph will be fancying himself here.
Ball in, ball in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his figures, Dinusha. 205, 1 for 205. Disappointed that he couldn't get anything from that. Alzari Joseph fancies himself with the bat. Wants two. Just a single, so retains the strike. 585 for 6. West Indies' highest total versus Sri Lanka in a test match. Nothing to add to that. Are they going away from the cricket or towards the cricket? Still have a lot of time remaining in this third day's play. 21 overs remaining after this. We generally don't get all of them in. Looking to get past 300 with that lead, West Indies. Psychologically, so who knows? They may yet bowl a couple overs this evening. Shamar Joseph padded up. He likes to give it a whack. Take that lead over 300, 325, and then see if they can get 10 wickets inside of that to take a lead in this test series. Still a long way away.
Ruston Chase, having been struggling for runs for such a long time in Test cricket, returning to form in a big way here in Antigua. Really circumspect for his first 50 and then has gradually just opened up as his innings has progressed, and now looking to be at his fluent best. Helping himself to another couple. Takes him now to 180. And we reflect on what was the highest six-wicket partnership in Test history. 401 of 608 deliveries, going past Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow, who had 399 versus South Africa, Cape Town in 2016.
I think we need a stat sheet, Jimmy and viewers, of all the records that toppled in this innings for the West Indies. So many along the way. Ruston Chase, Amir Django, that partnership, individual scores, highest score against Sri Lanka in the West Indies among so many others. Someone will compile that, no doubt, and pass it on to us. And for the second time in as many overs, a single off the last ball, Alzarri Joseph retains the strike. 590 for 6. Dinusha will try again. Easily worked for a single this time by Alzarri Joseph. Yeah, what a knock, what an innings, what a test for Amir Jangu. Indelibly etched for a long time. Will receive a lot of plaudits, a lot of commendations, and all thoroughly deserved. A stellar first-class season, and now he's able to translate that into a stellar test match performance. Defining one. He speaks a lot about his physical fitness, but importantly his mental aptitude, the way that innings was constructed, a lot of organization and composure. And someone like John Campbell and Brandon King, Jimmy and viewers, would look at that innings, should look at that innings, and understand what brought about the level of success that it did. Occupation of the crease, application, decision making, shot selection, all of the things that you talk about in team meetings, in batting meetings, throughout your career. There he goes again, Alzarri Joseph, even further this time. Middle of the bat, met, and another 6 for him, 598.
Again being tempted and again replying in the same way, Alzarri Joseph, almost disdaining to look to see if it would have made it for 6. He knew from the minute he made contact that he was going to get another maximum. So the West Indies piling on the pressure here against this Sri Lankan attack that has really not posed much threat once the partnership between Jangu and his captain started to take shape yesterday.
Oh.
As also from a tactical point of view, it's not giving Sri Lanka much respite because they would be hoping to bowl to the new batter. And he's really making it very clear that he has come to score runs and score them quickly. 598 now for 6.
Yeah, and time for a drink.
The story of this test so far, West Indies 598 for 6. Looking to get to 600. Chase still there with 183, but Amir Jangu, the standout double century to his name. Test match cricket often rewards patience, and no one has shown more than this man on screen. Massive innings from him, tremendous concentration. Driving has been the hallmark of his innings. Some innovation as well from him on his way to 100 there. Big celebration, a double in the end. He's worked very hard for his team today. Amir Jangu, eventually dismissed by another hard-working player on the other side, Rathanayaka. But he has deserved all of his plaudits today, Amir Jangu, and so much more. He's found West Indies put them in such a solid position. Joshua De Silva just congratulating him, fellow countryman, captain him for Trinidad and Tobago. So his wagon wheel shots all around the ground, particularly through that offside. And down the ground as well. Shown great deal of control, notching up a double century. Sri Lanka got the wicket eventually. Milan Rathanayaka, the standout. Asitha Fernando, best economy so far, 2 wickets as well. But Denusha, the worst economy of the bowlers, and he has bowled a maximum of the overs. 214 runs, also notching up a double century. Denusha. So the story of this match so far, Sri Lanka dismissed for 308. West Indies with that lead of 290 runs. Breaking a number of records along the way also. 598 for 6. Highlighted by that record-breaking partnership. Worldwide breaking partnership. 400 runs partnership. 6-wicket partnership, surpassing Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. 399. Ruston Chase still there, and Azari Joseph has joined them as well. And he's looking to bring some fireworks into the innings. 21 from 16 so far. Darren Ganga alongside me. Hello to you, Darren. Thoughts potentially on where this match should end at the end of the 3rd day?
Good afternoon, Stacey Ann. Hello, everyone. A fascinating day's play. I'm sure the entire cricketing fraternity will be happy with what they saw from Amir Jangu playing his 2nd test match for the West Indies and achieving the type of batting feat we've seen from him, 233. You did mention that world record of that partnership between himself and Ruston Chase, which produced 401, being a world record for the 6th wicket in test match cricket. That's very, very impressive. Just underscores the nature of this game. It's a team sport. And whilst you can excel individually, you can also excel as a group, as a partnership.
Second best partnership as well for our West Indies pair. Getting to 400 run in a test match. The best being Conrad Hunt and Gary Sobers. Trophy named after him as well. Sobers Tissera Trophy. Yeah, so ball just, there was a muted, it was muted appeal, but obviously hitting the pad on the way through. Appeal eventually aborted.
Other point I'd like to mention about that batting effort from Amir Django, scoring 233. He becomes the first man in the history of first-class cricket to convert all 3 of his hundreds into double centuries. That speaks volumes about his attitude to batting, and we've spoken a lot about that throughout the course of this test match. The attitude required to be successful at this level.
Hit high up on the bat, and Kusal Mendes takes another one. So another wicket that they were looking for. Sri Lanka, Zari Joseph threatened for a bit. Looking to go for his shots, in the end dismissed by Milan Ratnayaka.
Unfittingly so. He's worked really hard, Ratnayaka, going with the short ball, getting a good height that was uncomfortable for Alzari Joseph. A little too pacey on that occasion. The line, the right one, it was outside the off stump. Joseph looking to go leg side. So his little cameo comes to an end. 21 from 20 balls. It's a 7th wicket down now for the West Indies. 599 the score.
Yeah, 599 for 7. West Indies approaching 600. Shamar Joseph approaching 300 as well, just one away. He likes to fancies him. He fancies himself with the bat in hand. Yeah, just rushing him a bit. Of course, looking for quick runs, West Indies. It's been a while since they've been in such a position. Swing and a miss. 599 for 7. And 599 for 7. Ruston Chase 184, approaching a double. Significantly for both teams, chasing World Test Championship points. West Indies, as I mentioned, it's not a position that they've found themselves in recently. Such a great position, approaching a lead of 291 runs. And the conversation has been opened about the approach that West Indies should take, with 600 runs coming up as well.
A great landmark for the West Indies, batting first in this test match. Remember, it's the first test of a 2-test series, so quite remarkable that the skipper, Ruston Chase, has led his team alongside Amir Django to exactly 600. But I'll tell you what, West Indies has to make a decision at this stage of the game, whether they continue to bat to the close of play or make a declaration.
And that's exactly what I want your opinion, Darren. We heard the commentators in the previous stint having a chat about what West Indies should look to do. I like your opinion on that.
Nice delivery again. Well, it's pretty clear-cut to me because at this stage with a lead of 292, the West Indies should be thinking of bowling at least 14 overs this evening. And I'll tell you why. Of course, Sri Lanka will be dejected, psychologically exhausted, physically exhausted, so it creates a wonderful opportunity for the West Indian fast bowlers to maybe prize 2 or 3 wickets this evening before close of play, or even try to do so. Just under an hour left in the day's play. And that attitude to win tests and matches should be uppermost in the minds of the West Indians. So if that was my decision, I'll be pushing my team to bowl. Now, I know some of you might be thinking about Roston Chase and that landmark of 200. We'll talk more about that in the next over. 2 runs from this one, 601 for 7. Another very good session of batting from the West Indies. Healthy run rate on day 3. And just to add, the reason why I'm advocating for the West Indians to declare is because at this point in time, they should value 2 or 3 wickets from Sri Lanka more than maybe an additional 30-40 runs. Some may argue that the surface is still placid, good for batting, but I'd rather give myself more time to get 10 wickets off Sri Lanka the second time around and give myself a chance of winning the test match. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you need time to achieve 10 wickets. Last thing you want is to declare on day 4 and find yourself without time to win this first test match of the series. So many things riding on it. The West Indians, they've never beaten Sri Lanka in a test series here in the Caribbean. So with the heroics that we've seen from Django, from the skipper, they should be thinking about using that to their advantage and ensuring that the team has a winning outcome.
A little bit of lift off the surface as well. Notice that they're going with that short ball ploy, but I'm with you there, Darren. It will give Sri Lanka as well something extra to think about today. Added to the amount of runs and the mental fatigue that they'll be battling. They have to come out to bat even just for a few minutes tonight.
Yeah, I've had to do it throughout the course of my career as an opener. I know how tough that is. After fielding for nearly 2 days to bat for 14 overs in the last session of a day's play, challenging.
And you think back to that first day when West Indies had to come out to bat for 1 over. Jimmy Adams and I were on stint, and he was talking about the difficulty with just 1 over. You can imagine if they had at least 10 that they would have to face to a well-rested Jaden Seals and the other bowlers, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph himself.
How many runs is sufficient? to lead Sri Lanka by, to put them under pressure to win this test match. It's anyone's guess. But you don't want to run out of time to win a test match on a placid surface. Another run here for the West Indians. Maybe a view of the dressing room might be able to signal the West Indians' intentions. Yeah, Kemar Roach is padded up. So, doesn't appear that the West Indians are harboring thoughts of a declaration this afternoon.
It could also be, showing an illusion to the bowling team, making them think that someone else is coming. But the end of that over, just 3 runs from it, 604 for 7.
I think West Indies should declare now. Trust me.
Nah, I think we should bat on.
Yeah, man, they should declare. They got 2 days.
That's reality. Some will say declare, some will say bat on to close of play. Only time will tell what is the right decision.
And you had contrasting opinions there. He was saying declare, the lady in the red was saying no. Ruston Chase, 186 runs on the board as well. Maybe she's also thinking, let him get to a double. But I think big shot. Takes on the field and does so quite well. Shamar Joseph, a big 6 from him.
Well, he had everything going in his favor, Shamar Joseph. He's facing a left-arm spinner that is turning the ball into him as a lefty. He's hitting with the turn. He's a powerful strike off the cricket ball. And despite him hitting into that strong wind, he clears the boundary. Such power.
Yeah, we know that Shamar Joseph isn't going to hang around. He's going to play his shots. That's something you can expect from him, a high strike rate. Tries to go again. It also, that 6 also brought up the 300 runs lead for West Indies. A significant lead.
I like that delivery from Danusha. A little more guile. And that is something that you expect from bowlers, bowling to low order batters, changing the pace, the trajectory, the flight of deliveries, confirmation of the lead.
Scooping well this time. Just a little paddle from Ruston Chase. And I know why that lady didn't want them to declare. She's enjoying the entertainment from the West Indians with bat in hand.
Nice smart batting from Ruston Chase. Moves to 10 runs shy of a double century in Test match cricket. That's another argument in favor of batting deeper into the afternoon. Narayan Sami, Ruston Chase himself might think that this is too close a landmark for him to sacrifice in the circumstances.
He might not even be thinking about that. Perhaps, yes, in somewhere in the back of his mind, it'll be a significant achievement, but more so as a captain, a new captain of this team, he'll want to get that win. So he'll certainly be thinking what's best, what's the best position for West Indies to be in at the end of this day to get a victory on the board.
I'm sure it will be a bit of both, Stacey Ann. Personal landmark, team objective. Not very often you get to such dizzy heights with your individual score. 6-16 for 7.
West Indies leading by 308, the same score that Sri Lanka made earlier on day 1. Asita Fernando back into the attack. Still quite economical, going at 1.96, less than 2 runs per over on this flat track.
Don't want to belabor the point, but I really feel this is a great opportunity for the West Indians to bowl a few overs this afternoon. One of the other options, of course, is to let Roston Chase know that he probably has 2 overs or at most 3 overs to get to his landmark for that possible declaration. Because the West Indians getting a wicket of maybe a Patun Nisanko or Dinesh Chandimal is such a big, big gain at the close of day 3 in this test match.
Change of angle now. Field is set for perhaps some short bowling. Number of fielders on that leg side waiting something. That one didn't get up as high as perhaps you would have expected. Asita?
Another thing that excites me a lot as a captain is to have such occasions when you have the opposition on the back foot and they're tired, and you can have your premier fast bowlers run at them, run at the openers with attacking fields, put an opposition under pressure.
Another change of field coming. Field that I was in, that gully area, is being removed.
You think of Steve Waugh and his great Australian team. If this was a moment or a situation before him, I know what his decision will be. He'll surely be out there with McGrath, with Brett Lee, with Gillespie.
Yeah, you want to be ruthless. You mentioned sometimes teams give you a certain period of time to get to your landmark. I recall Brendan McCullum when he was captain one time. Remember BJ Watley? I remember it quite distinctly because I was thinking to myself, why didn't he allow him to get his 100? But they were chasing a victory. So he sent out an instruction to him, letting him know this is how much time you have to get to 100. He didn't in the end. But West Indies still, I'm thinking, would have a score in mind that they want to get to. But still, it's time that we're thinking about.
Other consideration is, will the surface and pitch change significantly on day 4? Maybe in that second session on day 4, that will give you a competitive advantage? I don't think so. So that can't be a strong argument for you to continue batting, to wait for a deterioration in this surface.
I think the crowd would want to see a double century though. There'll be a second double if he is to achieve this in this innings. Roston Chase. And still, you look at the way he's approaching it. He is still looking to score off as many deliveries as possible. Not looking to block it out or just niggle it around to get to that 200 score. He's still looking to put pressure on the bowlers.
I wonder what's going through the minds of Pathum Nissanka and Madushka, the two Sri Lankan openers. You reckon they'll be thinking about batting a few overs before close of play?
Another play and a miss there by Shamar Joseph. 619 for 7. Looks like a fun day here at North Song. Kids still enjoying some games being played. Shamar Joseph just sending his helmet off. He has spin bowling to continue. Sonal Dinusha. You mentioned Pathum Nissanka and Madushka. I'm sure that they'll be thinking, or hoping West Indies continue to bat throughout the day's play, Darren. Kumar Roach, he wants to have a go. Looking as if he's getting ready to hit some big ones.
Come on, so yeah.
Yeah, they've been just hanging it outside his off stump. Shamar Joseph trying not to get into his hitting arc. It's a little bit closer and just over the fielder's head. So close enough for him to dispatch of that delivery, and does so with immense power.
An over-pitch delivery from Nanusha. Shamar Joseph just latches on to this one, finds the right elevation. This goes over the head of Pathum Nissanka.
And then a block. Don't see too many of those from Shamar Joseph.
Nusha might be better off with a straighter line, trying to entice Shamar Joseph to hit into that strong wind leg side.
As a hack at it, bit of a bottom edge that takes it to that fine leg area. Seems like it's blocked, then go for Shamar Joseph. Statue of Sir Vivian Richards there. Stadium named after him as well.
Come on, so yeah. Straight.
Sweeping. I think he swept that onto his stump. Yes, he has, Ruston Chase. It's a shot that he's played very well. This time, sweeping it onto his stump. So, a wicket against the run of play, really. Sri Lanka, they'll take that.
And how unfortunate for the West Indian skipper to miss out on a significant landmark. Just getting a bit of glove and directing that one onto his leg stump. Yep, agonizingly short of a double century in Test match cricket, but take nothing away from the effort, the application, the significance of the innings. Achieving a world record alongside Amir Django for the highest 6-wicket partnership in Test match cricket. Hold your head high, West Indies captain, and well played, Ruston Chase. Gone for 194, it's 625 for 8.
Kimar Roach joins Shamar Joseph, but West Indies skipper being dismissed, just 6 runs short of a double century.
Oh, God. What a way to get out of 190 something. I said, what a crazy way to get out of 190 something.
Yeah. Milan Rathanayake approaching a 5 as well. He's worked really hard, I think, for Sri Lanka. Perhaps could have had a few more. Yeah, Shamar Joseph still looking to swing it away here.
Yeah, this was a wicket of Ruston Chase. Attempted sweeps through, getting glove, just hitting on top of that delivery. Getting far across, exposing the leg stump. Maybe should have been sweeping that ball, covering the stump a bit more so doesn't run the risk of pulling the ball back onto his stumps. Maybe there was that question of the declaration from Darren Sammy to Ruston Chase. Chase too disappointed in his dismissal. Waiting to see if this field changes for Kimar Roach, the new batter.
Yeah, just using his crease, just perhaps predicting the line, but I think Danusha perhaps bowled it a touch straighter than he would have expected. Just sweeping that one onto his stump, but applause by everyone in the ground. I think Ruston Chase certainly would have come into this test match with a lot of pressure. So many thoughts running through his mind, and to just cast all of that aside and do what is required of the team. Massive congratulations to him.
Yeah, change in the field now, 2 slips and a gully. The deep point comes in to cover point. There's still not wide, deep third.
Test cricket here, West Indies with a massive lead, but it gives me great pleasure to announce that the West Indian women, although they lost to Ireland earlier today, because of that victory by England against New Zealand, they have advanced to the semi-final stage. And you look back to that wicket of Kimar Roach, Ruston Chase, I beg your pardon. You see Kimar Roach coming in. Jaden Seals do not pad it up. Probably an indication there that the declaration is coming soon. You wonder perhaps if there was an opportunity for them to declare at the fall of that wicket, Darren.
Most definitely. Sure, viewers are tired of hearing me make that point about the importance of the declaration and using this advantage that the West Indies team has in the circumstances to maybe prize a few wickets, but no declaration just yet.
Another appeal, and Milan Rathnayaka was toiled hard all day. Perhaps a fiver for him. Kimar Roach is going to challenge this decision though.
A maiden 5-wicket haul for Milan Rathnayaka.
To director, we have a player
We'll wait for the review.
Original decision is out. Check the feet. Fair delivery. Front on first place. Yeah, I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm bat or not. There we go. Coming through. Yep. Keep rolling through. Yep. Gap between bat and ball through to the pad. We can go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision is out. Impact in line.
Yeah.
Hitting the wickets, umpire's call. Go back on field to SciCat. Stick original decision is out. Signal.
Yeah, confirmation. So umpire's call, and I think a brilliant effort from Milan Rathnayaka on a flat deck to achieve a 5-wicket haul, and curious decision to review that. Ruston Chase then calling the players in. Took some time out of the game definitely with reviewing that. But along with that 5-wicket haul for Rathnayaka, Kimar Roach of course dismissed without scoring. West Indies have declared, but this young man, I think he was a standout bowler for Sri Lanka on a day of hard work.
29-year-old will celebrate this fifer despite having to toil, despite the dominance by the West Indian batters. His previous best, 3 for 39 in Test match cricket, so he'll feel pleased that his efforts didn't go in vain. He really was a standout bowler for Sri Lanka, and 5 for 124 will do justice for his efforts with the ball.
Yeah, West Indies plenty to smile about. 626 for 9. Django and Chase in that massive world record-breaking partnership for the 6th wicket. Not a lot for Sri Lanka to smile about themselves, but they'll be buoyed by that 5-wicket haul by Milan Rathnayaka. Asisa Fernando, a standout with his economy as well. Support with 2 wickets along with Denusha. So as things stands here, the match summary: Sri Lanka dismissed for 308 on day 1. West Indies in reply with a mammoth total of 626 for 9 and a really healthy lead of 318 runs. Declaration coming on the back of that also. Yeah, still beautiful here in Antigua. And with that, we'll take a short break.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua. The West Indies declaring their first innings 626 for 9. Amir Django with a masterful 233. And Captain Ruston Chase agonizingly short of a double century himself, 194. That partnership record-breaking. Bowling for Sri Lanka, well, they were a man down. A 5-wicket haul for Ratnayaka, 5 for 124. A couple of wickets for Asita and Dinusha. And they all really worked hard throughout yesterday and today. Took a long time for this wicket. In that first innings, Brandon King, after laying a platform, one would argue that he gifted his wicket away. 50-run opening partnership and was really looking well set. And that was the first wicket to fall. And then John Campbell. How does he reflect on that? Inexplicable, really, with that dismissal after doing all of the hard work. Another time in his career, falling in the 30s, getting starts, and then getting out. Some would argue that he's played the same innings so many times. Holding out in the deep, really unnecessary at that point. And then Kevin Hodge, just unfortunate for him, ricocheting from that front foot onto the stump. He too was looking quite good, quite unperturbed during his stay out in the middle. Not to be for him. Joshua Da Silva, driving airily, wide delivery, nice sharp catch. 20 of 56 deliveries, but not able to push on. Lots of disappointment from him as well. And look at that catch. An absolute beauty from Kushal Mendis. Diving away to his right. Inches off the ground. A special one to get rid of Justin Graves. Tried to leave it but couldn't get the bat out of the way in time. And that wasn't a stroke of tea. And then after tea, it was all Amir Django until late today. He fell for 233. Over 400 runs, the partnership between him and his captain. Kushal Mendis with another catch. They waited a long time before they got that wicket. Another simple catch for Kushal Mendis. Alzari Joseph trying to pull this one away. Getting high on him. Beaten for pace. And as simple as they come behind the wicket. The most difficult thing would have been to call for the catch, which he did quite comfortably. Ruston Chase on 194, just dragging that sweep back onto his stumps. Quite unfortunate for him. Looking to get to a double hundred himself. It would have been a rare feat. Only the third time for the West Indies if he managed it not to be. What a remarkable knock. And then Kemar Roach without scoring. Upon the review, decision retained. And that was when Ruston Chase decided to call it an innings. Means therefore that the West Indies have an overall lead of 318 runs after the first innings of Sri Lanka and the first innings of West Indies. For 160 overs they toiled. Amir Django, though, Marley Richards, talk us through what you've seen from him.
He was superb. The footwork was assured. Quite compact in defense, but when the ball was in his area, he showed that positive intent throughout. He used his feet to advance to get to the pitch. Showed that dexterity with that switch hit as well. It's just a good, solid all-round performance from him. And we'll hope that he can go from strength to strength here based on this innings. It will give him a lot of confidence moving forward as we see the Sri Lankan pair, though, walking to the crease. Madushka and Pathum Nisanka, the opening pair, under a bit of pressure, would have spent a long time out in the field. From a Sri Lankan perspective, they'll hope that this pair can just see off this new ball. 20 minutes or so of play. The Windies will come hard at this Sri Lankan pair. A well-rested fast bowling unit as well. Maybe Kamar Roach with the new ball in hand from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yeah, Kamar Roach has a phenomenal record here at this venue. 296 test wickets, so 4 away from a magical figure. Pathum Nisanka would remember that 2021 series. West Indies had a 100-run lead going into the second innings, and that's when he registered a debut test 100. Can he repeat with another one? Off the mark straight away, so positivity, intent, and that's important. We look at that, Marley and viewers, throughout the course of this Sri Lankan second innings, because runs are important. You just can't occupy the crease.
Start just like this, Slidey.
All right, first innings, let's review how he was dismissed. There are a couple fielders short, catching on the leg side. This was a sharp catch from Amir Jangu, position in that silly mid-on position. Ball nipping back in. Was well played from Nisanka, just couldn't keep it down. Some aggression straight up. He's not going to get caught there again, is what he's possibly thinking. Amir Jangu is still there. Roshan Chase, the captain himself, is in that leg gully position. And now West Indies are sending Brandon King, I think, in that deep forward square leg position. West Indies, they have the luxury of over 300 runs, so they can be quite attacking with their fields. All right, just making an adjustment with the fine leg fielder. 2 deliveries. Positivity from Nisanka. And again, he seemed to have made up his mind, Mali, to get some runs in this little passage of play.
Did ask a question about the Sri Lankan batter's intent here in this little mini session of play to end. And so far, you've seen Nisanka look to take on the short deliveries. Tried to ride it in the first innings, couldn't quite get on top of it. It came out the middle of the bat, right into the middle of Jangu's hands as well.
West Indies would be enthused by what they're seeing so far. Yeah, Joshua Da Silva can't hold on to that one, so it would be 4 byes. He would be looking to make amends behind the sticks in this innings.
Yeah, with that new ball angled into the right-hander. Starts straight and continues going. No ball signaled as well. See, look, you see Kamar Roach, nothing behind that line there. Overstepping, just striving for a little extra pace.
He manages to keep it down in that direction. What have they gleaned from that Amir Jangu's knock, from that Ruston Chase knock? What can they implement now? It will be a thorough examination for them, especially in this next 15, 16 minutes or so. And then they'll have to come again tomorrow morning and start again. But this period here, they can ill afford to lose any wickets. West Indies, they'll be desperate for one. Even one they'll be happy with in these placid conditions. Now this is Kemar Roach. This is the challenge that he poses.
Especially an older Kemar Roach, not quite possessing the pace of his younger years, but the skill is right at the top level. Once again, establishing that in-swinger to the right-handers early. Bit of extra bounce as well. We know bounce can prove to be a bit of a kryptonite to these subcontinent players.
Eight without loss.
Let's go.
Nice and calm out there at the moment. West Indies would be hoping to cause some turmoil in the Sri Lankan dressing room in the next few minutes or so. Jaden Seals with the new ball from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 3 slips and a gully in weight. Look for his pronounced outswinger. Taken by Joshua De Silva. First up, moves to 97 test wickets, Jaden Seals. And what a start. Nissanka fails again. Exactly what West Indies wanted.
Yeah, Jaden Seals maybe didn't reap the rewards in the first innings, but here from first deliveries right on the money, Joshua De Silva takes a comfortable catch. He'll be happy to see the ball nestle into his gloves. And Seals, look at the elation, the jubilation. One down here, the Sri Lankans. Nissanka has to go. He's failed in this test match, going for just 3. 8 for 1.
Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket after Nissanka goes caught behind off goal. Jaden Seals 3. Sri Lanka 8.
Yeah.
Well, Kasun Rajita, the new batter, night watchman for Sri Lanka. This is the reason why he's here. First delivery, getting it spot on. There's a little puff of dust as well from the surface. Let's look at when the ball pitches. There is something. And then the outside edge. Joshua De Silva makes no mistake. And what a start for Jaden Seals. Moves on to 97 test match wickets. The other ball on the other end, Marley Richards and viewers on 296. He's just signaling to someone. Right, Rajita, the night watchman, usually Marley. His job is to take the majority of deliveries in this little passage of play. Having put in a remarkable shift with the ball, now he has to do the job with the bat for these remaining couple overs.
Yeah, a lot being asked of Kasun Rajita in this situation. You mentioned Pathum Nissanka on his last tour here, Sammy, in the West Indies, here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As we see the wicket once again, outswing established early, right on the money, forcing Nisanka into playing. Didn't get the hands too far away from the body, which illustrates just how good of a delivery that was. Lured him into that stroke. And it was a comfortable catch behind the stumps from De Silva.
Yeah, that's competently whipped for 4 by Rajita. Gets off the mark confidently. And be searching for that LBW, Jaden Seals.
He is, just went a bit straighter there. Did Seals, maybe got a little greedy. Was picked off by Kasun Rajita. We were mentioning Pathum Nisanka's last tour. He said he scored 100 on debut here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, or at least on in his debut series. But he was batting in the number 6 position then, Samuel Badri. Here he is opening, facing the new ball. Slightly different role now, 5 years later.
And that's where he's so good. When you look at this delivery, in retrospect, it looks really wide. And you ask whether or not he should play. But when you're batting and you see the trajectory, the initial trajectory, you think that it's much closer than where it ends up. It's a split-second decision you must make as a batter. So you just see that replay and you think, well, that's wide. He should not be playing at it. But it's that initial trajectory that suggests it's honing in on the off stump and then it leaves. Dot to end a successful over from Seals, 12 for 1. Early strike for the West Indies in Sri Lanka's second innings. Still around 8 minutes, so the examination continues. Just short. I wonder if it carried, but that's why he's positioned there. Amir Django. There's a smile all around, almost Marley Richards.
Very similar to that Nisanka dismissal in the first innings. This time the bat face just closing. It did go through the hands. It got to him on the full. Was probably just on the way up, Amir Django. Head in hands for Kamar Roach. West Indies could have picked up a second wicket there.
Yeah, he's only blemish in the test match, Amir Django. Yeah, looking at the trajectory of the delivery from Jaden Seals in that Pathum Nisanka dismissal. It's closer than you think initially, and then it takes you further away. So when you look at that dismissal in isolation, you think that he's playing at a very wide delivery. But in reality, because of where that ball started, just felt as though he had to play. That's brilliant bowling from Jaden Seals to get that wicket. And it's the first ball of his spell as well. Sometimes as a bowler, you start your spell not really at optimal energy. Not Jaden Seals. First ball on target.
That's how we drop it. Yeah.
They're clearly pleased with what they've seen for today. All right, some match awareness here from Sri Lanka, just looking to take that clock down. The non-striker tying his shoelace, taking his gloves out. Want to make sure that they spend minimal time facing deliveries out there as possible.
Fantastic areas this from Kamar Roach. Once again, establishing that late in swing to the right-handed batters. Wonder when that scramble seam will come. He possibly just get one to hold outside that off stump. He possesses that ability. Get the ball moving two ways. Two deliveries remaining in this over. Stringing a bit of pressure. Kamar Roach. Deep backward square. Don't anticipate him bowling too many half-pitch deliveries in this situation. But they've got the man at deep backward square for the potential short delivery and a top edge. Brandon King, it looks like, positioned there. Madushka is under a bit of pressure. Didn't get that many in the first innings. Just needs to see off this new ball. Roston Chase in at a catching mid-wicket. So crowding these Sri Lankan batters now.
Whipped away. Zari Joseph will do the tidying down there. They don't run because Rajita wants strike for what could potentially be the final over of the day to perform his job. 14 for 1. Significant lead for the West Indies. Significant first innings total. 626 for 9 declared. I'm already scalping one in the second innings. That slip cordon, quite healthy. And very well populated. 4 slips and a gully, it seems. There is a batter in front, a fielder rather, in front of the batter with the helmet. So there's a lot of company, Rajita.
And Sammy, I know Rajita's come out here to be the night watchman. But just from a cricketing perspective, you'd think maybe Madushka's best served to be seeing off this new ball. Considering he's a conventional opening batter. Sometimes I never understand the night watchman concept. You'd think the top order batters are best equipped to deal with this new ball, but I think it comes down to the wickets that they can afford to lose at this stage, and I think Rajita's a wicket they think they could sacrifice in this situation. No ball by Jaden Seals, something you don't see too often from him. Just overstriding a little. Nothing behind that line, so he'll have to bowl this delivery again.
Yeah, well, the night watchman, Mali, is an age-old practice to sort of protect the specialist batters just before the close of play. I hear you when you say that they might have the better technique to deal with what this new ball bowler presents, but one good delivery and you're gone, and that's one of your specialist batsmen gone. And so Rajita will try as best as he can to resist another wicket falling here and exposing a batter. What a peach of a delivery from Seals. Even a top order batter might have been beaten there.
An absolute snorter, this one. Bit of extra bounce as well. Well played by Rajita. Did very well not to let the hands get too far out and follow that delivery. Kept the hands pretty close to the body. But that delivery would have troubled most batters in international cricket. Jayden Seales at the top of his game here this evening.
Potentially a couple deliveries left in the day's play. Almost synchronic there from the fielders. Can he get it right in this last delivery? Can they snatch one more scalp? Clock just going to that 5:30 mark. Seems as though this would be the final bit of action on day 3. West Indies would like to carry one more with them. Manages to see it off Rajita. And that's the end of play on day 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 15 for 1 is where Sri Lanka would end, but what an innings. The day belonged to Amir Jangu, still receiving a lot of applause and approbations from his teammates for a stellar performance. No doubt one that would be remembered and spoken about for a long, long time. Deserves all of the credit that he gets. Ruston Chase to 6 runs short of a double century himself, but a pivotal knock for the West Indies Test captain. Outstanding, really outstanding batting performance. That 6-wicket partnership of 401, record-breaking. Yep, Jangu leads them off the field. Can they convert that now into a match-winning performance? They got a couple days remaining in this test match in which to get the remaining 9 Sri Lankan wickets. They still have a healthy lead of over 300 runs. Madushka and Rajita, the not-out batters. Nisanka played a shutter ball almost in the first over. Eventually fell for 3 off the bowling of Jayden Seales. Just a couple overs for Roach and Seales, both on the cusp of historic figures themselves. 296 wickets and close to 100 for Jayden Seales. Seales with a 1 to his name so far. Yeah, meeting some of their fans, having a quick little chat, a little discussion. They'll all reflect on day 3, both teams. Sri Lanka 308 and 15 for 1. The West Indies 626 for 9. Ratnayaka with a 5-fer, but Jangu and Chase. Remarkable effort from those two. Sri Lanka still trailing by 303 runs, so it will be a Herculean effort from them on day 4. A lot in store for us. Let's head pitch side where Gerard is positioned.
Yeah, Amir, we had a chat at the tea break, and now we're having a chat again. Just tell me about your innings. How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think couldn't ask for a better day, to be honest. Really grateful for it, but having said that, we still have a test match to win, so fully focused on that now.
a wicket to end the day, well, before the day ends, and that gives you a good hold on the game. Where do you think it goes from here?
Yeah, definitely. I think we got a really good wicket there of Lanka, so we got them to brought out the night watchman. Unfortunately, I missed a half chance there at the end as well to put us in a really good position, but they're already down a man as well, we know that, so I think tomorrow looks like a really good day for us once we execute our plans.
You get a rest now, but do you want to bat again, or would you hope that you can get this done before you have to do that again?
No, hopefully the boys could do it, and I'll spend some time on the field. Hopefully I could contribute with some catches and good fielding, and we could just go down and win the game tomorrow.
Well played today, Army.
Yes, thank you.
Very well played indeed. That's how the 3 panned out. No wickets in sessions 1 and 2, and 5 wickets in session 3. One of those 5, a Sri Lankan wicket, importantly. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll dissect these 3 performances.
It's been a record-breaking day for the West Indies in Test match cricket. Day 3 belongs to them. They still lead Sri Lanka by 303 runs. And what magnificent batting we've seen from the West Indians, particularly from Amir Django and skipper Roston Chase. A partnership of 401, a world record for the 6th wicket in Test match cricket. Yes, and we are very privileged to witness that today. Of course, dubbed the moving day, and the game has definitely moved in favor of the West Indies. It's my pleasure to welcome our guests. We've got the West Indian captain himself here, Roston Chase, Jimmy Adams, former West Indies captain. Roston, first up, congratulations on that magnificent 6th Test match century. Describe your emotions right now.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet feeling. Thanks, firstly. It's a bittersweet feeling for me, obviously falling short of the double 100, but it's still good to get 194. So I'm very thankful for it. I mean, it's been a long while since I got 100, and I didn't really get much scores since I've returned as captain, so it's very good to get this first one as captain.
Jimmy, you've been talking a lot about that effort from Roston Chase. He's here now. What do you have to say about that innings?
Well, first of all, just to say, Roston, I don't think I'm in your category in terms of ability, but I had to wait a few years between my number 5 and my number 6 as well, like yourself. How do you feel now as captain having that sort of weight off your shoulder?
Yeah, as I said, it feels good to get your first one.
Yeah.
But I am not one to really put pressure on myself. I just tend to, even though I wasn't getting the scores that I was looking for, I just want to obviously encourage and try to bring the best out of my teammates as the leaders. So that's what I'm really about. But it's good to also not lead just by words, but on the field as well.
Right.
And we've been speaking about getting our first Test win in the championship. So we thought that we started well in terms of bowling out the Sri Lankans on day 1. We thought that we gave them a bit too much runs, probably about 50 runs too much, but we still thought that the wicket was one that once we got in, we could settle down and bat. And we lost quite a number of wickets, but then we sat and we talked after I think it was lunch.
Yes.
And we said that once me and Django could build a partnership, we still think that 400, 450 was in our sights, but we were able to go past that by a long way, so we are very thankful for that, and we're in a good position to push for the win.
Nice, nice, nice.
Roston, it's not very often we have a player of your caliber in our midst, and every experience is an experience to learn from a player. There were 20 Test innings between your last 50 and this century. What made the difference in your estimation?
I can't really say what made the difference, but I still try to work hard. I mean, for the past 2-3 years, I wasn't really playing a lot of red ball cricket. So it was just for me to find back that rhythm in red ball cricket. I played a few games this year in the 4-day regional, and I thought that I really find back my footing in the red ball, being out there for long periods. I think that spending those 2-3 years out of the red ball cricket, me spending time at the crease was something that was not really on my mind. It was more about scoring and scoring quickly. But I think in red ball cricket, occupying the crease is first and foremost, and once you do that, the runs will come. So that's something that I've been trying to do, and when I go in the nets, I try to play like I'm out there in a match as well, and I try not to let anyone out me. And I had a couple good net sessions before the Test series start, and I think I only really got out once, and that was the ball that kept very low, so it's nothing could do about that. So I felt good and confident coming into the series, back in my preparation, so I think that's what really made a difference for me in this Test match.
To what extent did Amir Django impact you and your efforts today?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say well played and hats off to Django, because have not for sheer hope picking up the injury, he would have not been in the starting 11. So for a guy to be thinking that he's not going to play and then get that last minute call, to be so focused and so switched on and so hungry to perform like that, I think is a Herculean effort, and I want to say well done to Django. So yeah, and he was the guy that was in before me. He was going, so I was just trying to feed him and feed off of him as well, because I found it hard to find my timing and my placement on the wicket early. So I was just trying to just stay there with him, and we were trying to break it down in terms of get into certain partnerships, get into a certain lead, and then get into a certain team total. So that was just what was driving us. And at any time I saw him looking a bit like he wanted to get sweet out there, I said to him, remember the targets. I even give him an incentive, so I have some cash for him as well.
That's leadership. That's leadership, folks. That's great leadership from the West Indian captain. Now, if you didn't know Roston Chase, you broke a world record today. Yourself and Amir Django now hold the record for the highest 6-wicket partnership in Test match cricket. You took that record from Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes.
Oh, yeah.
They scored that against South Africa back in 2016. So congratulations there. Jimmy, you looked at that partnership. What stood out for you?
Well, listen, I think, well, let me throw it to you. How important is having 2 more Test hundreds within the dressing room? What do Test hundreds do for a team that is where you are as a team now, as a collective? How much does it mean to you as a team?
Yeah, well, before the series start, we had our team meeting and we discussed what we were looking to do as a batting unit.
Right.
And for the Test Championship so far, I think we accumulated 5 centuries.
Right.
So I was telling my guys that I think for a good batting unit, every time we come up probably against a good batting unit, someone scores 100 in a Test match.
Right.
So if we could get at least 100 in every Test match going forward, I think that would take us a long way in improving as a batting unit. So that's what we're looking for in every game, at least for one person to get 100, and if we can get 1 in each innings, that would be even better for us. So those are goals that we are looking to achieve going forward.
Well, that partnership has exalted all West Indians, I must say, and you're at the top of the table for that 6-wicket partnership. I don't like to talk too much about the negatives, but we have to discuss the dismissal. What was going through your mind? What you felt you did wrong on that occasion?
I can't say I did too much wrong. I just probably didn't get, because the ball hit my glove, I didn't get bat on the ball. So I just think that the ball bounced a little more than I expected, and I didn't adjust my my swing. So that was my downfall in terms of not getting back onto the ball. So I was trying to sweep the ball in front square to try to get a boundary. But if looking back at it, I think I should have been a bit more patient and just probably play for a single or a 2 or something.
Well, up until that point, you dominated proceedings. You didn't really look like you were going to get out. Both yourself and Amir Django frustrated the Sri Lankans. Shifting now to that decision of the declaration, talk us through what transpired there, what was going through your mind as captain, what prompted that decision to declare?
Yeah, well, at T, we decided that we wanted to get at least 300 lead, and then I started to get close to the double 100, so I sent back a message with one of the reserves to ask Sammy if he thinks that once we get the 300 and they get past the double 100, if he think we could bowl at them for 5 overs, or should we wait tomorrow and come back and have a 1 or 2 over, put the heavy roller on it to try to see if we could get the wicket to deteriorate and probably keep a little low for the Sri Lankans tomorrow. But I think they were tired this evening, so I think that we wanted to get them when they were tired and they probably feet not moving as well. And I asked for 2 wickets from the boys, but we got 1, so I was satisfied with that.
Talk us through the first hour tomorrow, if things go well.
Well, firstly, we would like to dismiss the night watchman, because you know sometimes night watchman can come and stick in your teeth for a little while, and that kind of I don't want to say deter you, but it kind of gets you flat when someone that's not really supposed to be a batsman bats for a long period. So that's the first thing on the agenda. And I just think that the wicket is a good cricket wicket. Is one that once you put the ball in the right areas, it's giving you something. Because while I was batting even past 100, some balls still beat my bat. So I think the wicket is a good cricket wicket. Is one of the better wickets that I've played on for a long time in Test cricket in the Caribbean. So I just told my bowlers that don't ever think that the wicket is flat. Once you put the balls in the right areas, it has enough in the wicket for you to get wickets. So I think we have quality bowlers. We have a outstanding bowling attack with 4 quicks, and also Justin Graves and myself can bowl a couple of overs. So I just backing them to the best of their ability to come out there and do the job. We have 2 days to bowl out these guys. We have a sizable lead, so we don't have to be ultra defensive. We can still have attacking field, and if some runs goes by, we don't have to worry too much, but we still can attack. And
Yes.
also, if things get out of hand, we can still defend as well. I think
Right.
we're in a great position
Yeah.
to get our first win in the championship.
Right, right.
Okay, Roston, thank you so much for your time. You can now go and bask in your glory. Well played today, and all the very best for the remainder of this test match.
Thanks very much.
Well done, man.
Thanks.
That was Roston Chase, and we'll let him go now, but we're going to take a short break and we'll come back with much more.
Absolutely perfect. That is top class.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As a West Indian, we don't want to leave day 3 because the West Indies batting has been so excellent today. We just had the West Indian captain. He's left. Samuel Badri has joined us. Samuel, let's just set the scene again for today. West Indies, they were 271 for 5 at the start of the day's play. 85 runs scored in that first session before lunch without losing a wicket. How critical was that in setting the day up for the West Indians?
Hello, Darren. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. It was crucial, really crucial. It was a wonderful day of test match batting set up by that initial period. The way they were able to resist everything that was thrown at them by the Sri Lankans, and it really set the foundation for what was to come. And that is what you want when you're playing test match cricket, to absorb those periods of pressure and then revert the pressure to the opposition when you find yourself in a position to do so. So I thought the way they applied themselves in that first hour, in that first session, really made it easier when it came to that post-lunch and post-tea period. Really good test match batting, not maybe so good test match bowling. And the Sri Lankans, as they went through the day, we won comes, and we were talking about their lack of penetration and how bereft they were of ideas for wicket taking. So a lot of commendations to the batters, but also we'll reflect on the Sri Lankans and what possibly they could have done better as well.
Yeah, we'll talk about Sri Lanka's bowling a little bit later on, but we can't not leave Amir Django and his efforts today out of the conversation. His third century converted into yet another double century.
Yeah.
What does that say about him as a batter?
Well, first of all, it's showing a liking for very big scores, which is something that is very hard to teach, Darren. He goes big when he passes 100, and that is something that West Indies cricket has been crying out for a long time. He got in, he fought through that initial period this morning, as Badri was saying. We needed to get through that first hour. 30 runs, just over 30 runs scored in the first hour, but then it starts to pick up. 50 in the second hour going into lunch, which was your 80 runs before lunch. And then the dam wall bursts after lunch because both Amir and his captain now starting to express themselves. But the fact that he was not just hungry for 100, but a 150 and a double, setting up that record partnership with his captain. We've been crying out for that kind of batting for a long time, and it's good to see somebody so soon into their international career showing those signs.
Yeah, 233, that is what Amir Django produced with the bat. It's the highest individual test score in the history of Test cricket against Sri Lanka, batting against that opposition for the first time. So, Samuel, if you had to pull elements of that innings as maybe a template for younger batters to follow, what would those elements be?
It would be concentration, it would be application, it would be shot selection, and it would be just virtually spending time out in the middle. That's what Test match cricket requires. And for me, that was the hallmark of his performance today. You look at the way he constructed the innings, he waited on deliveries to come at him where he felt he was strong. He didn't go searching for anything. And this moment, this is an iconic moment for him that he will remember for a long time when he eventually got to that landmark. And as you and Jimmy just mentioned, he has that penchant for when he gets past 100, not to be contented with that, to go on for a long time. So that's another thing, another virtue that all young players looking on should take from Amir Django. And not only young players looking on, Jimmy, his teammates who are here in this Test match. You talk about Brandon King and his soft dismissal, and John Campbell and his soft dismissal as well. What those two gentlemen showed today is putting a value on their wickets and looking to make a big score when they got themselves in very good batting conditions. So a lot to talk about from him, a lot to learn from him, and all the commendations go to Amir Django and Ruston Chase today.
I'm sure you would have loved to push that score to over 250, Jimmy. You know, in batting, you're never quite fulfilling everybody's expectation. He eventually got dismissed. Is there anything deep to read from that dismissal?
Well, listen, I think by the time we get to Amir getting out, he had just hoisted a 6 prior to that delivery, trying to repeat the shot. He had done his job, yes, he had done his job. It then comes down to what do I want as an individual. Now, there are some batters who are driven by records, who might have been batting on and on until the captain decides to come in. Amir got out there, listen, nothing but commendation from me. At that point, it's up to you. You can do what you want with the innings. He had a great knock. It ended sadly, yes, there, but I can only think of plaudits for what he showed us along the way. His construct, the stroke play, the concentration, his ability to wait on bad balls. He had everything in that innings, and we were all just happy for him.
Yeah, the West Indies put on 57 runs after he was dismissed. I'm sure he will be an inspiration for the other batters in that West Indian dressing room, and maybe too for the Sri Lankans as well.
Well, I just want to say that I'm harping on a little bit on this, but it does something to a team when you bring Test hundreds into a dressing room. There are not that many in the West Indies dressing room at the minute, and every one of them really, as a batting unit and as a team, builds confidence. We're trying to play better Test cricket, and innings like that today from Amir go a long way, and the captain go a long way to us achieving that.
Yeah, just one Test match 100 at home for the West Indies in some 7 tests in this innings alone they registered 2, so they doubled it in this particular inning. So that's exactly what you're speaking to. And it will do a lot for Amir Django himself. You would know better than most, along with Jimmy, what it does for you as a player when you're able to actually go out there and perform at the international level. There's a self-realization, a self-awareness, and now he feels as though he belongs. And I just wonder what it means for selection. I wanted to find out from Ruston Chase what that does for selection in the next step, but we'll have another opportunity.
Let's not jump the gun. Let's allow the West Indies team to compete and maybe secure a win in this first test match of the series. Again, Django, that innings, a player doing justice to his talent and making use of very good batting conditions. We're going to take a break and we'll come back with more discussions. If you missed it, the West Indies racked up 626 runs for 9 declared, batting the first time in this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. I continue to have my guests, Jimmy Adams, Samuel Badri. Let's talk about Sri Lanka and their bowling. 5 wickets, a maiden 5-wicket haul for Milan Ratnayaka. How did you see and rate that effort?
It was a really special effort given the circumstances, given the placid nature of the surface, as well as the fact that one of their main strike bowlers was ruled out quite early in the plot. He was quite economical as well, and I thought his modus operandi was generally to bowl that wicket-to-wicket line and try to bring LBW bowl into the equation. It was not easy. I mentioned how tough the conditions were to get wickets and how well the West Indians batted. but to register a maiden 5-wicket haul in these conditions, it's something that he would take a lot from. He would take a lot of learnings from this as well, and many credit to him as well for his maiden 5-wicket haul.
5 for 124 in just about 36 overs. Maybe a little more support required from his captain to get him more attacking fielders in catching positions.
Listen, there are a lot of discussions on what they might have done given the conditions out there. The easy pace wicket, good for batting. However, I do think that in Milan, he had a bowler who was consistently hitting good lines, good lengths. And my belief is that when you have bowlers doing that for you and for the team, you back them up with requisite fields. There were times when I felt the slips were too staggered, and there were at times, I think, one shot in the slips, he was hitting a good fifth stump line, good enough pace, asking enough questions, and you felt that if he did get the nick, who would catch it? And these are little things that sometimes can mean the difference between a team getting 600 all out versus maybe 450. And on a wicket like that, 150 runs difference can be huge. So credit to him, brilliant effort from him over the course of the last day and a half. But maybe it could have been either more economical or he could have gotten maybe 6 or 7 wickets. But brilliant effort.
Yeah, I concur. And if you talk about Milan Ratnaike, you have to also speak about Asita Fernando, Samuel Badri, his 2 for 56, also brilliant in the circumstances.
Yeah, he too worked dutifully during the course of this test match, 2 days or just about what they were in the field, getting the wicket of Joshua Da Silva on that occasion, but generally taking the ball away from the right-handers. That was a brilliant catch from Kushal Mendes. But you have to mention the limitations with which they had in terms of not having Kumara, and the fact that there wasn't much assistance for their spinners. They don't have a frontline spinner as well. So it was a lot of overs that were required from them. I too want to concur with your assessment in terms of not having enough attacking fields. And at times we wondered what were they really trying to accomplish, because runs were being scored and they weren't really looking to get wickets as well. So I wondered what the strategy was for most of that bowling effort post-lunch today. And that's one of the reasons why West Indies were able to score so many, and one of the reasons why those batters got as many as they did. So things for them to consider the second time around, or possibly in the second test when they get an opportunity again.
Yeah, just a reminder that his economy rate was just about 2 against an opposition that scored in excess of 600 runs. So that is very, very impressive. Let's shift now to the West Indies bowling. They chose to make that declaration in the end. They picked up the wicket of Patun Nisanka. Is that sufficient value for the declaration today?
Massively, massively. The captain said they wanted to. He's happy with 1. Listen, you always want more than probably you think you're going to get. So maybe that was a bit of wishful thinking. But it's 9 wickets now. It's a big difference. And who they've gotten, right? It's a big wicket that, for the West Indies, it's a big wicket for Sri Lanka to lose just before close of play. 9 wickets to go tomorrow. They're starting with at least one end, when I say available, one end that they can focus on with the night watchman. Hopefully he doesn't last too long. But it's a brilliant end to the day. The day has gone. There are not very many days in Test cricket where everything goes according to plan. Hypercritical, yes, Ruston could have gotten a double. Yes, Amir could have gone on and we could have gotten 3 at the end. But to finish with a wicket means we go out of this day's play with all the momentum coming into tomorrow morning, Darren.
I love his pronoun of using we. We could have gotten more. We could have gotten 3 wickets. You're no longer playing, Jimmy. But yeah, I think they got value for that declaration. And I was surprised at the way Patum Nisanka came out and batted. Very first delivery, cut in, and then he was pulling in that first over and then being lured there. But brilliant bowling from Jayden Seals, and precisely what they wanted in that little passage of play. So firmly in control. And
Tell me about tomorrow.
Well, that first hour again is going to be crucial.
Yeah.
Potentially, the game could end tomorrow. Potentially. potentially. I don't want to jinx it yet.
That's
Still,
not as a West Indian, right?
as a neutral, as a neutral.
Anyway, folks, Jimmy Adams, thank you so much. Samuel Badri, thank you for your thoughts, your insights. Folks, it's been a brilliant day of Test match cricket, more so for the West Indies. Tomorrow, the action will continue, day 4 action between these two decorated teams. The West Indies and Sri Lanka will have everything to play for because it's the first test of the 2-test series. We'll be back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Goodbye.
That's you, Van Niekerk. Yeah.
Yeah, Coach, obviously not the type of day that you would have wanted for your team. Can you just explain the difficulties of the attack coping with the surface that was presented?
Yeah, really difficult day for our bowlers, but I thought, firstly, congratulations to Jangu and to Chase. I thought the two of them batted with sort of incredible patience. They understood the surface, they adapted to the surface, and they took their time. So, yeah, well done to them for their innings. Just in terms of our bowling, I thought our bowlers really sort of stayed patient. I cannot fault their efforts and everything that they put into today. You know, the surface was on the slow side, which you can expect on day 3, but all in all, just good efforts and hard efforts out there all day.
Yeah, obviously being a bowler down, that wouldn't have helped you anyway, but as you mentioned, the bowlers without the best. Any specific credit to any other bowlers, or just as a collective?
No, I think, you know, when one of your main seamers goes down, and a strike seamer at that, it makes it difficult to jig your bowlers around and keep your strategies going, especially on hot days out there when the wicket is playing pretty true. But, you know, someone like Milan Ratnaika, who ran in all day long, 35 overs, and ended up with a 5-4, was well deserved. He's been bowling well for a long time now. But I think altogether, the unit, the 3 seamers and the spinner that put in that effort in those conditions, we can only commend them for holding their own and kind of prolonging the innings as much as they did.
Yeah, obviously 303 runs behind now. What do you think is the best outcome for tomorrow, first and foremost, given that you're still under 200?
Yeah, the obvious answer is to bat and bat some more. If we can replicate what Roston and Amir did in terms of their innings and how patient they were. They waited for their time to score, and they were pretty clear in their areas that they wanted to score. So I think the blueprint is there. They've shown us what we can do, and now it's just about applying some pressure back onto the West Indian bowling attack. They're a good attack as well. They've got good pace. They're also patient in their areas. They understand the surface really, really well. So for our batters, it's just going to be making sure that we can stay true to our plans and hold those shapes all day long. Thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
Thank you. Splendid effort by your maiden test century, first and foremost. And to finish there with 233, just how do you really actually recognize what you're doing?
Yeah, I think it was an amazing day. Still, words can't describe how I feel right now. But having said that, we have a test match to win, and I'm glad I could have contributed to putting the guys in a really good position along with the captain.
Yeah, you mentioned to me before the start of the game that once you found out that you were going to play, obviously with the injury shape up, once you got to 20, you were going to ensure that you don't get out. You got out at 233. What were your stages in the innings? What were your discussions with yourself and your thought process?
Yeah, that was, I think I have a formula in batting, especially in red ball cricket, where I know that once I get to 20 runs, that means I bat close to 40 to 50 balls. Our coach, our batting coach, he mentioned it to me as well, our stats is so important. So I think I went around with that formula and it worked.
Yeah, that partnership with Ruston Chase, 401, the highest ever for a 60-week partnership in Test history, the second highest for any wicket for the West Indies. Never ever dreamed of that, I believe, but how does that make you feel?
Yeah, and I'm glad I could have done it with Ruston as well, because leading up to these series, we had a pretty close relationship on and off the field as well. So I think he as well will be really pleased with that, because obviously we all know that he wasn't having the best time with the bat, but we all know the quality player that he is, and it's amazing to see that he could have come to the full in this match and as well batting with me.
Yeah, and finally, as you mentioned, still a test match to win. Ideally, how do you find the surface at this stage heading into day 4?
I think the surface is really good. It's a really good one. So I think we still have to bowl really well tomorrow to get these wickets. Obviously, we know Sri Lanka have quality players. But having said that, we're in a really good position now. Getting one wicket, unfortunately, not hold on to that half chance at the end of the day's play. So, yeah, happy for the day's play that we had and looking forward to a win by tomorrow.
welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua for day 3 action of this first test. West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Game nicely poised after 2 days. No team really yet grabbing the ascendancy. Sri Lanka got to 308 on the back of Dhananjaya's 120. And the West Indies, well, they're just 37 runs away from that first innings total, and they still have 5 wickets intact. 2 slips and a gully in weight. They still have protection on the boundary through that backward point region. And we're all set for first ball, day 3. Most vulnerable Mali at the start of a day's play, start of an innings. Yeah, uppish, but away for 4. That's the area that he's looking for. And there he goes again, targeting that front part, but Ruston Chase gets a bat on it. Gets 3, so he moves to 49. Should get a couple.
Was he scoring that West Indies women's game? And what else?
That's 4. And that's a significant half century for Ruston Chase, his 12th in Test match cricket, his first in the last 21 Test innings, first against Sri Lanka, and his first as the West Indies Test captain. Well played.
He deserves the plaudits. Ruston Chase, at a time when his team needed an innings from the captain. Soft hands, good delivery, but guiding it safely down to third man, and his team will be very, very grateful for this contribution, taking them ever so closer to the Sri Lankan total, and for him personally, a much, much needed milestone.
Beautiful stroke. Didn't have to run. He just leant on it and offered sufficient power to get 4. 300 comes up 2.
What a way to bring up the West Indies 300. Amir Jangu, very compact. It was just a punch right under his eyes. No great flourish, but the timing was perfect. Just a little bit too full in length, and he's been there long enough, Amir Jangu.
Yeah, top shot from Amir Jangu. His good form continues. Driving excellence from him.
And with that 4, the West Indies now go past Sri Lanka. They lead by 1. Once again on the front foot, not really overstriding, but the weight transferred quite well. That head position, superb, right on top of that delivery. And at this level, you expect those to be put away. Found the gap superbly, Amir Jangu. Into the 90s now, Stace. He's looking very good indeed.
Oh, there's an edge. Flying past the outstretched arms of the skipper in slip. A diving effort on the boundary. We'll wait to see if it was saved, but a chance, you'll say. Tough one, though. Gonna have a boundary check.
Stop.
There's a chance. It's flicked away. This could be it for Amir Jangu. It's getting close to the boundary. And what a celebration for him. He has done it. What a moment for the young man. A composed and mature innings. A display of remarkable sagacity and control. From all he promised to full reward. That is the significant innings for Amir Jangu.
Well, it was 100 on ODI debut against Bangladesh back in 2024. And here he is in his second test match, Amir Jangu, here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
West Indies, yeah, Amir Jangu just flicking that one a bit uppishly past the field at mid-wicket, but no chance for him. Love the celebration, fist pump in the air, the acknowledgement from everyone. This one is hit aerially, but enough to get to the rope as well. So you mentioned him beginning to be expansive. That one, errant in line and capitalizes well, Jangu.
Yeah, he's starting to open up a little bit here. Still got to pick his moments, Amir Jangu. He's gone down the hill.
Deliberate, quite deliberate from Jangu. Knew that there are vacant areas out there. It will dribble towards the boundary just now.
This is batsmanship of the highest order from Amir Jangu, coming down the wicket, electing to go aerial, knowing that it wasn't turning back into him, so actually going with the angle, getting enough time to get underneath it, loft it over cover with enough legs to get to the boundary.
Elegant, really gorgeous from Ruston Chase. The timing, the placement, top stuff.
Well, this is one out of the coaching manual. Good stride forward, hands through the ball, waited long enough. And just waiting a fraction of a second, getting it perfectly placed between cover and mid-off.
That's lofted, quite deliberate again from Jangu. Couple bounces for 4. So he is now countering their plan with a plan of his own.
Deliberately done, Amir Jangu. Kept a straight bat face through that shot. You see the look of disappointment on Asid's face, easily clearing the man at mid-on in the ring. And enough on it to bounce a couple times.
Yeah, full toss and duly dispatched by Ruston Chase. So important to still look to score and not just be defensive. 350 comes up for the West Indies.
Rank bad ball from Dinusha. Low full toss, gratefully accepted by Ruston Chase. Still had the presence of mind to...
Jangu. And watches that last one carefully. And that brings the end of session 1 on day 3. A maiden test century for Amir Jangu. 123 of 257 deliveries. Lots of concentration and focus. Ruston Chase, a first half century for him in 21 innings. 172 balls faced as well. And the partnership though, something to rave on about. Couple wickets for Asita, a couple for Ratnayaka, and one for Dinusha. Nothing else from anyone. It's been a difficult day for bowling, difficult conditions for the bowlers, but this is where we stand as we look to head into session 2 on day 3. Sri Lanka 308, West Indies 356 for 5. An overall lead at the moment by 48 runs. Still 5 wickets intact.
In session 2, umpires making their way to the wicket. State of the game, the West Indies leading by 48 runs. Sri Lanka earlier being dismissed in 71 overs for 308, built around a century from their captain Dhananjaya De Silva. 2 umpires, umpires Raza and Shafadullah, getting bails and stumps ready.
Hello to you, Jimmy, and hello everyone. Well, it's as simple as picking up wickets. That's definitely the main focus now. Breaking through, breaking this partnership first of all, and then trying to get into the bowlers with hope that West Indies don't hurt them too much with that lead. So 1 ball, maybe 1 out of few that spun a bit. So might see more spinning action from them this post-lunch session.
Down the wicket, lofting it, will it go all the way? And 6 signaled, so intent from Amir Django.
Just reaching slightly outside edge, taking it. Will beat the fielder into the boundary for 4, so insult to injury. $150 to Amir Django. What an innings it's been. You just mentioned Brian Lara's score, but this being the first innings, his first innings versus Sri Lanka, it's the highest score by a West Indian playing their first test innings versus this great test nation in Sri Lanka. As you see, groundsmen, everyone around the ground. Pushing, he'll be pushing, should get back for 2, and he does. Ruston Chase, look at the smile on his face. To great applause around the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Have a look at the Makajumbis, the Turner clan. The West Indian fans showing great appreciation for what's been a superb innings from the West Indies skipper. His 6th Test 100, the first 100 by a West Indian skipper in 3 years, Samuel Badri. 25 matches it's been since a West Indian skipper has reached 3 figures. Congratulations to Ruston Chase. Well played, young man.
Resilient, remarkable, and resolute Ruston. Perhaps the most important of those centuries that he's made under pressure. Lots of questions asked, and sincerity of applause from his teammates.
He's reaping the rewards of putting in all that hard work. This one slapped. Rathnayaka had to take evasive action.
Outside edge, wide, and going further. Allows Ruston Chase to throw his bat at it.
Edge, and once again, between first and third slip, the slips have been staggered, and it's all happening in this over from Rathnayaka.
Comes the reverse. And it's in the gap and it's properly timed, so that's 4. Low risk from Chase, well executed. Straight and goes all the way.
This one big. It's in the air though. There's a fielder there. Oh, just goes over. Yeah, just walking a single, Chase and Django.
Time for tea, boys.
Yeah, and that'll be tea. They did enough, these two, as well as the Sri Lankans, to ensure that it was the last over before that tea interval. So, Sri Lanka bowled out for 308, West Indies in reply 492 for 5, with a lead of 184.
We're back here in the lovely island of Antigua. Day 3. Action in this Go Sobers Tissera Trophy. 150 up for Ruston Chase. A real captain's knock, Darren Sammy. Over the moon. Ruston Chase a bit reserved with his celebrations. He knows the job isn't done yet. And he's had that demeanor throughout his innings. Edge over the top once again, so chance created but not quite going to hand. 4 more. Double century. No, double century for Amir Django. The day just keeps getting better for this young man. Have a look at him. Over the moon with this performance. Everyone around the ground on their feet. Standing ovation for the Trinidadian left-hander. Look at the emotion on the face of Amir Django as he goes down and kisses that turf. A bit similar to what we've seen from a pretty famous left-hander in the past, Shivnarine Chandapal. Used to get down and kiss the turf upon reaching his landmarks. Well played to the young man. It's gone high with the wind. Not quite out the middle, but it sails a long way over that mid-wicket boundary. So 6 more to Amir Django. For the reverse, over the top, insult to injury. 4 more, 10 runs in 2 deliveries. Django on the charge.
There is protection there, but he can't hold that back in. Moves past his highest first-class score, Amir Django. 549 the total now.
He swings high, he swings hard, and another maximum for Amir Django. 6 more.
Yeah, this time he will be taken. Leading edge, Kushal Mendes completes the catch. Finally, a wicket for Sri Lanka. It's been a long toil, but what a knock by the West Indian southpaw, Amir Django. The leading edge, a little bit of uncertainty, but the catch completed in the end quite comfortably by Kushal Mendes, and finally success for Sri Lanka. A wonderful knock. Teammates on their feet applauding. A remarkable effort from Amir Django. 233 is where his innings will end. 569 for 6. Off the mark straight away. Streaky, fortuitous, but he'll take it.
Just a little bit too straight. Ratnaik on that occasion, finishing the over with another boundary to final leg. 578 for 6 now.
Connection, really good sound off the bat from Alzarri Joseph, all the way for 6. There he goes again, Alzarri Joseph, even further this time. Middle of the bat, met, and another 6 for him, 598.
Hit high up on the bat, and Kusal Mendes takes another one.
He's worked really hard, Ratnaik, going with the short ball, getting a good height. That was uncomfortable for Alzarri Joseph. A little too pacey on that occasion. The line, the right one, it was outside the off stump. Joseph looking to go leg side. So his little cameo comes to an end. 21 from 20 balls. That's a 7th wicket down now for the West Indies. 599 the score.
Big shot. Takes on the field and does so quite well. Shamar Joseph, a big 6 from him. Scooping well this time. Just a little paddle from Ruston Chase. And I know why that lady didn't want them to declare. She's enjoying the entertainment from the West Indians with bat in hand. Sweeping. I think he swept that onto his stump. Yes, he has, Ruston Chase. It's a shot that he's played very well.
And how unfortunate for the West Indian skipper to miss out on a significant landmark. Just getting a bit of glove and directing that one onto his leg stump. Yep, agonizingly short of a double century in Test match cricket, but take nothing away from the effort, the application, the significance of the innings. Achieving a world record alongside Amir Django for the highest 6-wicket partnership in Test match cricket. Hold your head high, West Indies captain, and well played, Ruston Chase. Gone for 194, it's 625 for 8.
Another appeal, and Milan Rathanayaka was toiled hard all day. Perhaps a 5-er for him. Kimar Roach is going to challenge this decision though.
Okay, original decision is out. Impact in line.
Yeah.
Hitting the wickets, umpire's call. Go back on field to Sycat. Mistake, original decision is out. Signal.
Yeah, confirmation. So umpire's call, and I think a brilliant effort from Milan Rathanayaka on a flat deck to achieve a 5-wicket haul, and curious decision to review that. Ruston Chase then calling the players in. So as things stands here, the match summary: Sri Lanka dismissed for 308 on day 1. West Indies in reply with a mammoth total of 626 for 9 and really healthy lead of 318 runs. Declaration coming on the back of that also.
With Dushka and Pathum Nissanka, the opening pair, under a bit of pressure, would have spent a long time out in the field.
Off the mark straight away, so positivity, intent, and that's important. We look at that, Mali and viewers, throughout the course of this Sri Lankan second innings, because runs are important. You just can't occupy the crease. Yeah, Joshua Da Silva can't hold on to that one, so it would be 4 buys. Edged, taken by Joshua Da Silva. First up, moves to 97 test wickets, Jaden Seals.
Maybe didn't reap the rewards in the first innings, but here from first deliveries right on the money, Joshua Da Silva takes a comfortable catch. The jubilation, 1 down. Here the Sri Lankans, Nissanka has to go. He's failed in this test match, going for just 3. 8 for 1.
Yeah, that's competently whipped for 4 by Rajita. Gets off the mark. Manages to see it off Rajita. And that's the end of play on day 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 15 for 1 is where Sri Lanka would end, but what an innings. The day belonged to Amir Jangu, still receiving a lot of applause and approbations from his teammates for a stellar performance. No doubt one that would be remembered and spoken about for a long, long time. A healthy lead of over 300 runs. Madushka and Rajita, the not-out batters. Nissanka played a shutter ball almost in the first over. Eventually fell for 3 off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Just a couple overs for Roach and Seals, both on the cusp of historic figures themselves. 296 wickets and close to 100 for Jaden Seals. Seals with a 1 to his name so far. Yeah, meeting some of their fans, having a quick little chat, a little discussion. They'll all reflect on day 3, both teams. Sri Lanka 308 and 15 for 1. The West Indies 626 for 9. Ratnayaka with a 5-fer, but Jangu and Chase, remarkable effort from those 2. Sri Lanka still trailing by 303 runs, so it will be a Herculean effort from them on day 4.